I just did a full 4.5-hour interview with 6ix9ine. If you want to see it in full, uncut right now, go to patreon.com/traplawross. And to celebrate this monumental link up, I deliver to you my original 6ix9ine documentary series, The Clout Chronicles, in one long video. I hope you enjoy this. Shout out to 6ix9ine for hosting me. Let's get it.
Is the scum year, you feel me? And on. We just making moves after moves after moves, hits after hits after hits. That's a fact.
May the 8th. 1996. It was a normal day like any other in Bushwick, Brooklyn. Passing cars were bumping Tupac's album All Eyes on Me, which had only been out for 2 months but already racking up 5 million sales in the midst of his public beef with Biggie Smalls. The Crossroads by Bone Thugs and Harmony had just dropped and was finna go on to dominate the Billboard rap charts for the next 6 weeks running. Oh, and a rainbow-haired clout demon by the name of Daniel Hernandez was born, and the rap game would never be the same. Now, despite growing up to look like the love child of a men's room wall and whichever Oompa Loompa managed the Skittles department, Danny Hernandez was actually born of a Mexican mother and a Puerto Rican father, and growing up to earn his colourful stripes on the mean streets of Bushwick, Brooklyn in New York.
This is the first time I ever announced what's my nationality, so I'm Mexican, Puerto Rican, and that's who 6ix9ine is. But I was born here in America. I was born in Brooklyn. But I love my Mexican people.
Now, Danny had a tough upbringing. His biological father was thrown out of the house when he was only 3 years old for shooting dope in the bathroom. God damn it, Daniel Sr., how many times do I have to tell you that we shoot dope in the living room like a family? Now, Danny's mother would end up finding a new man that would stay in their life for close to 10 years and raising young Danny as his own son. But unfortunately, a pivotal moment in his life came when his stepfather was murdered outside the family home in 2010, Danny being only age 13 at the time.
I just lost my pops when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? I lost my pops. I felt like my pops was a superhero. Like, you know what I'm saying? I felt like my pops was invincible. So when they took my pops from me, I felt naked.
Now, while he didn't actually witness his father's murder, young Danny had got word of what happened, made his way up the street, and ended up seeing his father dead. A moment which had an enormous psychological effect on him.
Were you there when it happened? Because I know that
it was a block away.
It was a block away.
Yeah, and I was there. Like I got to see him.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was just, and it was just like, yo, your dad is on the floor. Like it was broad day. Like an hour before that. Like my dad asked me to go to the supermarket with him, and I was like, no, I want to go, just go. Yeah, I got PTSD and all that. Like.
Now, according to his amazing interview on No Jumper, which you should definitely go and watch in full, he was expelled from school in the 8th grade because he just started blacking out from rage following the passing of his father.
And I remember blacking out. I would black out, like, you know what I'm saying?
In terms of like rage?
Yeah, in rage.
Really?
Like I was, yeah, so I'm like.
And beyond the heavy psychological burden that this had put on young Danny, without his stepdad at home, the family was left without a breadwinner, putting the whole family through some really hard times.
That we would go to sleep with no food in our stomach, and it would hurt. Like, and my mom, she would like lay over and cry because she hear how screeching my stomach would get. Like, you know what I mean? It was bad, bro. Like I used to wear sneakers out the garbage.
Mm-hmm.
So it was up to Danny and his older brother Oscar to make ends meet for the family. And they initially did this by getting legit jobs.
My first job was a busboy. And I got fired because I wasn't strong enough to carry the plates.
Man, I'm surprised they even let this kid in the kitchen. It doesn't get much worse than finding a fluorescent pink pube garnishing your Cobb salad, does it? So the restaurant game was a dead end, and thus Danny and Oscar naturally turned to trapping.
I just started trapping with my brother.
Okay.
Now originally they were selling weed, but after he didn't quite hit the revenue targets that he'd planned for himself, Danny decided to upgrade his inventory to include heroin, or heroin, if you're like me and you watch too many gangster movies. And for a brief time he even landed a sweet gig working at the counter of the bodega, where he could conveniently sell that sweet vein candy over the counter.
Okay.
Or I was working
and selling heroin?
Yeah.
From behind the bodega? Oh my God, I love this guy.
But as time went by, it seemed like selling heroin wasn't quite cutting the mustard. And so a 15-year-old Danny would try and make a fast buck by beginning to sling the only substance known to man that's 10 times more addictive than heroin. No, not Chinese fentanyl, streetwear. Now, we all remember that truly uninspired era of streetwear that saw everyone and their mum walking around with the word Pyrex printed all over their dick and butt. Created by the world's laziest fashion designer, or the world's most successful talentless finesser, depending on how you look at it, Virgil Abloh. Well, long before Danny Hernandez had ever screamed into a mic, he tried to use fashion and an unusual aesthetic to shill for attention on social media. So Danny borrowed some inspiration from Virgil Abloh's Pyrex vision line, but added his own little twist. Rather than Pyrex, he walked the streets of New York, wearing clothes with provocative slogans such as STD, N-word and HIV gang. In fact, he even explained the origins of his HIV gang, saying that many of his friends growing up had it and that he did the AIDS walk yearly.
I used to do the AIDS walk every year. I had a couple friends that had it.
Okay, you might laugh at this, but HIV gang is the only gang looking out for 6ix9ine in jail. And sure, you might think he looks like a fool for wearing these clothes, but god damn it, this actually worked. With several images of these crimes against fashion going viral on Instagram and Reddit. And around these times, he began to get known on social media circles as the N-word or Danny the Bodega Boy.
I got the perfect shirt, bro.
Which one?
Look, hold this.
But also around this time, Danny began to use the Instagram handle Tekashi6IX9NY, being one of the earliest instances of him using that name online, but we will get into the meaning of that later. From here, Tekashi began to do literally anything to get social media attention, including this famous moment where he went viral for pulling a pedigree on a naked thotty, which is very important for me to point out, was completely consensual, pre-planned, and thus does not violate any of YouTube's terms of service, which means that hopefully I can actually show you this. I mean, it looks like more of a 6'1" to me. But anyway, that light-hearted clip became one of Tekashi's most viral moments, which he would brag about for years to come.
I don't know if you ever saw a video of me back in the day when I pedigreed this girl.
Why'd you pedigree a girl?
I don't know. I was doing viral shit. I was literally
You playing?
mad
Are
at
you
myself.
serious?
Nah, I was obviously playing. Like,
Oh.
it went
You wasn't
viral. It was on
seriously
Worldstar.
taking-
Like, you know what I'm saying?
And as his Instagram accounts begun to pick up steam, he made extra effort to become more and more outrageous, which included upping the ante on his ridiculous tattoos. Sure, a lot of people don't like that 6ix9ine monogram arm tattoo, but what they don't realize is that every digit is actually a needle target. But being outrageous on social media did have its consequences, and he supposedly had numerous Instagram accounts taken down for posting explicit content, wiling out, and you know, that pedigree.
Everybody know who Tekashi6ix9ine is.
Always naked girls or what?
Always naked girls, me pedigreeing girls, you know what I'm saying? Me catching head.
So, a young Tekashi had become a master of clout chasing in the worlds of streetwear and viral vines. But it was in 2014 that he would take the plunge and truly join the Champions League of clout chasing chicanery, the rap game. Considering what a master Tekashi came of viral clout goblinism, a lot of people might be surprised to find out he didn't even originally want to be a rapper. But he was encouraged by the people around him to put his wacky aesthetic to good use and start spitting, purely because he looked so interesting.
I started off just, wearing clothes that said HIV. Everyone from my neighborhood was just like, yo, you look mad cool, like, you know what I mean? So I didn't really want to be a rapper or whatever. I just started making music because everybody was just like, yo, you look mad cool, like.
So it seemed like Tekashi6ix9ine had his first crack at rapping sometime around 2014. And many of the first ever tracks that he'd worked on around this time later leaked, giving us a glimpse into what he sounded like at the very start. But in August of 2014, the first official song and music video under the name of Tekashi6ix9ine releases with the simple title, 6ix9ine. Now musically, it all sounds very early era ASAP Rocky to me, and I can't actually play you a comparison on YouTube, but go and listen to Rocky's first mixtape and some old 6ix9ine and you'll be able to hear it. Now in line with his antics getting him the ban hammer from Instagram, it was no surprise that the 6ix9ine music video was quickly taken down from YouTube. This probably had something to do with many gratuitous shots of 6ix9ine getting head and a whole bunch of frames of actual hardcore spliced into the video like some kind of face-tatted Tyler Durden. Most interestingly, the video also included several scenes that glorified 6ix9ine's life as a smack dealer, as the video actually depicts him getting phone calls from tweaking junkies who are desperate to have their fix while he is casually relaxing at home, having a menage with two trap house thotties. Now we all know that rappers like to promote their side businesses in their music, but I've got to say, 6ix9ine is one of the earliest viral rap marketers here, using this video to promote his booming heroin selling business. This babyface 17-year-old hanging out the side of a Lambo sure seems like a trustworthy H dealer. I think I'd have a much better experience buying from him than that last guy, Spider. I mean, last time he stole one of my teeth. But apparently it wasn't enough for him to simply depict himself as a smack dealer in this video. No, because about 4 minutes in, we get a depressing cutaway sequence where the music stops and we see a junkie shooting a needle close up, before 6ix9ine abruptly comes back rapping out of the side of a Lambo. It's such an abrupt shift of gears that I actually felt sorry for the junkie. I mean, Tekashi, you really killed his buzz, man. Your death metal shout raps are really not the appropriate soundtrack to a heroin nap. It's at this point that the music video shifted from an ASAP Rocky tribute act to a SoundCloud remix of Requiem for a Dream. Honestly, it's such a surreal shift of gears that you kind of have to respect the gall of 6ix9ine for trying to pull something so intentionally jarring. And that kind of goes for the whole video, because in spite of its absolute tastelessness, you'd be lying if you couldn't admit that it was attention grabbing and included all of the elements of 6ix9ine's viral mastery from day one. Because in addition to the on-screen drug use, rented Lambo, video thotties, or hardcore anime He came up with another rather ingenious technique where his gold grill having teeth performs the track, which is then played back on an iPhone and held up by various New Yorkers. I'm honestly impressed that he managed to get that many strangers to hold his phone that close to their face. I mean, this guy's walking around in an SDD Gang t-shirt. Passing that phone around probably caused a full-blown herpes outbreak in Bushwick. Anyway, this was all classic early 6ix9ine, going to great lengths to stoke controversy, shock, and maximum attention. The same thing that he did all the way through his career. In the final months of 2014, 6ix9ine actually dropped 2 more videos. The follow-up to the self-titled track was another delightful song called Pimpin'. Tekashi was there sporting his HIV gang fashion collection as he proceeds to rap in a shower with 2 ballied up thotties. I got a lot of respect for these women. I mean, think how much courage it takes to hang out naked in the shower with a guy wearing a shirt that says HIV gang. That's a gang you're not trying to get jumped into. The Pimpin' video featured yet more ASAP Rocky style cues. Geez, Tekashi, that grill looks ratchet. Looks like one I'd have made in primary school at Foyle. And he followed Pimpin' up with the track 4769 featuring JAB and Dirty Sanchez of 47. And what did that music video start with? You guessed it, yet another classless scene of 6ix9ine having a gangbang with someone's girlfriend. The video proceeds to show 6ix9ine rapping about what a dirty scumbag he is, whilst rapping next to 2 low-rent video thoughts, or high-rent drug addicts, depending on if you're a needle half-full kind of guy. These 3 videos, 6ix9ine, Pimpin', and 4769, are the perfect trilogy, summing up Act 1 of Tekashi's musical career in 2014. But he wasn't done. He was still a few yellow, stinky streaks away from the rainbow-headed madman he would want to become. And so he continued soul-searching, looking for those missing ingredients that he would need to take his career to the next level and become the true chieftain of clout. Now, in his track Fuck Is You, 6ix9ine actually refers to himself as Walla Dan from Scum Gang 69. Apparently, Walla Dan is actually the combination of his first name Daniel and the Arabic word Wallah, which means swear to God. Apparently, 6ix9ine isn't religious, but he does believe in Allah. Hey, who knows, maybe Allah doesn't mind being trolled too. Of course, he is famous for his lighthearted sense of humor. Right, so this guy has been through a lot of personas. Danny Hernandez, Bodega Boy Danny, N-word, Walla Dan, and finally Tekashi 6ix9ine. But what a lot of people really wanted to understand was what Tekashi 6ix9ine actually stood for. And like many of the tougher questions 6ix9ine has been asked throughout his career, he's given several different answers when pressed on the meaning and origins of his name. His longtime friend and videographer turned rapper Trife Drew previously said that Tekashi was just some fly he'd stolen from anime culture. Hey, no wonder he's a master troll. The dude's probably spent hours on 4chan looking at hentai pics. His baby mama Sarah Molina said that he jacked it from a Japanese friend.
He had a roommate who came from Japan, I think, and his name was Tekashi, but it was spelled with an A, and I guess he liked that name, and he was like, yo, would you mind if I use this as my rap name? He was like, yeah, but just spell it different, and that's how he spelled it, with the E.
Hey, it wouldn't be a first time a rapper jacked their whole swag from a Japanese friend, would it? However, in a long-forgotten interview with a Russian website, a pre-face-tatted 6ix9ine actually explained that he'd stolen the name Tekashi from a heroin junkie that he used to serve.
What does Tekashi mean? Yeah.
This heroin junkie named Tekashi, and he was really cool. I took that name, and I just like him.
And the meaning of the 6ix9ine itself is even more mystifying. Initially, when Adam22 pressed him, he was reluctant to give up the goods.
So what's 6ix9ine mean to you? Is this your crew at a certain point, or?
Yeah, 6ix9ine is just a lifestyle, you know what I'm saying? And it has to do a lot with how I came up, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to get too much into what 6ix9ine is.
He's gone on to claim that it's because he's good at 69ing.
Where you get 6ix9ine from?
6ix9ine is just like, I'm very good at it. People tell me that.
Hey, I'm sure he's even better at 69ing after that year in jail. Sometimes he's explained that it's simply the number of letters in each part of his government name.
Daniel Hernandez, like that's my name, Daniel Hernandez. And my rap name is 6ix9ine, right? So follow me. So Daniel has 6 letters in the name, and Hernandez have 9 letters in the name. So 6ix9ine Daniel Hernandez.
But we eventually got a long-winded and laughably pretentious explanation when he finally told fans that 6ix9ine was all about perspective, a way of putting yourself in other people's shoes, a modern yin and yang symbol.
What does it say?
6ix9ine.
What does it say?
6ix9ine.
Now when I cross it?
6ix9ine.
6ix9ine. Anywhere you put it, it's still 6ix9ine.
No, what do you?
Oh,
you
I see 9.
I see 6. Right? What do you see?
6,
What I see?
9,
What did you see before?
9,
What did I see?
6.
Alright, so you literally just put yourself in my shoes, right?
Mm-hmm.
To see what I saw.
Mm.
So basically, say I'm poor, right? I'm poor. you're rich. We could switch it. You're rich, I'm poor.
Funny how he wasn't able to put himself in other people's perspective when he was, you know, arranging hits, ordering robberies, or snitching on all of his homies. But that's none of my business. So that's why he was running around calling himself Tekashi 6ix9ine. But one more question mark remained amongst his early fans. Why was he running around shouting that other catchphrase? I'm not talking about Treyway, I'm talking about Scum Gang!
You know, man, Tekashi 6ix9ine, to the pop scum and the scum gang, you feel me? We gotta come show love, scum gang family.
6ix9ine had been shouting out a New York-based rap and art collective called Scum Gang ever since his first ever song. And that first 6ix9ine music video actually showed him getting a scum tattoo on his arm. Now the crew's name stands for Society Can't Understand Me.
Scum, society can't understand me.
Meaning which 6ix9ine has flouted throughout his career as a message of positive empowerment for his disenfranchised young fans.
I stand out for the kids that can't stand out for themselves. They're outcasts or some type of joke to, like, you know, society. And that's what SCUM stands for. SCUM stands for Society Can't Understand Me. And that's where Scum Gang comes into play, you know what I mean? And that's for all the troubled kids and all the kids that, you know, live day by day just trying to get through their day.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But while the Society Can't Understand Me acronym is the most prevalent, these guys seem to make up a new one every fucking day.
We in the studio strategically create universal music. Successfully count unlimited money.
Heard you.
Everything I say you remember, so stickiness consumes unconscious minds.
Hey, and if all of that wasn't enough of a waste of saliva, they also came up with an acronym for GANG, the Gifted and Natural Grinders. Sounds like the name of the special ed class at business school. Anyway, Scum Gang was founded by a man named Scum Lord Dizzy, and the crew has included a whole bunch of people over its lifetime, but some of the significant members include Young Az and AI Scum, female rapper Prima Donna, and Busy Blaze. Now, it was actually Tekashi's longtime friend and designer of his pussy N-word clothing, Chad, along with his buddy Righteous P, who had brought 6ix9ine to the attention of Busy Blaze of Scum Gang. Busy Blaze had been telling the founder Scum Lord Dizzy to bring these poppin' young rappers under the Scum Gang banner once he realized how smart they were being with their viral online strategy.
Then he got a part of Scum Gang because I personally brought him on board. Tekashi and his team, which is P, Righteous P, and another dude named Chad. I brought him on board because of how crazy they were willing to get. Wow. And I understood how important viral shit would have been then.
Now, Scum Lord Dizzy was initially hesitant, but ultimately came around to the idea and brought these kids under their wing. Hell, they even taught him their secret handshake, because how else are you going to know that somebody else is a member of Scum Gang? Well, apart from the massive scum tattoo on their arm. They helped 6ix9ine improve his rapping and writing ability from way back when he sounded like a budget Wu-Tang knockoff.
Say it just like that, clearer, then it can rock. But if not, you're gonna have to slow that bar up.
I mean, it's no surprise he was rapping like this at this point. I mean, the whole of Scum Gang are pretty much a dollar store Wu-Tang knockoff. I mean, look at the cover of their first mixtape. Now, during the years that followed this meeting, Tekashi continued to push his music into 2015 with non-stop references to Scum Gang. In February of 2015, he dropped the mixtape Scummy Scums, featuring all the tracks from his YouTube posts. He followed that up with the anime-inspired Shinigami music video featuring Bodega Bams, and this begun the trend of 6ix9ine moving away from videos that were filled with and video thoughts, and towards videos and songs that were much more about violence, guns, and goons. Now, interestingly, as well as being a bunch of rappers, Scum Gang also seemed to be affiliated with the Crips. After all, one of the earliest examples of the founder Scum Lord Dizzy rapping is a half-assed Crip remix of Black and Yellow called White and Navy. But despite having many members that were supposedly affiliated with the Crips, apparently it had been made very clear that Scum Gang was not actually a gang unit or Crip group. 6ix9ine was never a Crip, and Scum Gang was always an art collective that just so happened to have a bunch of Crips involved. But it seemed like 6ix9ine really just wanted to take advantage of these affiliations, taking the opportunity to constantly big up his gang ties for musical clout, seemingly without a care for what color he was actually repping. All he wanted was goons, and it didn't matter what they were repping, Blood, Crip, or goddamn Grove Street. And in July, 6ix9ine's track Scum Life drops and becomes his first official street hit. And the whole track just seems like a love letter to gang membership. The title card says rep your gang. It's got an aggressive hook about repping your gang, which he performs while surrounded by scummy goons. 6ix9ine even ended the video with a free all the scums tag, while a blue rag rocking Crip threatened you down the camera lens. Yes, the man with a big assault rifle, I think he should be free. Now, in my opinion, the song Scum Life represented a pivotal moment in 6ix9ine's musical development. It was the first moment that he realized a tough guy gangster persona would get him way more traction than a dirty sleazebag. It was also the first time that he'd successfully managed to use another group's cultural cachet to benefit himself. It was the first time he'd used gang affiliations to increase his saleability. And we later found out when he testified in court that he'd originally become a gangster liquor and a blood to try and further his music career, citing Cardi B having done the same thing. And he really wasn't lying when he said that, and it turns out he was happy to do the same thing with Crips at the start of his career. And this was the beginning of 6ix9ine riding on other people's clout trains, only for as long as he needed them. And when he stopped needing them, he tossed them to one side like a used junk needle, because that's exactly what happened to Scum Gang, admittedly with less snitching. By 2017, when he'd blown up, 6ix9ine had completely left Scum Gang behind. Yet he was still shouting it at the start of songs, and he'd begun to say in interviews that he'd invented the whole movement, shouting it out with the same empowerment angle that he'd mentioned previously.
You know, we from Brooklyn, you know what I'm saying? I started Scum Gang back in like 2014, 2013.
This even came up in a moment that slipped many people by in 6ix9ine's first viral Breakfast Club interview.
And I heard that you are cool with Scum Gang from Flatbush. Academics said that you was cool with.
Yeah, they called
Flatbush.
me one night and they was like, yo, I got all this information on 6ix9ine. I said, I don't care.
Yeah, but you work with them.
No, I
But
don't.
anyway,
What you
listen,
talking
so...
about?
Now apparently 6ix9ine and Scum Gang hadn't been cool in years at this point.
But apparently the Scum Gang thing, like, Tekashi screams it before every song, but other people, that's their thing, and they're not cool with Tekashi anymore.
And around this time, a mini documentary emerged, featuring footage of 6ix9ine in the studio with Scum Gang from the early days when they were helping him develop as an artist. And funnily enough, academics eventually got pulled up on by Scum Lord Dizzy in New York.
Yeah, Scum Gang Complex. You already know what time it is. Interview.
Where he tried to explain the story from the beginning with all of the erratic charisma of a man on 3 pills at a house party trying to explain to me why Epstein did 9/11.
When we linked, they wanted to go under Scum Gang 6ix9ine, like a branch of it. For me, so my agreement was for them to do that with Righteous. He was like the CEO of their branch, and I'm the CEO. We created the shit, but it was all for everyone is scum. That's our slogan, everyone is scum.
So the young'uns were initially brought in under the guise of being Scum Gang 69, a smaller youthful unit of the Scum Gang movement. Lil Scum Gang, if you will. And he confirmed that the real reason that 6ix9ine had fallen out with the Scums was because he was blowing up too fast and refusing to promote any of the other people in the movement.
2016, because 6ix9ine wasn't listening to like how Righteous was telling him, you gotta promote the other scums because they promoting our shit, they co-signing us in the streets, so they gonna fuck, you know, they fan base gonna fuck with us, but we gotta do the same thing. But Righteous is telling me, yo, he not listening. 6ix9ine was like ungrateful and he was trying to like block out anybody that helped him. He just wanted to be the #1 person that shine.
Apparently Dizzy was also not feeling the whole goth wave movement that 6ix9ine was repping.
But we don't want Scum Gang just to be looked at as that, like some dirty, low type brand, like you gotta be like, you know, a weirdo and extreme to be a part of it.
As well as having spent a lot of effort trying to distance the group from having gang affiliations, which was in conflict with 6ix9ine, who was constantly trying to prove his gang affiliations for clout purposes.
I'm like, no, we already worked hard to take it from like some gangbanging shit to make it more universal, because that took a while.
So from there, the relationship between Scum Gang and 6ix9ine would never be healed. As the years went on, Scum Lord Dizzy tried to piggyback on the clout chain by dropping a 6ix9ine disc called Scummo, and although he didn't go into massive details, and Scum Lord Dizzy later claimed to be getting points on 6ix9ine's career out of a supposed early record deal that he'd signed with Scum Gang.
We get ends from that. Okay, it's not completely separate. Yeah, he's our artist. You know what I mean? This is what I'm saying. He's our mascot. This guy is signed. His 2 singles is signed to Scum Gang Records. You feel me? So Scum Gang Records is on the Billboard. As well as Tekashi 6ix9ine, you feel me? Right.
And it didn't seem like he was capping, because in February 2018, when 6ix9ine's Day 6ix9ine project dropped, it was released under the banner of the label that he'd recently signed to, 10,000 Projects, Caroline Distribution, and surprisingly, Scum Gang Records.
Elliot Grange is just a loner, you know what I mean? And 10K is just a bank. You know what I mean? Nobody runs around saying like, yo, I'm signed with Wells Fargo.
And as the story went on, the bad blood was never over between 6ix9ine and the original Scum Gang. A year later, a Scum-branded backpack that was stolen from Scum Lord Dizzy in April was recovered following a raid on 6ix9ine's home. This was actually a backpack stolen in that famous Times Square robbery involving Rap-A-Lot records that we saw emerge in 6ix9ine's trial, which I will be covering in more detail later. But for now, let's stick to 2016. 6ix9ine had his official gang certifications that he needed from Scum Gang, but the area that he was lacking most was his style, his persona, his look, his feel, his sound. If the original Scum Gang took 6ix9ine from 0 to 1, then it was a gang of people that included Righteous P, Scumbag Chad, Zilla Kami, and Sos Muller that took him from 1 to 10. And so in the next episode, we'll be taking a closer look at the people who helped 6ix9ine develop and evolve his style into what we know it as today. Oh, and we'll also look at how they had a bitter falling out and became mortal enemies. That seems to be a pattern in 6ix9ine's story.
My man Zilla Kami over there. Follow the gang. Zilla Kami, Tekashi 6ix9ine. Adios, amigo.
There's a very mysterious character in the New York hip-hop scene who goes by the name of Righteous P. He's so mysterious, in fact, that during his Noisy interview, he requested that he have his face blurred. And so to this day, the identity of Righteous P remains a mystery, well, at least to anybody who didn't watch his No Jumper interview a year before where he had his face out the whole time. Anyway, our old rainbow-headed chum 6ix9ine and a young lad named Righteous P met in 2012 when Danny was still working at the bodega. It was a truly romantic meeting. P himself recounted working in the tattoo shop across the street and hearing 6ix9ine's gravelly Hispanic voice shouting in the distance and following it like a trail of Skittles into R. Kelly's basement.
I was with my mans. I worked across the street tattooing. I met him. I just heard like the cadence of his voice. I was like, damn, that's dope. I really jacked, bro. Like, I liked him as a person, all that.
Now, we learned in the previous episode of the Clout Chronicles that before rapping, 6ix9ine was running around getting attention by sporting offensive streetwear. And he only actually bothered starting rapping until somebody suggested that he put his wild, outrageous aesthetic to good use. Well, the man that told him to do that was Righteous P, and he would go on to become a manager-like figure in 6ix9ine's early career.
So I'm like, yo, bro, you should rap. You know what I mean? And we just put it together.
So, P and 6ix9ine sparked up a friendship, but after encouraging 6ix9ine to rap, it turns out his whack bars just weren't cutting it. And let's not forget, these were way back in the days when 6ix9ine was rolling with the original Scum Gang, rapping like a contestant on The Voice Wu-Tang edition. Now, initially, Righteous P begun ghostwriting 6ix9ine's verses, including that very first song that he released with a music video, 6ix9ine. And I gotta say, he wasn't winning any Pulitzers for this writing, but fair enough. I guess all of Righteous P's creative juices were all used up after writing that squirrel line, so he enlisted the help of his younger brother Zilla Kami to help ghostwrite verses for the young 6ix9ine. And this made perfect sense at the time because Zilla wanted to be a rapper, but he was too shy to appear on camera.
Well, I wrote a whole bunch of songs and I was like looking at myself like, I'm not cool.
You didn't have the confidence yet?
Yeah, it was just like, I'm not for the camera.
The lads knew immediately that 6ix9ine had star quality, and their plan was to get him lit and then piggyback off his success right to the top.
You know what it was? He wanted to be like a superstar, and he had the star quality. So if you want to be a superstar, like, let's get this nigga lit. And then when he's lit, when he's lit, we made like a chapter.
So combine 6ix9ine's newly recruited ghostwriter and manager with his longtime friend and ghost fashion designer, Scumbag Chad, who also occasionally wrote and rapped alongside 6ix9ine, we begin to have an idea of his core team. And from there, that trio of ghosts began to have a massive impact on the initial trilogy of 6ix9ine songs. From there, the fourth song that he dropped, Shinigami, featuring Bodega Bams, was written by Scumbag Chad, and on his fifth outing, the track Scum Life, which let's not forget was the first time 6ix9ine pulled in the help of the Scum Gang affiliated Crips in order to gain some additional gangster clout, had some extra vocals by Righteous P. But that Scum Life video was important for yet another reason. It was the first time that 6ix9ine would actually have a music video that was entirely shot and directed by Andrew Trife Drew Green. You see, 6ix9ine's got a funny way of making friends. Rather than just shaking hands, giving a compliment, or shape-shifting to human form from lizard like I have to do to make friends, 6ix9ine likes to insult you on social media to get your attention. Think of it like negging, but instead of underhanded insults about the colour of that girl on Instagram's dress, it's more like shouting threats of gang violence. And I can tell you this approach, much like negging, doesn't really work on girls. Well, unlike the IG thotties that I don't have the confidence to pursue, 6ix9ine's attempts actually worked. Because after some intense beefing with a mutual friend on Instagram, apparently Trife Drew actually ended up pulling up on 6ix9ine in person, but 6ix9ine eventually used his charm to disarm Trife Drew, befriend him, and eventually end up working with him on videos. Apparently Trife Drew had actually seen 6ix9ine's earlier videos, and while he wasn't impressed by the visuals, he was definitely impressed with how much stuff he was able to finesse and put into those videos. And he would even go on later to write some music for 6ix9ine and launch his own musical career when shit hit the fan, even landing a feature on 6ix9ine's ill-fated album Dummy Boy. So, now 6ix9ine's team is completed. We've got a manager, Righteous P, a ghostwriter and sidekick, Zilla Kami, a stylist / guy that knows how to screen print HIV onto a set of shorts, Scumbag Chad, and a videographer, Trife Drew. So this is the moment where 6ix9ine's image really takes an overhaul and he begins to take his career to the next level. So, surely, nothing's gonna go wrong and they're all gonna stay friends, right? Right? On May the 18th, 2015, Scumbag Chad announced 6IXNINE's first ever project, the 3-track EP 6IX9 Mixes. The second song on that album was named Inferno, I'm guessing named after the sensation you feel after sleeping with 6IX9, and the music video for that song featured extensive cameos from his team. Scumbag Chad is there having a seizure in a lowrider. Righteous P is there doing an elaborate handshake with 6IX9. Wow, it really took him a whole year to get his head around that Scum Gang handshake, didn't it? And my god, he keeps doing that handshake throughout the whole video. Honestly, by the time I got to the end of this video, I'd seen more skin-on-skin raw action than on Young Thug's tour bus. Honestly, I swear this guy's just racing around on a motorbike trying to shake as many unwashed hands in Bushwick, Brooklyn as he possibly can. You know what, it's got me thinking I might have to start my own official trap law handshake. Anyway, this track Inferno was apparently written by 6IX9 himself. And it's not surprising considering the fact that it's genuinely one of the worst and most uninspired songs he's ever put out. And that's saying something. Honestly, to me, the track Inferno really felt like a blip in the development of 6IX9. But hey, maybe this was before his team really had a chance to sink their teeth in shaping his creative image. Because by the time he released his follow-up track Yoke, it was truly groundbreaking for a number of reasons. This was actually the debut of the rainbow-haired 6IX9 that had him out here looking like a mascot for an LGBTQ+ sports team. And this was frankly a genius exercise in getting attention. And it seemed like at this point 6IX9 was literally willing to do anything to get more eyeballs on him. But beyond just making himself look like a My Little Pony that's been fed nothing but meth for 10 years, the track Yoke would be significant because it was the first time that he had publicly shared the mic with Zilla Kami. While P made it clear that he brought Zilla in to ghostwrite for 6IX9, Zilla also made it clear that he'd made a habit of writing songs that featured back and forth segments designed for two rappers, himself and someone else, to go bar for bar with.
I was writing songs where it should have been two people. I would write like back and forth, like I'd write like a 4 that was like, and then I'd write a 4 in a different flow, and then a 4 and then a 4. And I like will put it together, and I'd be like, this would be better if one person was talking gangster shit and then one person was talking cryptic shit and then gangster shit and like a back and forth.
The track featured a pretty ingenious Grand Theft Auto inspired music video, Clout Theft Auto if you will. It had a GTA map and HUD with a constantly rising money counter, as well as the classic GTA busted graphic, which I'm sure came in handy later on in his career.
Only two things I'm scared of in life. God first and the FBI.
But anyway, in the song and music video, 6IX9 and Zilla Kami go back and forth bar for bar, in a number of different settings, including the bodega where he used to sell heroin, and out of the top of a speeding car. Now I find listening to this song kind of ironic, because since their falling out, while Zilla Kami has claimed to be the originator of this hardcore, shouty death rap style, on this song it's really 6IX9 that has the more angry, screamy style of rapping, whereas Zilla Kami's verse on this song that he spits later is actually much more toned down and frankly unexciting. But hey, maybe this was a period when Zilla Kami was still just getting over his shyness and couldn't quite give it 100 like 6IX9 could at this stage. Also, I gotta say, it's quite fun watching big bad Zilla Kami, who we all know from flexing with already discarded RPGs, trying to act tough with some plastic sticks at the penny arcade. Ooh, big bad man Zilla, what you gonna do? Beat me at Time Crisis? To be fair, there's nothing more hardcore than Dance Dance Revolution. I bet he plays on hard mode. Gang. Real talk though, Yoke was a fire song, fire video, and it really reset the tone for 6IX9, Zilla Kami, Righteous P, and Chad, proving that they had the creativity to really go places with their music. They followed Yoke up in August 2016 with the song Helsing Station. This was a legendary track and actually originally featured a breakdown by fellow local rapper and all-round scary dude So Smoola, who as we know would go on to be part of the group City Morgue with Zilla Kami and Righteous P following the breakup. And the track also originally featured an outro by Scumbag Chad, which also went uncredited and unincluded in the music video. This video featured a lot of anime cutaways and some highly irresponsible behavior on an escalator. It was actually this moment that I truly knew that 6IX9 was a genuine gangster, because I know that you'd probably get kicked in the back of the rainbow head for trying to pull this shit on the left side of an escalator in London. And 6IX9 continued the trend of irresponsible and dangerous social disobedience later in the video by smoking a cigarette at a gas station. I mean, one guy even lights a cigarette with an old-timey torch that you'd take to a lynching. Just cut it out, guys. There's nothing gangster about losing your eyebrows. Hell, at least Zilla lightened the mood with some very effeminate skipping. Now, the Yoke video was shot by Righteous P's preferred videographer Cisco, while the Helsing Station video was shot by regular 6IX9er Trife Drew. But while Andrew filmed it, it was actually Righteous P that directed this video under the banner of his newly launched record label Hikari Ultra, which represented yet another step for Righteous P taking ownership of 6IX9's visual style and persona over this period. Righteous P and Zilla Kami actually claimed to be the originators of this hardcore death metal rap style that 6IX9 popularized during this period. In an interview with China Mac, Zilla Kami and Righteous P made it clear that they felt this was a style that they were always repping, and that they gave it to 6IX9 who popularized it.
He was the face of what we were trying to push, but they didn't know, like, damn, we were the people behind, we were like the puppet master.
And that was a style that they themselves then took all the way up to 11 after falling out with 6ix9ine and starting the hardcore group City Morgue with So Smoola and the beatmaker Thrax. They even reiterated that 6ix9ine really was a boom bap rapper before they started working with him.
We wanted to be a boom bap guy.
Oh, it's boom bap shit.
Yeah, like super.
The 6ix9ine, Zilla Kami, So Smoola, City Morgue, or whoever, sound is a pretty clear combination of punk, heavy metal, hardcore, and rap or trap all kind of mixed together. And although he himself really refuses to admit that P or Zilla helped him develop this style, at least 6ix9ine does admit that he was influenced by early rock bands.
Years back when you first were getting into making music, what was influencing you? I'm guessing that it was kind of outside rap as well?
Nah, what influenced me, I listened to a lot of All That Remains, Parkway Drive, like heavy metal. My brother was in like a band and shit.
I mean, I personally always felt like throughout 6ix9ine's career, his style was more of a shouty, SoundCloud interpretation of old necro death raps. But no one else ever seems to have clocked that.
Crucifix you and I shoot the pistol and blow off your fucking head. All of your body parts are superficial.
And aside from the actual sound, let's not forget that at the time, hip-hop had a pretty clear inclination in favor of rappers with colourful dyed hair. And we all know that Trippie Redd was about to pop off with his maxi pad scalp vibes. Lil Yachty had already set himself apart with his bradle beads ribbed for her pleasure. And Lil Pump's hair colour seemed to have changed so many times over this period. I'm not sure if it's been dyed or just naturally changes with the season. Ah, the purple-headed Pump. That means there'll be a good Kush harvest this year. Now, even though 6ix9ine has claimed plenty of ownership over his image, saying he himself had based the 6ix9ine character or persona around comic book supervillains due to a connection of how he saw his stepfather as a hero before he was killed.
I want to be like, I want to be a villain. The villains never die. Superheroes always die. I'm a villain. Fuck being a superhero. I ain't trying to save shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to save nothing. I'm destroying anything that's in my way.
But once again, it wouldn't take long for 6ix9ine's claims over his image to fall into question. Again, after they all fell out, Zilla Kami proclaimed that the Tekashi 6ix9ine character and persona was once again a creation of Righteous P. So look, whether or not you believe 6ix9ine came up with all of this stuff himself and these guys were just hangers-on, or if you believe that Zilla, Chad, and P were the brains behind the operation, and 6ix9ine was just the beneficiary of their great creative ideas, regardless of who came up with it, we learned previously from 6ix9ine's falling out with Scum Gang that he has a long-running habit of getting in there with people who have something he wants, rinsing it for as much as he possibly can, and then spreading his wings and transcending that group of people to make his way solo to the next level of clouterdom. Now, 6ix9ine was taking his new persona, sound, and visual aesthetic forward into late 2016 with plans to drop a new project called Scum World Order on the 31st of October. He'd already previewed some songs from this project, and supposedly he had created the entire thing with Zilla Kami, including one track that was listed called Sinaloa that was originally slated to feature both Zilla Kami and So Smoola together. However, before this project would be released, the guys would fall out and it would ultimately be scrapped. And the beef was truly confirmed when 6ix9ine removed So Smoola and Zilla Kami's verses from the track Sinaloa, then releasing it as a solo diss track directed towards his previous friends. He actually put together a video for the Sinaloa diss track with Trife Drew, which featured some delightful scenes of him hanging out in a junkyard and taking a bath in what looks like an upturned industrial fridge filled with dirty water and or urine. And he also spit some of his verse from a cage, apparently practicing for the later stages of his career. Wow, you seem to be doing really well after parting ways with your team, Tekashi. But to be fair, he's not the only one that spent hours in the bath following a breakup. Honestly, you can really see the loss of Zilla Kami and Righteous P's influence here. The bars are weak and he's pretty much just spouting his usual, "I heard you're gonna do something to me, but you ain't done it yet," lines that he was spouting all the way to the jailhouse. This video has significantly less swag than the earlier Hikari Ultra ones with P's influence, and ironically, videos do tend to have a lot to do with their beat, because there's basically four main reasons that 6ix9ine fell out with Zilla Kami, Righteous P, and Scumbag Chad. Firstly, 6ix9ine took their video equipment and was apparently shooting videos for other people for money. Secondly, Zilla, amongst other people, fronted 6ix9ine bail money, which was never paid back. Thirdly, Righteous P was trying to sign a record deal for Hikari Ultra with the intentions of excluding 6ix9ine from the deal. And finally, 6ix9ine reused a beat for his song Zeta Zero, which Zilla Kami had already used. So let's go through those in detail. 6ix9ine's got a weird relationship with videos. Many people have suggested that he always had an interest in video making, and budget Nas tribute act Dave East even claimed to have met him as a videographer before all of the clout.
We was in the studio, he didn't have no tattoos, he didn't have no colorful hair, he had a regular haircut. He sat in the corner. He's a cameraman, he used to do videos. Tekashi was a cameraman. That's a fact.
Now, making videos before the fame is something that 6ix9ine has always denied.
So were you making videos for other people before you started rapping?
Hell no.
Oh, okay.
Or hell no.
Oh, well, that's settled then. I'm sure there's absolutely no footage of him filming a... Oh no. Well, I'm sure there's no more evidence that he was really into video making early on. You know, nothing like him trying to convince Scum Gang in their first documented meeting that they should make a documentary.
But you know what's the next move? Movies is the next. I think you need to start getting on a movie like
Son, I just told you in your ear.
Yeah, I know, but like documentaries type, like on some like first 48.
Ah, yeah, there is that.
And don't forget when he told DJ Self he was a video guy.
Before I was rapping, I was doing videos. And I was a video guy with my friend Andrew.
And there's also the fact that his early personal email address was actually legacyfilmsa7s2@gmail.com. Obviously derived from the Sony a7S2 DSLR video camera, popular for shooting low-budget indie music videos. So, despite all of the rainbow color capping, it's pretty likely that 6ix9ine actually was running around making videos. So Zilla Kami, Righteous P, and the boys who were the creative video vision behind this operation were pissed when Tekashi ran off from the video plug and took their equipment to go and shoot other people's videos for money.
He took our camera equipment and tried to shoot other niggas' videos for money. And we like, bro, you can't do that. We forgave him, obviously. You know what I'm saying? That's little shit.
So you heard it from Zilla. 6ix9ine was bugging out, running off with a video kit, but they forgave him on some brotherly love shit. Unfortunately, next problem came in 2015, when 6ix9ine famously caught that charge for use of a child in a sexual performance. Now, hold your horses. I'm going to follow this video up with an entire video explaining the facts and circumstances of that case that 6ix9ine caught in great detail, because I'm fairly certain that will get demonetized, and I've got to isolate that fire content so that the YouTube gods don't strike me down. Seriously, it takes me a long time to make these videos. It really sucks when they get demonetized, and it does happen. Anywho, just know, 6ix9ine got caught in a jam and he needed money to get bail. So Zilla Kami, P, and a number of people in 6ix9ine's circle pooled money and made contributions so that he could get out of jail.
Like, basically, he went to jail, bailed him out.
Now, apparently the total figure of his bail was 75K, which was reduced down from 100. And while the specific amount that Zilla and P actually contributed has never been disclosed, Trife Drew has suggested in a Rolling Stone interview that it's probably closer to $2,000 or $3,000. But apparently a lot of money to them at the time. But at a certain point, it seemed like Zilla Kami's patience had worn thin. So pissed off about the situation with the money and 6ix9ine's other shady moves with their gear, he decided to man up, do the honorable thing, and take to social media to air out 6ix9ine's dirty laundry in public. This kind of childish social media back and forth actually happened several times between these crews. And weirdly, apparently only moments before these social media outbursts, apparently 6ix9ine had been on the phone with P, speaking privately as if things were all good.
He gets off the phone, yo, I love you to death, bro. Like, alright, you feel me? Say that. I'm gonna call you again. I'm like, I bet. I get off the phone, I'm walking around my block just talking to him. We used to talk every day like that. Then I get off the phone and then nigga go to Instagram and just start dissing motherfuckers crazy. I'm like, damn, like,
We just got off the fucking phone.
I just got off the phone with you, bro. Why you going to Instagram when you got my phone number?
We're cool.
Yo, you a pussy this, you a pussy that.
Apparently, the realization about the duplicity of 6ix9ine's character was the final nail in the coffin between him and his former friends, and at that point the beef was truly frying. And from there, 6ix9ine decided to spill the tea on a shady move made by Zilla and P. Apparently, they were planning to sign a deal with their Hikari Ultra label with Epic Records. And because they couldn't control 6ix9ine's moves or his erratic behavior, apparently they had planned to cut him out of the deal, replacing him as the frontman of the group with Zilla Kami.
They was gonna sign a deal with Epic, right? But they know they didn't have no control over me. So you know what they did? They said, yo, once we get the little thing going on, we gonna drop Tekashi and we gonna start fresh with Zilla. My manager, Righteous P, is Zilla's older brother.
In return for this escalation of tensions, Zilla Kami took to Instagram, exposing 6ix9ine, telling the world that he'd written all of his songs, that Righteous P came up with his persona, and Chad came up with all of the ideas for his clothes. I mean, Zilla spilled the tea on everything. Apparently 6ix9ine doesn't even like anime, he's not really a blood or a crip, he doesn't sell drugs, and he doesn't even skateboard. Oh, what? You're telling me it's all been a lie? Next you're gonna tell me he only does the missionary position. Zilla went on to clap back, saying that if 6ix9ine was stealing money, then how could they have trusted him in a label deal?
Stealing money, how are we supposed to trust people? How are we supposed to trust you in a contract? What are we gonna do, you know what I'm saying? I'm writing your lyrics, bro.
And this culminated in a not so dramatic moment where 6ix9ine supposedly confronted Zilla Kami outside of the tattoo shop, posting a snap suggesting that he had locked himself in scared.
Zilla don't wanna come outside. That's Zilla right there. He don't wanna come outside. He don't wanna come outside. Yo, Zilla, come outside.
No.
He don't want to come outside. He locked himself inside a tattoo shop.
But Zilla disputed this on the No Jumper podcast, saying that he had come outside just after 6ix9ine finished filming.
He tried to like post like a video of me like in the tattoo shop. It was like me literally 2 seconds before I walked out, and he like cut the video before I walked out to make it seem like I was like scared to come out.
I'm gonna tell you that.
He said, yo, the doors, he locked himself in, and then opened the door and shut it real quick.
Not sure about that, Zilla.
Yo, no, I'm not gonna go in the shop. Yo, come outside, bro.
No, let him
come outside.
He can come out. He can come outside on peace.
Come outside.
Whose moms is this? Following their bust up, this would leave 6ix9ine, P and Zilla's relationship irreparably damaged. But 6ix9ine and his former team would continue having that smoke from a distance. 6ix9ine continued releasing music, making videos, and his star continued to rise. In January 2017, he dropped the track Exodia, another music video starting with a cheerful sequence of somebody sitting there doing heroin next to him. The Exodia video also depicted 6ix9ine and Jay Stash going head to head against each other with bars like some sort of lyrical Tekken or Street Fighter game, with the health bar dropping each time a hot bar was dropped. Once again, another technique that would come in handy later in his career. I mean, the Tekken idea is cool, but it's kind of already a little bit derivative of what he'd already done with GTA on that earlier video. I'm surprised he didn't combine these videos and follow this up with a new music video, inspired by Angry Birds, where he would toss used H needles at his enemies like some sort of op dartboard. Also, I just want to say, for the record, a deep piece of trap lore here. In this video, he used a technique where you put a little bit of metal on your shoe, hang out of the car, and drag it on the floor, creating this cool spark effect. Now, I've always loved this idea, but I want to make it clear that he stole this by fellow New York rapper and probably the most underrated man in the rap game who got completely snaked by the industry, Vinny Chase, who did it in the 2013 video for his song Hustle. But that's not the only thing that 6ix9ine stole during this time. Scumlord Dizzy, the founder of the original Scum Gang, reiterated that 6ix9ine had indeed taken the crew's camera equipment to LA on numerous trips with videographer Trife Drew to film music videos, collaborations, and appear on the No Jumper podcast.
He stole that camera that he had from the guy. He like, yo, I'm not fucking with them niggas no more. Like, them niggas try to play me. Like, Righteous he set up a meeting and tried to have a contract and a label situation, like, right there for me. Like, I told him already, I'm not trying to sign. Like, he already knew that.
Now, one of the videos they filmed on these LA trips was the track Zeta 0.5, which featured New York rapper and chicken tote bag thief Schlosser, Slavic rapper and frequent squatter Darlie B, or Darlib, I'm not sure, and R. Kelly in the making Famous Dex. Well, that actually wasn't a new track. See, the beat was produced by Thrax, the beatmaker who ultimately ended up joining the newly formed crew City Morgue with Zilla Kami and Sos Moolah under Righteous P's management after 6ix9ine and the boys parted ways. Apparently Thrax gave that beat to 6ix9ine back when they were cool, but then was mad about the fact that the song came out after everybody had fallen out and Thrax had sided with Zilla. And because City Morgue had already used it on the track Yuck Mouth, Thrax ended up copyright striking 6ix9ine's video for Zeta 0. And I don't know about you non-YouTubers, but for me, a copyright strike is a surefire way to become an instant op. So after this, by the time he'd made his way to his interview with Adam22 on No Jumper, 6ix9ine had all the smoke for Zilla and his former friends, saying that he bitched him.
What happened with this Zilla dude? Because
I didn't want to talk about that kid. I bitched him. If you want to watch the videos on YouTube, I bitched Zilla. I bitched that nigga. He a bitch, like, you know what I mean? Like,
and that Trife Drew and 6ix9ine were the true brains of the operation.
I was the brains of that shit. Me and that kid right there, Trife Drew. Brains of everything.
Dissing the boys for being unproductive and not having any videos since he left.
They haven't put out a video since I left. They haven't put out no body of work, nothing.
He also brought up the tattoo shop incident and seemed to refer to Sos Moolah as a fake blood.
I had to pull up on at his workplace, really bitch him, like him and that fake ass blood nigga he always with. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, niggas go to jail and turn blood. I really had to run down on something. Like, son was so scared. Like, bro, I had that nigga shaking, bro. Like, real shit.
Now, I don't know if that's true, but I certainly would not diss him. Shout out Sos Moolah one time. You're a good guy. Don't kill your boy. Now, it's still unclear to me what exactly the specific beef between 6ix9ine and Sos Moolah was, but let's not forget that 6ix9ine's later breakout song Gummo originally had a bar that was dissing Sos Moolah that ultimately was taken out of the final version. 6ix9ine's former friends, credit to them, tried to do the honourable thing and just get on with their careers. And while 6ix9ine is kind of right, their work rate certainly did slow down after the split. They at least stayed focused and tried not to let the beef with 6ix9ine define their entire careers. Over time, their newly formed crew City Morgue built up a legitimate buzz and they are now finally getting the opportunity to shine by themselves. But ultimately, there would be one final, little-known showdown between these crews. Apparently, way back in late 2015, Scumbag Chad and Righteous P had actually trademarked the names Scum Gang 69 and and Tekashi6ix9ine. Hey, at least someone working at the patent office had a laugh the day that one got filed. Now to me, it was no surprise they actually went ahead with doing this, because it was the original Scum Gang founder, Scumlord Dizzy, was constantly banging on about how important trademarking and ownership was.
He don't have anything established. That's not even trademark. That's not LLC. We had Scum Gang LLC since 2011. It trademarked in 2014. We got like 2 other LLCs with like Society Can't Understand Me.
So this is perhaps why he begun to be known as 6ix9ine at this point rather than Tekashi6ix9ine. But in October of 2018, 6ix9ine filed a petition of cancellation, suggesting that 6ix9ine should automatically have the rights to use these trademark names because of how internationally recognized he already is under the name 6ix9ine. And eventually coming out victorious, winning the rights to his name back, in spite of P and Chad having spent years bragging about how they still owned the rights to his name. And funnily enough, that decision came in 2019 while 6ix9ine was still locked up, likely making it the only pleasant 69ing experience that he'd experienced behind bars. And so that is the story of how Zilla Kami, Righteous P, and Scumbag Chad contributed a great deal to the growth, inception, and evolution of 6ix9ine before getting completely dubbed, snaked, and left in the dust. But one of the most important things to come out of this whole beef was that until they fell out, nobody had really distributed any information about 6ix9ine's charges. And by uncovering 6ix9ine's underage scandal, Zilla Kami left an enormous stink attached to 6ix9ine's name that many people thought would be impossible for him to overcome.
I want to shout out everybody in Czech. I want to shout out everybody in Slovakia. I want to shout out everybody in Europe, straight from the US, with my gang.
Alright, I know I keep banging on about 6ix9ine's 2015 music video Scub Life, but damn it, that video was truly the most important moment in 6ix9ine's career, and the reasons for that just keep racking up. Firstly, you know that this was the first time that he'd encouraged his viewers to rep their gang while surrounded by his Scum Gang outfit of rent-a-cribs. It was also one of the first music videos that he'd filmed after being bailed out on a scandalous sexual misconduct charge that would follow him around for years like a cloud of smelly prison food farts. But there is yet another reason why this was a significant career moment for 6ix9ine. But can you guess why? Yes, it's because it was the first time that 6ix9ine actually uploaded a music video to Slovakian hip-hop YouTube platform FCK Them, or them. Yeah, cheers guys, that's going to do wonders for the age rating of this video. Of course, getting his Scum Life video on the Them YouTube channel represented an early W for 6ix9ine, but you'd be forgiven if you'd never even heard of them before this point. Look, I don't know about you, but for me, the first thing that comes to mind when I think of an edgy Slovakian video website is getting your tendons slashed in a warehouse by a rich banker on vacation. But no, apparently the biggest export in Slovakia isn't the pleasant murdering of backpackers or YouTubers with murderable faces. Apparently it's clout-chasing rainbow-haired rappers. And them provided the platform for Tekashi6ix9ine to build an audience in Europe before he'd even set foot on an American stage. Apparently it was the HaHa crew themselves that actually found 6ix9ine on Instagram when he'd had less than 1,000 followers. They'd actually reposted a few of his early music videos to their Facebook page, and at some point 6ix9ine noticed from his YouTube analytics that he had a big following in Slovakia, unlike me with my measly 22,000 views from Slovakia. Come on guys, you need to rep it for the Slovakian gang. So seeing that, 6ix9ine decided to make a post asking his fans which Slovakian rappers he should be collaborating with. This led to the HaHa crew connecting with 6ix9ine as early as 2014 via email and remotely making their first collaboration, the song Rolling Stones, that appeared on the HaHa crew album VLNA. This song was actually released as audio only on the Fuck Them platform and was 6ix9ine's first appearance on the channel. From there, Yaksha was liking 6ix9ine's growth and his vibes, and this was why he agreed to host the original Scum Life music video on the platform. 6ix9ine continued posting content on the platform from there, using the channel to debut music videos for his tracks Yoke and Exodia. Apparently things were going so well that in 2016 Yaksha actually made the trip to Bushwick, Brooklyn to meet with 6ix9ine, where apparently 6ix9ine actually asked Yaksha to be his manager but was duly turned down. So they instead made a pact to get 6ix9ine famous in Slovakia and get his money right over in Europe, building a foundation that he could then leverage to try and get even bigger in the US. And all this was in exchange for bringing international eyeballs onto the Them brand. And eventually Yaksha made good on his promise and brought 6ix9ine to Slovakia to perform. He flew over to perform at the Babylon Club in Bratislava on April the 29th, 2017, as well as doing other local shows in places like Prague. Damn, last time I saw someone with colourful hair like this performing in Prague, it involved ping pong balls and a tetanus shot. Really though, those shows were lively and I gotta say it looked lit as fuck. Apparently 6ix9ine got a lot of love in Bratislava, and this trip literally saw him doing his first live show ever, going from 0 shows to a sold out headline performance of around 1,500 people.
Hell yeah, I did a European tour and shit.
Oh, okay.
I never even did a show, period, till my first show was in
Prague, Czech Republic.
Really?
Or
And was it
sold
crazy?
out, sold out.
How many people?
15, it was like the cap was, you could look up.
People don't realize just how goddamn monumental this was for 6ix9ine. Going from literally never having performed on stage before to selling out an international venue. Goddamn, it looks so lit. I just wish that I could go back in a time machine and be there. In fact, rumor has it that at this show, anytime 6ix9ine stage dived, if you'd have grabbed a lock of his rainbow hair, you'd have had good clout for 5 years. Now from there, he continued posting music videos on Them, including a collab with the Ha Ha crew, Jaguar. I've got to say, it was a wholesome affair, starting out with a scene that looked like some teenage friends going into the woods to smoke their first ever cigarette. Fuck me, I wasn't wrong. As well as probably the best improvised jersey canch I have ever seen in a music video. And while there, 6ix9ine also learned just how different basketball is under Slovakian rules. He next used the Them YouTube channel to debut a music video for the track Zeta Zero, along with famous Dex, Schlosser, and Dalib from the Ha Ha crew. That actually featured a weird opening scene where 6ix9ine pretends to use a mobile radio. But to be fair, after all that time in jail, I'm sure he's much better at handling knobs. Unfortunately, this famous Dex feature wouldn't be the breakthrough moment that 6ix9ine was really hoping for. Because as we discussed in episode 2, 6ix9ine never actually got permission to use the beat of this track from the producer Thrax. And because he'd gone on to join the group City Morgue with Zilla Kami and Righteous P after they fell out with 6ix9ine, when Zeta Zero dropped, he copyright struck the video and had it taken down. But this L aside, 6ix9ine was in luck because in April, he dropped the song Poles 1469 with Trippie Redd, and that ended up becoming a huge hit, racking up over 150 million views on YouTube to this day, going gold by the start of 2018 and platinum by October of that year. Now 6ix9ine apparently met Trippie Redd through Instagram, initially clocking him making some gangster blood comments during their Zilla Kami beef.
But Trippie had commented under my post and said, yo, word to EK5 something, you know, some blushing. And he was like, yo, word to that, you think you tough or some shit. And I said, yo, I fuck with Trap Star. And he said, oh shit, like I fuck with your shit. And then I FaceTime called him.
So once again, the pattern of 6ix9ine friendship strikes again. What begun as a potential beef led to friendship, and 6ix9ine ended up flying out to LA to work with Trippie Redd and shooting the video for Poles 1469 with him. And they linked up again for the July the 3rd, 2017 track All We with Uno the Activist, which was a great tune, but not quite as successful as Poles. That video had Trippie Redd heating up a knife on some fire, presumably to cut through some awfully stubborn butter. Now, Trippie Redd and 6ix9ine have a very fractured relationship, but long story short, Trippie Redd is the one who got 6ix9ine plugged in with his record label 10,000 Projects. And so on August 24th, 2017, Trippie Redd officially signs to Elliot Granger's label with the assistance of Coach K from QC as his management, and releases the first edition of his iconic Love Letter to You series under the Strange Music 10,000 Projects banner. Now apparently after the success of the songs Poles and Ooh Wee with 6ix9ine, Trippie Redd brought him to Elliot to get a deal and apparently even received a finder's fee. However, as you know, later in 2017, after Zilla Kami exposed 6ix9ine for his underage scandal, Trippie Redd begun not only distancing himself from 6ix9ine, but also airing out details of his record deal and the finder's fee that he'd received for bringing 6ix9ine to Elliot's label.
I'm signed to Elliot Grange. If you don't know who that is, that's the nigga that owned Universal's son, okay? I'm signed to him and his label is Strange Music. You are not signed to Strange Music. In fact, you got a deal for 30 bands and I made $5K off of that because I got you your deal.
Unfortunately for Trippie, he'd already created a monster. 6ix9ine's buzz was at an all-time high since the song Poles dropped. And only a few days after that song OE released, a picture of his new forehead tattoo went completely viral on Instagram and Reddit and cemented his place as one of the wildest personalities to watch on social media. And apparently he got this tattoo partly to get attention and clout, and just partly to cover up his terrible acne.
Yeah, I was just like, yo, I gotta get rid of these pimples because I hate the comments like, yo, clean your
You get
face.
that a lot?
Yeah, hell yeah. So they like, yo, clean your face. I'm just like, yo, what if I put a 6ix9ine over this fucking acne?
Shit, bro, I didn't realize you could cure acne with tattoos. I'm finna get that TLR forehead tat stat. Now, this groundbreaking head tattoo moment caused a flurry of opportunities to come 6ix9ine's way, including a prestigious interview with the coolest podcast in the world, No Jumper, in July 2017.
Today, we got Tekashi 6ix9ine in this bitch. How you doing, bro?
What's up, bro? You know that shit. Guy 6ix9ine.
Apparently at this point the label were losing interest in him and weren't really gearing up to promote any of his songs. But rather than throw on a neck brace and try to Weinstein it out, he decided to go it alone and not even wait for a producer or label to be ready. He would just take a Pierre Bourne beat meant for Trippie Redd and record the song that would end up being the biggest moment of his career. Gummo, baby! On October the 8th, 2017, 6ix9ine releases the music video for the song Gummo on the F Them YouTube channel, and shit goes bananas. The song was named after the movie Gummo by Harmony Korine, which 6ix9ine is a fan of. Yet another hint towards his early love of filmmaking. And Gummo was a runaway success on YouTube, racking up 28 million views and 3 million spins on Spotify within a month, and ending up on the prestigious Rap Caviar playlist. Now, the music video famously featured a whole gang of 9 Trey Bloods, and this video actually represented the first time in his career that 6ix9ine had publicly repped the Bloods, and the beginning of the trials and tribulations that he would be facing with Shotty, Treyway, and the 9 Trey Bloods, which we will be getting into later on, baby. Now, the music video seemingly took place at the most intimidating barbecue I have ever seen. I believe this barbecue was BYOB, Bring Your Own Bloods. Not sure you got enough weed there, Tekashi. Leave some psychosis for the rest of us. Oh, and the weed is a phone too. Smart. Anyway, the track was huge. It got remixes from the likes of Lil Wayne, Offset, and Rick Ross. It racked up over 100 million streams on SoundCloud and was the top streamed track there for December 2017 and January 2018. To this day, it's got over 350 million views on YouTube. And by December 2017, it had slipped in on the Billboard charts at number 58 before rising to its peak at number 12. And the track went double platinum, but not everyone was loving it. Apparently, the producer Pierre Bourne had originally intended for the beat to be used by Trippie Redd, who passed it on to 6ix9ine.
Before that song was released on Apple Music, we went through so much back and forth of no's that a no turned into a yes. I was in Australia, bro. I never said yes.
And apparently, Pierre Bourne hadn't actually given 6ix9ine permission to release the song, despite 6ix9ine's attempts to contact him.
Before I hopped on it, I sent it out to Pierre, I DM'd him and all that. I was like, yo, I'm releasing a song to this. I hope we could get it cleared. Never got back to me, so I left it to the executives. I left it up to the lawyers and all that shit.
And apparently his lawyers made him take the beat tag off. Yo, Pierre, you want to come out here? No, you don't. Oh, okay, all right, Pierre, no worries. But regardless of the hate, the runaway success of Gummo was huge for 6ix9ine. He called this the song that changed his life and the moment that he had been praying for.
Every day while walking Titus, and I would be like, God, please change my life. Please change my life. I'm a good kid. Please change my life. Like I got a baby. I can't even buy Pampers. Please change my life. Please change my life. Please change my life. Please change my life.
Oh, you're gonna make me cry. That's so sweet.
And then Gummo came and life changed.
And to be fair, 6ix9ine had been putting in work for a long ass time. He'd started trying to get famous with clothes in 2013. He started rapping, releasing his first ever song 6ix9ine in 2014. And it would take him a whole 3 years from that first music video that he put out to hit the big time with Gummo, but he was finally lit, baby. Money was rolling in and he was on his way to the top. Apparently his label were even baffled with how lit he had managed to get himself.
And the label called my manager and told him like, yo, how the fuck this shit is doing this many numbers? Yeah. He's like, yo, this shit is gonna be huge.
And he said that him and Trife Drew's formula for success was finally working.
I just had a formula, you know what I'm saying? Me and my right hand, Trife Drew, had a formula coming into this.
And I guess that formula was rock solid because after Gummo, all the way through 2018, he released hit after hit and completely dominated the Billboard charts. Once Gummo took off, 6ix9ine was away, and he had one of the most spectacular runs on the Billboard charts that we have seen in recent hip-hop history. The follow-up to Gummo, called Cuda, dropped on December 3rd, 2017, just in time to piggyback off of the momentum of Gummo, the same month that it would storm the Billboard charts. And it seemed at this point 6ix9ine had learned a lot and his formula was in full effect. The track ended up debuting at number 50 on Billboard, going platinum, and even hitting number 95 in his second home country of Slovakia. The track was actually named after Cuda B, one of 6ix9ine's close friends, and the same guy who ended up getting snitched on for the Chief Keef Times Square contract shooting, which we will be discussing later. Now, interestingly, 6ix9ine was posting his music videos all the way up to Gummo on the Fuck Them YouTube channel. But with Cuda, he started posting his music videos on Worldstar's channel, and his views went to a whole nother level. But don't get it twisted, there was no bad blood between 6ix9ine and Fuck Them, and even when he was sitting in jail, Yaksha had nothing but kind words for 6ix9ine. And he even appeared in a music video for the Ha Ha Crew all the way at the end of 2018, just before his arrest. But from there, 6ix9ine did not let up, and he continued a strategy of continuing to release new songs while his other ones were picking up steam. So around a month later, on January 14, he released the song Kiki with some impressive co-signs from Fetty Wap and A Boogie. This song actually featured some very innovative production methods. Instead of using traditional hip-hop 808 drums, the drums of this song were actually played on the butt cheeks of 2 Bushwick thotties. This track ended up peaking at 43 on the Billboard charts and going gold. And the momentum of these tracks culminated in the release of the first official studio project from 6ix9ine, the Day 6ix9ine mixtape. Dropping on February 23rd, 2018, the project featured tracks with big name appearances from the likes of Tory Lanez and Young Thug on the track Rondo, and Offset on that original remix of Gummo. And that project did very well, landing at number 4 on the Billboard albums charts, charting in over a dozen international countries and going gold in the US. And this was a big W, but 6ix9ine was not done there. He continued shooting videos for tracks on the album non-stop. Within a week, the video for the song Billy dropped, going number 50 on Billboard and going gold, a track which featured an intimidating and incriminating intro from our boy Shotty. As well as having so many bloods in the video, it looked like 6ix9ine had activated the Spawn Unlimited Bloods cheat. Yeah, let's let these guys in the industry, sounds good. By the end of the month, 6ix9ine had landed a prestigious Breakfast Club appearance, which was legendary for having an enormous view count, encouraged by 6ix9ine's no fucks given attitude, unrestrained braggery, and ability to command the room like very few people had before, as well as beginning the long-running trend of saying that he is X for X on Billboard.
You know, every song I put out since Gummo is charted.
I know.
Every song. Every song. Obviously, whatever I'm doing is working.
Nah, not when it comes to all that beef shit, man. I'm
listen,
telling you.
You don't got no Billboard records.
Famous last
listen,
words.
Listen, you don't got, listen, Charlamagne, you don't got no Billboard records.
Yeah, because I got a nationally syndicated radio show.
You don't got no Billboard records.
I got a nationally syndicated radio show. I got a New York Times best-selling book. I've had hit TV shows. I executive produce a lot of TV shows. I got movies coming out.
To be honest, if it wasn't for this, I would have never heard about you.
But let's not forget, it wasn't all W's for 6ix9ine over this period. A few days later, his XXL freshman pitch emerged, but they ended up dubbing him and leaving him off the list.
I'm Tekashi 6ix9ine, and this is why I deserve to be a 2018 XXL freshman.
Apparently, despite having the most viewed pitch of the batch, for some reason his video was temporarily taken down and he never made the cover.
I've been watching, you know, the XXL pitch. I'm leading the whole fucking shit. Everyone knows that shit is like my pitch out of all pitches come down. I'm leading it by margin, like 500,000. I think I'm the only pitch right now with 1 million views.
But he didn't let that XXL size L hold him back. A month later, he would release the soft crooning song Gotti, a solo feature of a track 6ix9ine had done with a guy called Pac-Man called Got It Got It. This is probably my favorite 6ix9ine song, and bizarrely, the second half of the music video was literally just him walking around in Dominican Republic, handing out $100 bills to random people. This was another big song and narrowly managed to slip in at number 99 on the Billboard charts, and weirdly, number 95 on the UK singles charts. This was really a change in direction for him, showing a much more soft, singing style of performance. He also bizarrely pretended to be in jail during the lead up to this song to try and drum up an extra buzz, before revealing that it was all cap.
Y'all wish I was in jail, right? You big dummy.
Careful what you wish for there, chum. By May, he dropped the first track that ended up appearing on his ill-fated Dummy Boy album, Tati. At this point, 6ix9ine is so thugged out that even his fucking car is a blood. I assume that same vehicle is set to make an appearance in Transformers Compton Edition. This track ended up peaking at number 46 on Billboard, making him 7 for 7. Now, Tati was nothing like Gotti and was very much a return to his crazy, hardcore rap style. It also featured a lot of thotties like his old videos, but also a healthy dosage of goons. Now, some have said that Tati was named after a stripper in Starlets, which is where some scenes of the video were filmed, but others have pointed out that Tati is actually the name of an 8-year-old girl suffering from cancer who 6ix9ine took on a shopping trip as part of a Make-A-Wish program. And of course, ironically, the song had him dissing people for snitching. However, at this point, 6ix9ine takes a little bit of time out before the release of his debut album to fly around the world and secure that bag. Look, like most people at this point, everybody is completely tired of 6ix9ine winning. And frankly, I'm tired of trying to come up with mean stuff to say about him. So let's take a short break from the come up and look at the return to his European second home, Slovakia. Now, 6ix9ine announced his world domination tour for the summer of 2018. The tour would run from June 15 to July the 6th all over Europe. Now, 6ix9ine was actually banned from performing at a bunch of venues in the US due to a whole host of beefs that he'd been having that we're going to cover later on. But basically, it was just easier for him to go over to Europe and get that bag touring than it was in America. After all, his songs and albums were charting all over Europe since he'd got his start building his fan base in Slovakia and the Czech Republic. The plan was to start in Slovakia and then go through the UK, UK, Germany, Amsterdam, several other European countries, and end up in Belgium. And this is actually the famous trip where 6ix9ine was seen on social media running around with an AK in his pantaloons. If you ask me, he looks like he popped a molly like a wheelie. As expected, this tour was well organised and documented by Yaksha of Fuck Them.
It's like my manager, my best friend, one of the best people I ever met. Make some noise for Yaksha.
And there's a handful of amazing behind-the-scenes tour documentaries on the Fuck Them YouTube channel which are well worth your time. You get to see some tour shenanigans where 6ix9ine pretended to be cucked in a hotel room, continuing his efforts to constantly go viral on Instagram like a less acne-ridden Supreme Patty. Now, unfortunately, 6ix9ine was actually denied entry into London and the show was cancelled.
For all my fans in London, Manchester, and the UK, I want to send an apology for not being able to enter for the show.
But 6ix9ine still showed love to an avid British fan who got caught skipping work in order to catch 6ix9ine's show in Barcelona and ended up losing his job.
It is unfortunate that we have to let you go after being with us for 12 years. The reasons are the following. You have taken a week off due to reasons of family wedding. However, we have Monterey on social media and the fact that you're taking off a week to see 6ix9ine.
But shenanigans aside, 6ix9ine was playing big, high-energy shows and clearly getting to that bag. In fact, while in France, he shot a music video with French rapper Lacrim, and that track, Bloody, ended up hitting number 11 on the French charts and number 17 on the Belgian charts when it released a year later whilst he was in prison. In fact, 6ix9ine was making so much cash in Europe that between takes on that music video with Lacrim, he decided to flex by throwing a whole bunch of euros on the floor from a Philip Plein bag.
Y'all niggas keep y'all dollars, you heard? This is the king of Europe. Keep that king of New York shit, you heard? It's real shit. Real spill. Philip Plein, you heard?
Oh, what a long way humble Danny Hernandez has come from originally saying that he would never rock designer clothes to this.
You never see Tekashi 6ix9ine in no Bape. You cannot find no picture of me ever in no name brand clothes.
Oh yeah?
I dare you to get this Gucci hat and this Gucci shirt.
Yo, bro, who am I?
And listen, it wasn't just 6ix9ine's wardrobe that was popping off to 2018. When he came back from tour, he took things up a notch and begun working on AAA releases. The first of which was the huge banger Fifi, alongside the more bitter, less humble and less charismatic Cardi B, Nicki Minaj. In the video, they got cozy playing patty cake, and Nicki Minaj spat her verse in a to scale model of her own ham wallet. God, Kenneth Petty is a brave man. Not only was this a career high for 6ix9ine, landing his highest charting single to date, coming in at number 4 on Billboard before rising to number 3, but this track went on to go octuple platinum, as well as being a top 10 hit in Australia, Hungary, Canada, New Zealand, Sweden, and Switzerland. And it went top 20 in Australia, Germany, the Netherlands, Norway, Portugal, and the jolly old UK. And I know that 6ix9ine has a habit of screwing everybody over, but he really put on for his day one homie Trife Drew and his Figure 8 production company who he let make that music video for Fifi with Nicki Minaj. Shame loads of it was out of focus then. Can we get a focus puller on the set, please? Hey, that's what happens when Drew doesn't film it.
If Drew didn't film it, then it ain't filmed right.
Right, so boom, now he's 8 for 8 on Billboard. Nicki Minaj even added that song to her Queen album to try and help her flagging numbers after she was famously beaten to the number 1 slot by Travis Scott. However, to drum up controversy and intrigue once again, 6ix9ine teased on social media that he would be going to jail forever. Not really one for the vision board, is it, Danny? He was likely capitalizing on renewed interest in the midst of his re-sentencing and the attention that he was getting from his ongoing Billboard success. Nicki Minaj actually also faced pressure to distance herself from Danny due to these charges, but she didn't cave, instead choosing to defend him. And whilst Fifi stormed the charts, 6ix9ine continued to do big features and continue his strategy of working with international rappers to get clout abroad. He appeared on the song Gigi, Skittles, I know what Skittles is, with German rapper Gringo, landing him a top 10 hit in Germany, and then appearing on Get the Strap with 50 Cent, who had become something of a clout mentor to 6ix9ine during his come-up, after 6ix9ine went viral for replicating the In the Club video on a shoestring budget. Apparently, 50 Cent was so impressed with 6ix9ine that he decided to gift him a bust-down inhaler filled with his own farts. And 6ix9ine duly returned the favour by providing his own car for the Get the Strap video. And 6ix9ine continued his international finesse by doing the Spanish language track BB with Anuel AA. This track featured a sizzling selection of video thotties that are so hot, I wasn't surprised that 6ix9ine had to perform his verse half submerged in water, most likely to hide his colourful, raging semi. Hey, it beats a pillow on your lap. Now, BB hit 30 on Billboard, but more importantly, it went #1 in Spain and #1 on the Billboard Hot Latin Tracks chart. And to this day on YouTube, it has close to 1 billion views, which means that this song probably had a bigger global reach than Fifi with Nicki, but just didn't get the same US chart certification success. And this was actually Anuel AA's first Billboard chart entry in the US, setting the stage for his later success on Uptown Vibes with Meek Mill and Marla on 6ix9ine's Dummy Boy album that didn't get a video. And he kept those international vibes going, making the track Allos Reloaded with French dance producer Vladimir Kochmar racking up 38 million views on YouTube. But my god, young 6ix9ine was just not done winning, because in October he dropped the Tay Keith produced banger Stupid! And this song had everything: a catchphrase, a fire beat, a verse from Bobby Shmurda recorded from jail. Hell, he even shot the music video in Dubai in a 6ix9ine car that he borrowed from Mo Vlogs.
In case you don't already follow me on Instagram, me and my sister uploaded a stupid challenge video with the Ferrari. I guess 6ix9ine liked it and he's coming to our house.
He finna smash your sister, bro. Hell, he even had Mo Vlogs and his sister shouting Treyway on some gang shit.
Treyway.
Free Bobby Shmurda, free Roddy Rebel,
Yo.
free the whole 9, free the GS9, you know that. Treyway.
Certified, guys. Alright, I'm out, we're hot, guys, that's the day. Treyway!
Damn, last time I saw 3 people with such suspicious sources of income in the same place, I was at a Firefest board meeting. Anyway, Stupid hit number 25 on the Billboard charts and went platinum. Then he had a track called Kick with Jamilian that went number 2 in Denmark. Then he had International Gangsters with Farid Bang and Capo and SCH. Then he worked with a Dutch rapper called Rari on the track Bozo, after Shotty met this dude whilst partying in Amsterdam, and they ended up recording this song together in Dubai. And so by the time he found himself on the Breakfast Club for the second time, in November, he was goddamn 10 for 10 on the Billboard charts. 10 for 10. 10. That's a lot.
Right now I'm 10 for 10.
10 for 10.
10 for 10 on the Billboard. And I got a project dropping November 23rd called Dummy Boy.
And so 6ix9ine's spectacular run on the Billboard charts in 2018 truly hits the crescendo point on November the 27th, when he releases his debut studio album Dummy Boy, sending fans wild with the fact that it has 2 Kanye West features on it, something fans had been fiending to hear ever since they were spotted together in the studio in September. Dummy Boy landed at number 2 on the Billboard charts and moved 66,000 units. But there was one big problem with the success of this album. When it dropped, 6ix9ine was sitting in jail, facing charges of armed robbery, conspiracy to commit murder and drug trafficking, all as part of his association with the 9 Trey Gangsta Bloods. That's right, people, it is Treyway! Now look, I personally love 6ix9ine's music, and you have to give him credit for the spectacular run that he had on the Billboard charts in 2018. However, we all know that a big part of the reason that he was so poppin' during this period was due to his extracurricular shenanigans. Once he found fame and musical success, he made every effort to rub it in people's faces.
When you think of Treyway, it's not just Tekashi 6ix9ine. There's a whole lot of members, part of the crew, part of the gang, and it's a label. Because every time people say Treyway, right, they refer to Shotty. And I'm trying to explain to them, it's not a gang and it's not a person, it's a label now.
We all know the Bloods have traditionally been a West Coast phenomenon, and the United Blood Nation of the East Coast is comprised of several different sets, one of which is the 9 Trey Gangsta Bloods, also originating on Rikers Island. And since being established in '93, 9 Trey has grown to reportedly over 1,000 members. Anyway, in 1994, when members of the newly established 9 Trey Bloods were released from Rikers Island, they apparently headed to Harlem and established operations in various bandos around the Lenox Avenue area. And some have reported that from those bases, some members of the gang even used women, children, and homeless people to sell crack, heroin, and even goddamn PCP. I mean, on the one hand, the Bloods are kind of poisoning their community, but then on the other hand, they're providing lucrative employment opportunities for the community. And with that in mind, I'm kind of surprised Trump hasn't even had a crack at subsidizing the Bloods to try and get some of those sweet inner city votes. But branching beyond the inner cities of Harlem, the 9 Trey Gangsta Bloods expanded their operation all over America, moving into other states such as Virginia, North Carolina, Baltimore, New Jersey, and beyond. But it hasn't always been roses and cherries for the 9 Trey Bloods. And 6ix9ine's story wasn't the first major L for the group. In 2006, around 90 members of the 9 Trey Bloods were arrested in a sting that was called Operation 9 Connect, which is also the name of the most tedious pub game in history. Then the supposed leader of the New Jersey set ended up catching 2 charges in 2011 and got sentenced to 13 years. In 2014, 3 members of the Virginia set were convicted on charges of racketeering racketeering, robbery, cocaine distribution, sex trafficking, and firearms-related offences. But I mean, what do you expect? It was in Virginia, where there ain't shit to do but cook. But that Fed case led to another 24 members catching convictions that year. But as we all know, the most monumental L for the 9 Trey Bloods came in 2019, when the Feds did a sweep on the whole gang, picked up 6IX9, turning him and 2 other closely connected members into cooperating witnesses. And 6IX9's participation in bringing down the 9 Trey organization in New York is particularly embarrassing, since he'd spent the last 13 months screaming Treyway in all kinds of questionable scenarios.
Treyway, major fucking shrinking. Major.
But for a long time, a lot of people were confused about what the hell Treyway even was. Was it another word for the 9 Trey Bloods? Or is Treyway just a record label? Or is Treyway just the name of some guy? Well, it's kind of confusing, so let me break it down for you and help you understand the true meaning of the way of the Trey, aka Treyway. It started as a phrase meaning the 9 Trey way of life, and it was immortalized forever in a book by Garland S.I. Tyree, and then it was resurrected by Seiko Billy as the name of the Treyway ENT record label. And while some people, Michael McCrudden, seem to incorrectly think that Treyway was a guy, this man, which sometimes people called Treyway, is actually Shotty, who before becoming the head honcho of Treyway ENT was supposedly certified senior management of the 9 Trey Bloods. So, how did 6IX9 get himself caught up in this whole bloody mess? Well, apparently it all begun when 6IX9 was staying at a gang-affiliated halfway house called the Doghouse. And this is where members of the 9 Trey used to hang out when they had nowhere to go or live.
They was at the Dog Pound, right? And the Dog Pound is considered a place where homies come to when they don't got nowhere to stay.
His manager at the time was a man named CEO Chris, or Christian Cruz. Now, this guy was heavily involved with the 9 Trey, but was also all about his business and was apparently going around the hood trying to sign people to his AP record label. Now, it would turn out later that AP would really stand for apparently police, but that's not important right now, because through CEO Chris and the people that were hanging around at the Doghouse, 6IX9 met 2 people, Seiko Billy and Snow Billy, members of the 9 Trey. Of course, Billy meaning 9 Trey member. Both Seiko and Snow were well regarded in the 9 Trey and begun to take an interest in helping 6IX9 progress his career. And god damn it seemed like you weren't truly 9 Trey unless you had a record label you were plugging. CEO Chris was trying to sign people to his AP label, Seiko Billy had set up his Treyway ENT label, and even Snow Billy had his own record label, the Death Row knockoff Billy Badass Records. After recording Gummo, 6IX9 told Seiko Billy that he wanted a bunch of authentic Blood gang members in his music video so it looked authentic. And lo and behold, the Billies came through in full force.
How did you two link up? Like,
it's just my homie from the town. We grew up together, you know what I'm saying? So there's always been love with us, you know what I'm saying?
Apparently 6IX9 bought thousands of red bandanas for everybody to wear looking blooded out. And of course they filmed the entire Gummo video outside of that brownstone block that served as the 9 Trey flop house. And boy howdy that worked. Because as we learned from the last video, 6IX9 blew up off of Gummo, truly putting his rainbow-headed tomfoolery on everybody's radar. So if repping the Blood Gang is working and truly getting you the attention you want, why not double down and join up fully? And according to Snow Billy, at some point following the recording of that video, whilst at the Dog Pound, 6IX9 is fully jumped into the Blood Gang.
The 7th day at the Dog Pound, Tekashi got jumped in by 3 of the little homies. You know, we're in the studio, one little homies came in and just stole on him. You know what I mean? They jumped him, and that right there solidified the spot as being part of the set.
And in case you don't know, jumping in refers to literally getting a savage beating from a gang in order to join. Literally being jumped so that you're in. Or anyone that remembers playing Saints Row might remember the act of being canonized.
Julius, if he wants to run with the Saints, he gotta be canonized.
You ready for this, player?
God, I'm a dog. And of course, it is this process of being jumped in that spawned the famous phrase, blood in, blood out. Drawing blood, that is to say spilling blood when you get jumped in, and the only way out of the bloods is spilling blood and dying, hence blood out. Thanks, Quora. But wait, wasn't 6IX9 at Crip? Well, given that the 9 Trey Bloods actually started life and are very prominent in Rikers Island, where 6IX9 actually spent 2 months after his performance with a minor charge, it's highly plausible that 6IX9 maybe had made some early connections to 9 Trey members whilst there. But let's not forget that the first video that he dropped after getting out of jail was the video Scum Life, when he was still repping the Scum Gang heavily. Now that group was loosely affiliated with the Crips, but 6IX9 is adamant that he was never a member of the Crips. But then again, if this bedspread's anything to go by, maybe he was a member of the Snoozin' 60s. But in 6IX9's defense, he has claimed several times that until he actually joined 9 Trey, he never threw up any personal gang affiliations, often pointing to the lyric in his song Gummo where he says that he's with his Billies and his Hoovers, referring to his 9 Trays and his Hoover Street Crips. I mean, I personally would have styled it out and just said that I meant vacuums instead of Hoovers, but to each his own. But then again, even after Gummo and joining the 9 Tray Bloods, Crip Blue Rags appeared in some of his videos, including Cuda, that saw Bloods, Crips, and even Bobby Shmurda's GS9 representing on the video set.
We here with the Lokes, you know what I'm saying? We on Gotti ETV, you know what I'm saying? We here loud. You know what I'm saying? You the good folks, you know that shit.
And during my research, I've seen several people say that Bloods and Crips are actually kind of cool with each other in New York. And over there, it's not quite as on-site with your different color wearing ops as it is in California. But that didn't stop the likes of Zilla Kami, Trippie Redd, and even the Breakfast Club grillin' 6ix9ine for supposedly switching sides.
So what about being a Crip and then becoming a Blood? What's the situation with that?
Yeah,
so pictures with bandanas around.
Yeah. So basically, it's Crips and Bloods. So if I'm with Crips and I'm with Bloods, yo, I didn't come home to this year, like, you know what I'm saying? So if people like, yo, you running with Crips, I'm running with Crips. If you people say you running with Bloods, I'm running with Bloods, or I'm running with both, I'm running with both. Like, they both my homies, you know what I'm saying?
Hell, a Crip named Crippy, aka Fahim Walter, was a senior member of security for 6ix9ine's crew during that whole reign and ended up going to jail with the whole Treyway gang when the organisation fell. So, once and for all, 6ix9ine was never a Crip. He did truly get jumped into the Bloods, and regardless, the Bloods and Crips aren't on site with each other in New York anyway. And so there you have it, 6ix9ine is a true badge-wearing member of the Blood Scouts. But at this point in the timeline, Treyway is still far from becoming the true household name that we know it as today.
What's the best record label in the world?
Treyway!
And so the man who is responsible for making Treyway a household and to a lesser extent cell-hold name that we know it as today is Kefano Jordan, aka Shadi. Shorty was born in Trinidad and Tobago in the 1980s before coming to the US with his family as a child and settling down in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. And since he'd never made a habit of being on social media and isn't a habitual self-snitcher like some people we know, not much is known about Shorty's come-up pre-6ix9ine. But what we do know is that he was plugged in with the 9 Tray from the early days and was a certified senior figure in the group. He had apparently been flagged in 2015 as a fugitive of the week, whilst being on the run for some robbery and firearm charges. And I tell you what, he didn't get the name Shotty doing Jaeger bombs at the bar. Because we found out after all of this was resolved in the trial that in the process of becoming second in command under the 9 Tray godfather Mel Murder, Shotty had famously shot 5 people in one night to earn his stripes. Earn your stripes? Shooting 5 people in a night makes you a goddamn Treyway zebra. But anywho, after his successful rental of the whole gang of 9 Tray Bloods following the Gummo shoot, 6ix9ine meets Shotty. And from here, Shotty and 6ix9ine become close friends, and as 6ix9ine's success and involvement in the 9 Tray gang increases, 2 things happen. Firstly, 6ix9ine, impressed by Shotty's street certifications in savagery, gets a lot closer to him in order to get the muscle and protection that he needs to do whatever he wants. And 2, Shotty sees how much money-making potential 6ix9ine has and begins to see the opportunity to hit a lick.
Just go do something different, like, you know, just get out the house, stop being stressed. I'm,
right.
You know,
just
like,
out
just go
there,
out the house. I'm just
right.
on the stoop and he just come by, like, yo, look, bro. I'm like, you know what? Come here, sit down. Let me see this shit. Let me see what you're doing. You know what I mean?
Hold on. So, but were you like the music nigga in the neighborhood? Like, what was it that about Tekashi that made him like, yo, I gotta holla at Shotty for this, man? Like, what was it about you, man? That was you doing music at the time? What was the vibe?
Nah, I wasn't actually doing music at the time. I was just you know, I was just, like I said, I was finding myself as well.
I feel he was around. I feel it. Yeah.
So as these two get closer and closer, and as other members of the 9 Tray begin to see the potential of 6ix9ine to be a cash cow, a rift begins to emerge in the group. And this would lead to some explosive falling out between the people that originally brought 6ix9ine into the fold, as everyone fights for control of this rainbow cash cow. But before long, Shotty and 6ix9ine were thick as thieves, and Shotty began to take an informal manager role, by which I mean he managed which beatdowns to administer to 6ix9ine's ops. So story goes that at a certain point, Shotty took control of 6ix9ine's career by force and commanded the Treyway ENT clique of Bloods surrounding 6ix9ine, all with the blessing of the head honcho of the 9 Tray, Mel Murder. Meanwhile, 6ix9ine is completely chuffed to have such a hardened, feared, and senior 9 Tray member as his right-hand man. It's kind of like having a tough older brother in high school, because Shotty was a truly hardened Blood. blood clot, if you will. And all 6ix9ine wanted was the toughest gangster he could find by his side so that he could be untouchable and go wherever he wanted.
I invite you to test my gangster.
But the problem,
straight up.
the problem with that, it's not gonna be
Somebody
you.
going.
I'm not the one supposed to. I'm not the one supposed to be shooting blood.
That is gang culture.
You know what I'm saying?
Lord have mercy. Famous last words. Pastor, please pray
Yo,
for the brother
bro,
Tekashi.
like they
So enjoying his newfound gang affiliations, 6ix9ine dials it up to 100 for the follow-up to Gummo Kuda. And at this stage, we're still only a month into 6ix9ine's career as a 9 Trey Blood member. And honestly, he just looks chuffed to even be there. On set, he is completely surrounded by Bloods and what appears to be an A$AP Rocky impersonator.
Stop playing with my niggas. Like shit is stop playing with the homies.
Of course, Shotty was there skulking around the set, and this was the video that 6ix9ine famously said had 200 Bloods and 100 Crips.
We got like 200 Bloods, 100 Crips.
Well, you know what they say, a blood in the hand is worth 2 in the Crip. Apparently from here, Treyway begun to be a catch-all term for the set of Bloods repping around 6ix9ine. And before long, Shotty and other members of the crew were repeating that Treyway catchphrase over and over again to the point where it was going viral in these streets.
Treyway. You feel me? Yo, you created the phrase of the year.
Treyway shit? Yeah, that's it.
Everybody saying Treyway this, Treyway that. How's it feel to be the hottest manager of the hottest? How does this feel? How does this feel?
Hold on. Not a manager. CEO.
I'm not mad at you. So let's change that up.
Yeah. He don't talk no more. If you have any questions for Tekashi 6ix9ine, talk to me directly. All he says is Treyway now.
So Shotty had co-opted the supposed Treyway ENT label for himself, and his roles as fake manager, 6ix9ine's muscle, and CEO of the label continued to become increasingly unclear. And as 6ix9ine's star continued to rise with that incredible Billboard run that we looked at in the last video, as did his reputation within the gang as a prominent 9 Trey Blood. So from there, that catchphrase Treyway, having been repeated over and over again by people in the crew, got more and more associated with 6ix9ine and his shenanigans. The Treyway catchphrase was spreading beyond the blocks of Bushwick and Bed-Stuy and getting associated with every single street beef that 6ix9ine was getting himself into. And the lines between the 9 Trey Gangsta Blood's actual criminal enterprise and the Treyway empire of trolling was getting increasingly blurred by the day. Hell, at one point they were even going to start selling Treyway weed.
Treyway shit, man. Treyway, look out for that Treyway strand, man.
I'll stick to my Treyway vinegar-laced fentanyl, thank you very much. In the face of all of this, Snow Billy, one of the senior 9 Trey members who had originally brought 6ix9ine into the fold, begun to get vocal about wanting to take 6ix9ine and his role in the 9 Trey into a different direction. Apparently, he begun suggesting that they shouldn't mix all of the 9 Trey gang's actual business in with 6ix9ine's public shenanigans, and essentially just being weary of making this rainbow-headed fool the public face of the 9 Trey Gangsta Bloods.
Making him, you know, as the face of the brand, and when I say the brand, I mean the gang brand, not the company business brand, was against my rules, you know?
I mean, it's kind of a smart position if you ask me. But the likes of Shotty and his underlings were making so much cash off of 6ix9ine, they weren't really trying to mess up this arrangement. So this differing of opinion between those that wanted to keep a low profile like Snow Billy and Seiko Billy didn't really gel with what Shotty and those closest to 6ix9ine were trying to do, causing a rift between these two factions.
We were a team at first, you know what I'm saying? But shit got a little crazy. Visions start crossing paths, you know what I mean? Everybody vision ain't the same. You know what I'm saying? So things, it was a power struggle. And to keep it a buck, Treyway, that shit is catchy.
Now fortunately for Seiko Billy, he was moving smart and silent, and when he felt like 6ix9ine's public shenanigans were going to lead to the kind of trouble that might get him killed or put in jail, he quietly fell back.
I don't condone it, so I realized, you know what? I'm only worried about the music. I don't gotta prove I'm hard. I been did that. I did that, you know what I'm saying? I don't gotta prove that. Not over no raps, nothing. I'm here to just make music and make this bread, entertain.
Right.
So I decided I fall back from that type of shit, because that shit ain't gonna do nothing but lay me back in the can.
However, unfortunately, Snow Billy decided to be a little bit more open about the dissatisfaction that he felt with the direction that Shotty was taking 6ix9ine. Later, Snow Billy famously said that Shotty isn't a businessman, he's a robber, referencing how when Shotty realized that he could hit a lick managing 6ix9ine, he strong-armed everybody else out the picture.
Shotty is a robber. You know, he's not a businessman, he's not business-orientated.
Story goes that Snow Billy began speaking down on what had happened publicly, openly expressing his dissatisfaction at Shotty and Mel Murder's leadership of the 9 Trey Bloods, and we later found out explosively at the final trial of the 9 Trey that Snow had actually been recorded saying that he was going to kidnap and murk Mel Murder. And well, let's not forget that Shotty shot 5 goddamn people in one day, so obviously this isn't going to be allowed to slide. At this point, Shotty and the 9 Trey apparently put a hit on Snow Billy, as you do when, you know, you're running a violent criminal enterprise. And in January, Snow Billy got shot in the head and the neck, which he miraculously survived.
As I was going to my house, I got out the car to go handle something real quick because it was my birthday and we was going out. as I was getting out the car, two individuals came out behind me, which was my cousin, and another individual who's like my cousin, and one shot me in the neck, and the other one shot me in the back of the head.
But the wildest thing of all is the fact that the shooter was actually Snow Billy's cousin, a man named Aaron Bat Young, who actually pled guilty for this attempted murder and got a 20-year sentence for that and some other crimes related to the 9 Tray takedown. But even more crazy is, according to Snow Billy, the second shooter that was involved in that hit on him was, drumroll please, 6IX9INE himself. However, it's important to remember that this was not corroborated in the courtroom testimony, and some people have casted doubt on some of Snow Billy's more wild accusations. So it is possible that 6IX9INE being involved in this shooting could be complete cap, but goddamn, that would be a wild story if it was true. So even though this attempt didn't put Snow out of action, because he'd been on the run for parole violations, once he turned up at the hospitals with those gunshot wounds in his head and neck, he then ended up sitting in jail for 5 months. So in a sense, even though the attempt wasn't successful, Shotty had got what he wanted. Snow Billy was out of the picture, and Treyway ENT was his ship to steer.
You know why you were shot, and the reason why you were shot is because you didn't want to give the sanction for the rainbow head boy to be in the Treyway.
But it seemed like Shotty must have been huffing more than that cigar, because the sense of his own fart gas must have gone straight to his head, and he pushed the Treyway ENT label forward, continuing to involve the group publicly in 6IX9INE shenanigans without a care in the world, and continuing to flex his CEO muscles by signing any old turd that he could find on his block, polishing them up, wrapping them in a red bandana, and calling them an artist underneath the new death row.
We come to change the status quo of the label right now, you know? We come to raise the bar. We come to give artists a real voice. Like, you get it?
Yeah.
Come to actually give them a chance to benefit from their craft.
Yeah.
Like, wholeheartedly, not getting jerked around and, you know, actually getting paid properly for what they're doing.
Right.
Just a breath of fresh air, like, you know?
With CEO Chris and Snow Billy out of the way, Shotty was free to run riot and grow his borrowed imprint Treyway Entertainment into the death row knockoff he had always dreamed of. Well, Snow Billy had always dreamed of. Beginning the trend of filling lobbies outside rooms where 6IX9INE was being interviewed with goons, and involving himself in said interviews as much as humanly possible.
Oh, look at the shotty right there. Treyway!
It's Treyway!
Oh, gosh! So, you know what I'm saying?
Can we talk to the CEO of the label? Put Trey on the mic.
So whether he's on the internet saying I'm gangster, come touch me, come take my chain, that's how he feels and what he wants to promote.
And to be fair, for a little while when Seiko Billy was still involved, positioning him in interviews alongside 6IX9INE looking like legitimate label mates.
My man Seiko Billy, you know what I'm saying?
Now naturally, a lot of the music that came out of the Treyway ENT label didn't really get much shine. Partly because 6IX9INE was taking up all of the attention with his shenanigans, and partly because, you know, a lot of it wasn't very good. But to his credit, as the CEO of Treyway, you got to admit that Shotty did have his finger in a lot of pies. Admittedly not very good pies, but pies nonetheless. I mean, there was like a dozen artists affiliated with the Treyway label. Problem was, it was never clear what Shotty's role was. Was he managing them, releasing their music, or just promoting them for the love of the local artists? For example, one of the more legit showcases of the Treyway ENT label was their September 2018 interview and cypher on Hot 97. This showcased a number of members of the crew. There was Betty Idol, aka Salome from Love and Hip Hop Atlanta, wearing a ridiculous blonde wig that I assume she was using to smuggle cocaine for the 9 Tray. One of the songs that she'd been promoting with Shotty was the abysmal Poppin' Tags. I mean, this track was so bad it made Alyssa Violet look like a good rapper. He had a guy called Fuzz Black, or Fuzzy Fazzu from Jersey, who had had a street hit Black and Decker with Fetty Wap, and had another song that was popping in the streets with Fatboy SSE that was called Found Myself, and even ended up getting a remix with Lil Yachty. It was actually a pretty decent song. Another was Alshon Martin, ironically a Hoover Street Crip from LA, as we learned from his song Bean. He was also notable for his single Fashion, which listed Shotty and 6IX9INE as executive producers themselves. And apparently he even had a song in the vault with 6IX9INE called Homicide that was never released, likely due to everybody going to jail not too long after the cypher where he announced the damn thing. And of course the final clinger-on in the Treyway Hot 97 cypher was everybody's least favourite character in Friends, Phoebe, or Febby. F-E-B-Y, Phoebe? At the time, she seemed to be the least active in the clique. Her biggest song seems to be the furry fetish anthem Boo'd Up, which seemed to star a stuffed bear that was straight pimpin'. Sorry, but how are stuffed animals out here getting more ass than me? Anyway, Phoebe cut her teeth mainly doing remixes of other big artist songs, which obviously means not only will nobody care about her trash remixes of already good songs, but she also won't have earned any money due to copyright infringement of all the beats she'd stolen. Damn, that's some good management right there. It's fucking Trey! But beyond all of these faces that were trotted out for Shotty's cypher on Hot 97, there was also a stable of genuine gangsters that Shotty was trying to promote as Treyway ENT rappers. Of course, as you already know, there was initially Seiko Billy, who had some early success under the label with his song Billy Dat, you know, before he realized that everybody was going to jail and he fell back. And insanely, that Billy Dat video was actually partly filmed by 6IX9INE himself, right at the height of his fame. And before leaving the crew, he'd also done a track called Beverly Hills, with another Treyway duo, the Pop Out Boys, made up of Fleazy Bambino and Joey Fettuccini. But to be fair to Seiko Billy, he didn't give up on his hip-hop aspirations just because the Treyway crew had crumbled. He went on to drop a track called Lingo on Adam 22's No Jumper channel, which I would say didn't get the love that it deserved and is actually a banger. Then of course there's everybody's favorite Times Square shooter Kuda B. He returned the favor of 6IX9INE naming a song Kuda by creating a song of his own and calling it 6IX9INE. Clout chasing to the highest degree there. I mean, it's got to feel a little bit embarrassing, right? Naming a song after a guy that would eventually put you in the slammer for a long ass time. Another prominent 9 Trey member called Rome Murder, who we'll be talking about in a bit more detail later, along with 6IX9INE's Crip security guard Crippy, seemed to have their own imprint that they were repping called Jack Boys ENT.
Come on, Jack Boy shit. Come on, man. Poppin', blood.
Now, it's not entirely clear if this was an imprint or subsidiary of Treyway or it was his own thing, but they seem to be pushing an artist called Swayze, who actually had a song called Jack Boys that Shotty was also promoting. And there were a few other miscellaneous artists that Shotty was shilling, such as Cali the Goon, Fetty Wap's baby mama Alexis Sky, and someone called Dios. And never one to miss out on an opportunity to get added clout, Shotty even seemed to create these weird faux management situations with any young clout demons that he'd encounter whilst being on the road with 6IX9INE. So strangely, for a period, Shotty actually ended up becoming the official manager for hip-hop's favorite punching bag, Skinny from the 9.
Like father, like son.
Come on, man. Treyway shit, man. Come on.
What they talking about?
Come on, man. Come on, man. Look at that neck.
This is an exclusive piece.
And also going on to manage successful rapper, alright, no, seriously, rapper, she's a rapper, Cuban Doll. However, if you ask me, there was a moment in that Treyway interview on Hot 97 where the facade kind of fell a little bit. Because when Shotty outlined the Treyway business plan, it seemed like things were lacking a little bit.
We all give content, everybody knows what they're capable of.
Right.
Right? Now we're at the point where they need to generate some money. So now our core fans come in and support. This is the way that they work. This is their job.
Right.
Right? So when I get the proper deal, when I get a proper situation for them, you're gonna hear the Treyway out. And if I get a situation tomorrow, somebody calls my phone like, Shy, you know those millions we asking for that? Here we go. They all go to work.
Treyway album,
but they don't work for free. And these are the dopest people in the game. They are. Guaranteed they are, but I won't let them work for free. Like,
it sounded like he was just wrangling all of this artists in the hopes that he would eventually get given some big legitimate label deal to actually put out and promote their music. But guessing from the way that he was out here in these streets behaving on some gang shit, I'd say that there was a pretty slim chance that any label worth their salt would give Shotty money to run his imprint. I mean, I always felt that it was really ironic for Shotty to be running around saying that he was the new Suge Knight and that Treyway was the new Death Row. Because Shotty, much like Suge, was incredibly reliant on having a stronghold over a slim selection of artists. And when that talent left, sure, it took a bit of time, but Suge Knight, just like Shotty, would end up with fuck all going on. And yeah, sure, Shotty, Suge Knight and Death Row came into the game with a ruthless ferocity.
This new Death Row shit is scary. Are you scary? Or are you a businessman?
No, we're business.
What are we?
We're business. It's business, all about business.
The Death Row shit scares people.
No,
you get what I'm saying? Like you gotta
respect the ferocity that Death Row came into the game with. They came into the game for fierce. They came in to get their point across.
Yeah.
They came into the game to make money for their artists.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? And Treyway can do the same.
But where did all that ferocity get Suge Knight? Oh yeah, in the fucking slammer. So as time went by, the relationship between 6IX9INE and Shotty grew closer and closer. Brotherly, romantic even. However, beyond all of that brotherly love and his ambitions of becoming the next Suge Knight, as many have attested before, it started to look like Shotty was really just there to hit a lick. And although 6IX9INE became a bona fide member of the 9 Trey gang, his involvement in the business of the 9 Trey Gangsta Bloods was far from standard for a new recruit. Later, according to his court testimony, we would find out that in order to be down with the 9 Trey, you would have to put in work. But in his case, he wasn't forced to do any crimes or commit any violence or be involved in the gang, but he didn't really need to be involved in any of the serious crimes or violence that the gang was up to. Well, apart from what he chose to be involved in. No, because after Gummo blew up, the money was rolling in, and once Shotty had gotten his claws into 6IX9INE, his role quickly became as simple as bankrolling the 9 Trey Bloods. Apparently, all he was tasked with doing was making hits, cashing checks, and paying that money forward so that the gang could buy guns for their armory, drugs to sell on the street, and I assume just lots of red things. Another big part of this was contributing money to those that were behind the wall, suggesting that if he looked after the senior incarcerated Bloods like Goo or Frank White, financially, the Bloods on the street would look after him. This wasn't explicitly extortion or protection money, but for a $250,000 payday, 6ix9ine might take home $185, and the rest would go to letting the crew eat. There was occasions where 6ix9ine would meet up with Shotty or another senior member of the group Harv, who we'll be talking about later, and giving them $25,000 or $35,000, with Shotty saying something to the effect of, "I gotta take care of the homies gotta eat. We ain't got no guns out here, so we got to equip ourselves." Now this is a dangerous situation, especially considering the fact that this is the period where 6ix9ine's beefs are beginning to reach fever pitch. Because once he realized that he had the protection of the Bloods to be completely untouchable, and that beefing other rappers would get him loads of attention that would be humongously helpful for his career, he started wilding out and beefing everybody just for clout. And with CEO Chris and Snow Billy out of the picture, 6ix9ine and Shotty were free to go all the way in on their misguided route of publicly beefing with rappers and letting the 9 Trey gangsters under Treyway ENT settle those disputes publicly with gang violence. And all of this exciting drama surrounding 6ix9ine and the music that he was putting out obviously contributed a whole bunch to people clicking on, consuming his music, and contributing to his big Billboard run.
Imagine me, like if I'm like on World Star, like Tekashi 6ix9ine just got knocked the fuck out. Imagine.
After joining the 9 Trey Bloods and dropping his song Gummo, 6ix9ine's ridiculous name was ringing in these streets and on the Billboard charts. Money was flying in, and since money talks, 6ix9ine was able to buy his way to the very top of the 9 Trey Bloods and allow his money to start talking a whole lot of shit. Because 6ix9ine was contributing hundreds of thousands of dollars to the 9 Trey Bloods, they were determined to protect their investment. Problem is that around this time, 6ix9ine worked out that the best way to get clicks, streams, and income was controversy and beef. And I mean, why not beef for clout? I mean, at this point, he'd already gotten so many tattoos for clout that his face looked like a men's room wall in a subway station. And with the muscle of the 9 Trey Bloods behind him, 6ix9ine felt completely untouchable. And like a boy with a VPN and a brand new Tinder account, he felt like he could tell everyone to suck his dick without consequence. This led to 6ix9ine having a wild 2018 with back-to-back beefs with some of the biggest names in the hip-hop industry. Now at this point, 6ix9ine is already no stranger to beefing. If you've been watching the Clout Chronicles from the start, you could consider the likes of Scum Gang from episode 1 or Zilla Kami and Righteous P from episode 2 their own beefs respectively. But the thing about those beefs is they were personal. And you could also consider the beef with Trippie Redd, and this was an important moment for 6ix9ine because it was the first time that he had put to work the 9 Trey Bloods muscle to put the beats on a hip-hop rival. Long story short, after Zilla Kami exposed 6ix9ine's underage scandal, Trippie Redd, who at this point had 2 songs out with 6ix9ine, decided to publicly denounce him as a pedo and distance himself from him. A few months later, after meeting his Treyway goons, 6ix9ine pulled up on Trippie Redd and had his gang of Bloods sucker punch him. And this then led into a year-long back and forth between Trippie and 6ix9ine and culminated in Trippie's ex-girlfriend Alex hopping into 6ix9ine's bed for a clout romp. Because, you know, what better way to be taken seriously as a female artist? But anywho, Trippie Redd's reddened lip was only the tip of the fightberg. Because from this point, that rainbow-headed clown shark had a taste for blood. 6ix9ine went on tour all over America, picking fights with gangsters and then jumping, hiding behind his 9 Trey Blood goons. Now you might remember from episode 4 of the Clout Chronicles, 6ix9ine's World Domination tour that took place in mid-2018. This saw him running all over Europe, collecting rainbow bags in all kinds of colourful European monies. However, calling the tour the World Domination Tour was a little bit of a stretch. It was more like the tour of all of the places that I won't immediately be killed by my ops on site tour, but apparently that was quite difficult to fit onto the poster. Now I say that because earlier on in 2018, 6ix9ine had already attempted to go on tour with mixed results. In that I mean that it resulted in a mixture of blood and shit in his drawers. So following the release of 6ix9ine's Day 6ix9ine compilation mixtapey type thing, he announced his Day 6ix9ine tour with a number of dates in the US. However, many of these dates would be left cancelled or simply ended up being no-shows, as 6ix9ine went city to city starting beef with the local gangsters ahead of his shows. However, before we get into it, I want to point out that this saga was exceptionally documented by fellow hip-hop YouTuber and DJ Academic's most hated op, Dom is Live News, who affectionately dubbed this tour the Test My Gangster World Tour and even had some pretty banging merch made up to commemorate the occasion. So shout out to Dom is Live one time. He's one of the greats, so is Academics for the record, and it's well worth watching both of their original analysis on many of the incidents that I'll be discussing in this video. Right, so things seem to really kick off in January 2018, when Dom reported that 6ix9ine had been G-checked on Instagram by an LA Blood named Big Homie Rum. First off, nothing more gangster than G-checking someone on Instagram. Secondly, I see you Zilla Kami going straight in there with that petty like. Now this was an early setting of the tone and really summarized the way a lot of LA and West Coast Bloods felt about 6ix9ine and the way that he was repping the Blood Gang. Many felt that he wasn't repping the gang culture correctly and he was essentially just faking his gangster. But from here, it seemed that no-name gangsters from all over the country decided to throw their red rag into the ring and start a beef with 6ix9ine for a little bit of delicious clout juice. Now, only a few days after getting digitally G-checked by Big Bomy Bum from LA, 6ix9ine flew out to do some shows in Minnesota for Super Bowl weekend. And I gotta say, the reception he got there was cold like Minnesota. Because soon after his scheduled first performance, an explosive video emerged of somebody squaring up to him outside the venue before gunshots ring out and everybody hits the deck. Now, there's been some mixed reports about what actually went down here. Some have said that 6ix9ine was given $20K upon arriving to the venue and then tried to actually get out of performing saying that he was sick, whereas others have said that he arrived to the venue ready to perform, but some miscellaneous goons were there trying to press him, so he used being sick as an excuse to duck out from the danger and not get pressed on camera or on stage. And others have said that this was only ever meant to simply be a walkthrough, not a real performance, so it's possible that there was maybe a misunderstanding about exactly what 6ix9ine's billing was that night. However, regardless of what the exact circumstances were, what we do know to be fact is that it led to the promoters and their respective goons wiling out on 6ix9ine as we saw in the video. But 6ix9ine wasn't really miffed by any of this. He responded to the incident and footage, goading his ops, reminding everybody that he's never gonna get touched.
Yo, Tekashi, why they so mad at you? Cause you never gonna get touched. They will never touch me, man.
And the day after that, he hit Privé nightclub at his second attempt to perform a show in Minnesota. I mean, at least this time he actually made it to the stage. However, there must have been a forecast of hail that night because some of the goons in that crowd decided to hit 6ix9ine with the impromptu ice bucket challenge, making it rain in the club Minnesota style by throwing a bucket of ice, and followed by the bucket itself. I gotta say, I feel like throwing snow in Minnesota is somehow mad disrespectful. It's like throwing a handful of sand in somebody's face in Dubai, because that shit's everywhere. But once again, 6ix9ine reacted in exactly the same way on Instagram, saying that he takes no L's and he still gets checks when the club gets shut down.
Y'all get me paid. It ain't nothing for me to come to your city and collect. I don't even gotta perform. Minnesota, I fuck with you hard, man. I see the fucking vibes, man. I see the change. Still untouched, man. Minnesota, we fuck with y'all, man. Y'all don't stop the bag, man.
6ix9ine followed this up, saying that he ran those Minnesota goons off their block.
I run them off their block, $250,000 in the stash, about that grind from my spot. Niggas talking about the cash in my bag, worth a lot. I be running these niggas off their own block.
I mean, I'm not sure if that was before or after his homie was ice skating on stage, looking like motherfucking Treyway on ice in this bitch. But still untouched, that was essentially the end of the Minnesota beef. And from here, 6ix9ine ditched that puffer jacket and headed for a warmer climate of Los Angeles.
I'm not entertaining no more beef on the internet. I don't got nothing to prove to y'all. I've been talking my shit for 5 straight months. I still haven't been knocked out. Nobody touched my gangster. All that shit is whack. We doing it for the kids, man. 2018, nothing but positivity.
Now, for a moment following the Minnesota incident, it looked for a second like 6ix9ine might be growing up. He'd publicly sworn off beef like an overconfident basic bitch going vegan for a New Year's resolution. Or much like my Pornhub search history, we were about to get a very mature 6ix9ine. Hell, maybe he'd even set aside some time to get that GED that he'd promised the judge he would in order to stay out of jail. Look, see, he's studying, no more beefing. He even asked his fans for help on the test.
52,500 divided by 3.
But then again, I'm not sure you're going to be allowed into the exam with the answers on your face, Danny. However, like most fake-ass vegans, once he arrived in LA, the sight of a delicious fillet steak sizzling in the skillet was too much for him to resist. And so when LA gangbanger Spanky Loco of the Hispanic gang the Serenos dissed him publicly online, 6ix9ine put down his pencil, picked up that knife and fork, tucked his red bandana into his shirt like a napkin, and got to chowing down on some delicious beef.
Anybody that fuck with fuckers with paperwork, with rape, child sex charges, I find out y'all cool with that, y'all bump that shit, y'all fuck with that shit, pass that shit, let that shit slide around me, we're gonna have problems. Best believe we're gonna have problems. And you know when I say that shit, that's just for real. That shit gets no pass around me.
Sorry, but why does this guy have a Cadillac parked on his cheek? Okay, so there's the situation. 6IX's hood pass has been revoked by the guy who's got GTA cover art for a face. Well, it's no surprise he didn't take that seriously, reiterating that he doesn't check in with anyone, seemingly whilst in that nicely painted room from Scarface.
There's gangsters all over this world. I don't check into nobody, you know what I'm saying? I respect everybody's soil that I walk on, but I do not check in anywhere I go.
Fun fact, I also had a Scarface mural painted on my wall as a child too. Now, 6IX went on to point out something very true, that all these supposed gangbangers are just also looking for clout by running around saying that he needs to check in.
Oh, I want clout, I want to make a name for myself. Everybody who mentioned my name is a fucking rapper. Y'all not fucking gangsters, y'all rappers, and y'all want names for yourselves.
Which is very true, you know, it's easy to get caught up in 6IX's whole Test My Gangster tour and forget that it's really the people that are provoking him that are the true clout chasers here.
And name a situation I started.
I don't know if he started any.
All right, that's all. Name
No,
one.
that's not all. You do escalate a
name
lot
one
of
situation
things,
I started.
I never said that. I said things.
Nah, I know,
I just
but
say
I
things
just-
go from
I
1
wanna
to
know.
100.
Nah, I
That's
know.
all.
And at no point was this more obvious than when Spanky Loco replied to 6IX's post, once again telling him to check in.
The only place you solid is in the motherfucking PC tank, and that's real spit. And I'm gonna tell you like this: anytime that I fly out, go out the country, go out the state, go across state, I always check in with my loved ones. I always check in with the natives. I always tap in and tune in with the ones that hold it down. So, by all means, homie, check in with the boy. I see you cancel one show, smart move, but I'm waiting for you in LA. Pull up.
Now, Spanky confirmed at this point that 6IX's LA shows were indeed getting cancelled, but 6IX clapped back, denying that he was the one cancelling LA shows, before confirming that they were indeed getting cancelled.
To all the fans, I want y'all to know, 6IX9 and the Scum Gang did not cancel no shows in LA, you know what I'm saying? Even though the shows got canceled, we're still gonna be in LA.
Before Shorty jumped on camera, further inviting the LA goons to test Treyway's gangster and declaring a no-fly zone in New York.
Look what's happening, man. If y'all was really gangster, y'all wouldn't have canceled the shows. Y'all wouldn't have said nothing. Y'all would have waited till we popped up and did what y'all did. But we know y'all ain't really with the shits. Look at the homies, man. Look to the left of me. Look to the right of me. Look to the right of me, man. We outside. Whoa! And we coming to LA. We be there in the morning.
Ain't niggas, y'all, if y'all wanna act like bitches, we'll cut no fly zone in the East Coast.
So it turns out that threats of gang violence don't really do wonders for the nerves of concert promoters. And this led to 6IX appearances in San Diego being duly cancelled too, leading to the only rapper in the game who's named after how many years old his weathered face makes him look, Bosco100, to mock 6IX's cancellations on Instagram. But 6IX clapped back at Bosco, saying he didn't cancel and confirming he's going to LA next week. Now, in spite of his LA and San Diego shows being cancelled, 6IX still performed the first scheduled show of his in Phoenix, Arizona.
Boy, stop watching where I'm at, you dick-sucking, clout-eating, clout-chasing LA fucking rappers. Nigga, I'm coming, nigga.
Where we at? Arizona, right?
And after that, despite all of his shows being cancelled, he still rocked up to LA as planned and walked through the mall taking pics with fans. But I gotta say, 6IX looked pretty shook. I mean, here he looked so scared that he even tried paying protection money to the pavement. But apparently it didn't take Spanky Loco long to turn up at the mall looking for him, posting an Insta snap of him there at the mall looking for 6IX, panting like he just jogged all the way there from Boyle Heights. 6IX replied in his usual mature style.
They looking at their phone right now like, you can't be a local and be like, yo, I can't come here. And then I come here and y'all just took an L. Like, y'all took an L. Like, what the fuck?
As well as beginning his long-running trend of speaking reckless on Instagram Live and incriminating himself.
Everyone remembered when I told Trippy, you can't come to New York. Remember when I said that? Remember when he came to New York, what happened? Now, I didn't know what the I didn't have nothing to do with it, but...
And so as Spanky Loco was running between H&M and Uniqlo looking for 6IX at the mall, the Treyway gang were continuing to flex the fact that they were in LA, as we saw in posts from 6IX's label mate and part-time Hoover Street Crip, Alshon Martin.
We still out here, and
it's a fact, man.
And
Hollywood Boulevard.
No, right. So what checking in is going on? We don't check in. What the f you niggas talking about? We don't even check in at a hotel. Treyway.
Well, I guess it looked like someone was checking in, because a local Crip named Juba Loke decided to try and check in at 6IX's hotel, most likely ruining the hotel porter's day.
Where's you at? We at your hotel. that hotel room. Hey, we at your hotel. We just kicked your Rolls Royce. We just kicked your Rolls Royce.
That's right, cuz what's more gangster than kicking an empty Rolls Royce? From there, 6ix9ine continued to troll, telling Juba Loke on his live that he was outside the studio waiting for him.
Where you at?
But now the clout chasing is in full effect and goons all over the country are sliding over to 6ix9ine's social media trying to get a piece of the action. He was scheduled for another show in San Antonio on the 22nd of February, which again some local goons duly barred him from.
Hi, San Antonio. So y'all already know that there's been a lot of talk about this food that's coming down to our city this week. So we're here on behalf of the Order Hornets to let this nigga know you are not allowed in our city.
You're not welcome here. We don't fuck with no motherfucking child molesters in this city, bitch.
Fuck you. Penitentiary rules are in effect. He will not come here. I am deadly serious about this.
Oh, well, I guess it does seem that they truly believe in barring 6ix9ine from their city on principle. I'm sure it's got nothing to do with their rap careers that they're eager to mention.
This has nothing to do with our rap careers, Versace Boys, none of that.
Yep, has absolutely nothing to do with our rap career, the Versace Boys. You can check us out on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. And it's got nothing to do with our trash music video that only dropped the week after all of this beef and has only 17,000 views to date. No, I guess I probably can't play a show in San Antonio now, can I? Now, 6ix9ine, obviously feeling very intimidated by these fools, duly headed out to San Antonio and got straight to trolling.
Hey, Holmes. You're not good in my city, Holmes. Hey, blood. Don't be coming out here, blood. Understand, blood?
And so 6ix9ine managed to troll all of the local gangs on the West Coast without getting touched once. But for the record, many people did call him out for supposedly posting his location on Instagram several hours after he had left the places he said he was. Dom is Live reported on this very early in the game and Juba Loke called him out for it too.
He says, I ain't gonna be hard to miss. We in fucking LA, All-Star Weekend.
I ain't gonna be hard to miss, man. We in fucking LA All-Star Weekend, man. Y'all know what the fuck going on.
But he was too stupid and he parked right in front of a building. And I want to show you guys this. This building is in Houston, Texas.
Now, I've got to give respect to Dom for catching 6ix9ine out there, but I kind of have an issue with anybody that sort of saw this as that big gotcha moment for 6ix9ine. Because if anything, this is just another genius move. Because something that kept getting lost over and over again in this whole saga was the fact that people just keep on forgetting that 6ix9ine is a complete troll through and through. It's not actually his goal to get murdered by gangsters. And all sides in these beefs are looking for clout. He's making cash, getting clicks, and basically just playing a game of Treyway Where's Waldo. But we all know the universe has a real up sense of humor, which is why on his way out of LA, 6ix9ine finally got caught lacking at LAX airport. But it wasn't the Bloods, or the Crips, or the Serenos, or the Latin Kings, or even Grove Street, or the Ballers, or the Leone family, or even the goddamn Liberty City Triads. It was some civilians. As 6ix9ine and his Treyway blood tourage headed to the airport after a successful all-star weekend, the mood was celebratory, because unlike the preteen girls that he likes to party with, 6ix9ine had remained untouched. But two of his Treyway entourage, specifically Seiko Billy, who you might remember from founding the Treyway label, as well as having the song Billy Dat, and Billy Ardo, the Treyway goon who 6ix9ine had been traveling with and who'd been pondering his own potential demise in Los Angeles, seemingly in an airplane flying out of Yo Mama International Airport.
Yo, on my mama, we coming to Cali. You see what this is? This is an airplane. On my mama, we coming to Cali. You know what I'm saying? We will be out there, you know what I mean?
Now, story goes, outside LAX, Seiko Billy and Billy Ardo saw a couple of chicks that were struggling with their suitcases and decided to spit a little game. They offered the girls some help with their bags, but their fellas eventually strolled over and told the 9 Trey boys to scram. However, after heading to the car on the way to leave and realizing that they were beefing with 6ix9ine and his Treyway boys, one of these dudes took off his jacket and squared up looking for all the smoke. And well, high on the bravado of being completely untouched on the Test My Gangster tour, another member of the 6ix9ine Treyway entourage and Shotty's right-hand man at the time, future Tekashi kidnapper Anthony Harv Ellison, came in hot and started swinging on one of the guys. Now, a mass brawl immediately broke out between the Treyway crew and these two men. And to his credit, 6ix9ine even jumped in, swinging rainbow fists, before getting swiftly floored like a dropped bag of Skittles. I mean, I gotta say, the footage from this fight was absolutely wild. The brawl spilled out onto the roadway outside LAX airport, but the craziest thing is that this really was a random occurrence, rather than a clout-motivated beef. Even though the guys were rappers named AC High and Priceless from a little-known rap crew called Aquileo. And following the fight, they did tell the story from their perspective.
You come up here, you disrespecting the chicks, you disrespecting the females, now you disrespecting me. I don't know who y'all must think I am. Well, let's see then. And that's when I went and put my jacket back up, and then I just was like, well, let's go then, since y'all, you know, since this is what it is now.
Cause we love it.
in a clip where Priceless appeared with a butterfly stitch on his head, something that was referenced by 6ix9ine when Charlemagne on the Breakfast Club interview claimed to know these guys.
The Coelho is my guy.
Who the dude that got his face torn up? The one with the stitches?
I don't know.
You saw the butterfly stitches he had that it was like torn, like it was like 3 inches. I think I got the picture.
Remember when you reported the story? Remember when you reported the story and you was like a Coelho and I was like, oh, I know them dudes.
Is he your man or not?
It's a bunch of them. I don't know who exactly was there.
Yo, once I mentioned butterfly stitches, I don't know which one, but
6ix9ine responded immediately after this incident, saying that he ain't giving up trolling.
I'm gonna keep trolling these niggas, man.
You keep trolling?
Man. You know that.
Hey, what's your message to those guys that are looking for you?
I mean, they still haven't found me.
But many rejoiced at the fact that 6ix9ine had finally been touched, even if it was just for a brief moment by a couple of nobodies. Now, all of 6ix9ine's shenanigans had been getting under the skin of a fellow LA blood, YG. Now, YG is supposedly a certified member of the Treetop Pyru Bloods, who I assume really light up their ops around Christmas time. Now, YG didn't take the bait and start beefing with 6ix9ine initially, instead leaving the dirty work to his label underling, homie who he left behind in the hood, and fellow Treetop Pyru, Slim 400, aka Mr. I tell a bitch N-word hola. Slim 400 decided that when 6ix9ine was talking about no-fly zones and coming to LA to press him on the gram, making a bizarre post on Valentine's Day of all days, wearing a weird Jerry curl wig, telling 6ix9ine he's pulling up when he arrives.
Your little show, I'm pulling up. You don't gotta check in, but I'm gonna check in with you, nigga. I'm gonna be at that door, nigga. You see the Jerry curl, nigga? I'm dripping juice, nigga.
Dripping? Really, Slim? You ain't got no bitches you can hit for Valentine's? You got a link with a rainbow-haired kid for Valentine's? Okay, to each his own. I'm sure YG wouldn't approve. Anyway, a few days later, YG dropped a preview for his new song, So Whoop, which was a blanket sneak diss to anybody he considered to be a fake blood. Not calling out 6ix9ine by name, but including many lyrics that seemed to reference him. And bizarrely, after we'd already seen Juba Loke and his boys crip walking through the hotel lobby like they were trying to ghost ride the buffet cart at 6ix9ine's hotel, Slim 400 posted some clips to IG that seemed to suggest that him and his boys had broken into 6ix9ine's hotel room and stolen some miniature bottles of liquor.
Whoever name on that motherfucker, nigga took bottles at that motherfucker, blood. Hey, where the other bottles at? Hold up, nigga, hold up. Nigga.
Right?
Damn, blood, that's like a $22 lick right there. Homie won't have to buy Patron for at least 2 days. So after what frankly looked like a glorified panty raid on 6ix9ine's hotel, things went quiet for a bit until 6ix9ine and his goons said fuck LA and you can't come to New York.
Yo, bro, niggas can't come out here, bro.
They know they can't come out here.
Can't come out here. Oh, I just got that. Hold up. Now. We in LA. We in LA right now. Hop out.
Well, Slim replied saying,
First of all in the background. Fuck LA. LA, that's some cold ass shit on Westside Treetop.
And then later in March, in response to 6ix9ine saying that there was a no-fly zone in New York, Slim pulled up.
We'll cut no-fly zone in the East Coast, nigga.
You're really in New York, you know what I'm saying? Really out here with the activities and the shenanigans, you know what I'm saying?
Going on to post a whole bunch of pictures of him and his crew outside Radio City Music Hall in New York, and pictures of himself after marching over to the home of the World Series of Dice and elevator punching bags, the Marcy Projects.
Well, at least he looked more comfortable on that block than Drake did.
And even dropping in to This Is 50 to do an interview where he was speaking reckless on 6ix9ine and calling him out for being a fake ass blood.
Who the fuck are you, Takesha? Please tell me. Man got whatever he got coming, whenever he got it coming. That's on him. He violated. He used to be a Crip, now he a Blood. It's a fad or something to him.
Right. Meanwhile, as Slim 100 is running around the Marcy Projects looking for hidden clout packages, YG drops a music video for that 6ix9ine sneak diss, So Whoop, apparently having borrowed that same Jerry curl wig from Slim 400. You can't be out here sharing wigs, blood. There ain't nothing gangster about hairline acne. In response to seeing that video, 6ix9ine had some pretty prime words for YG when he was all up on the Breakfast Club that same day as Slim 400 was running around the Marcy Projects.
Who's the nigga that came at me?
Who?
The dude that was hot mad long ago that came out, YG. Then he came out with the Tutor and Buddha song like 2002.
YG got some good. We like YG. He's got some good albums.
Come on,
but
man.
You have to admit.
Gotta admit, now that's how you roast someone. Same day, YG clapped back on Twitter and Instagram.
Nigga on Bont and Pyro, nigga. 6ix9ine, nigga. On Bloods. What's happening, blood? 6ix9ine, nigga.
To which 6ix9ine replied, that big old blood was big old mad. And 6ix9ine continued trolling YG and Slim 400 in hilarious fashion by constantly asking the people around him when asked about the beef to simply name one YG or Slim 400 song.
YG, when was the last time YG had a record?
He put out the So Whoop.
That's a record? Let me check if it's on Billboard. Hold on. Let me check.
It's not there.
It's not there, right? It's not there. When was the last time YG put out a record? A record. A record means a record that sells.
Do you have to join with Drake?
All right, let me ask that question again. When was the last time YG had a record?
From there, Slim went on Power 106 for an interview and brought out a rainbow-headed piñata that he'd named Takesha after Tekashi 6ix9ine.
Takesha?
Yeah.
We gonna bring her out. Hey, the ass. We gonna bring the ass out.
Oh no.
Hold up. I'm saying we got it right here. We got it right here. Hold up.
Hey, when you went to New York, did he pull up?
Man, hell no. But you feel me? I got that bitch now, though. You see what I'm saying? Hold up.
Now after that, for a few months, things went quiet between Slim and 6ix9ine. But in May, 6ix9ine pulled up again, posing in LA outside of a bank.
LA, you know what I'm saying? Just got back to LA, we on first, y'all. Grab your popcorn, grab your sodas. Yeah, man, LA was popping.
Followed by Alshon Martin @ing Slim on Instagram, ironically telling him to stop with the internet games and to pull up on Hoover Street to catch a fade. And Slim 400, to his credit, quickly dashed to the location where he thought 6ix9ine was, but alas, the Rainbow Phantom had ghosted.
Hey, I'ma bounce out, get some dough and shit. I'ma get some money and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'ma get some money and shit. You know what I mean? I'ma get some money, you know what I'm saying? Hold up, what the fuck is wrong with this nigga? This nigga's a fucking clown.
Now let's not forget that Alshon Martin is a Hoover Street Crip and Slim 400 is a Treetop Pyru Blurred. So Slim called out Martin saying that he obviously wasn't going to pull up to Hoover Street, which will be ops central for a Pyru.
Pull up to Hoover Street. The fuck I look like pull up to the fucking Hoover Street, nigga? Hey, if anything, you nigga pull up to the set, nigga, like that there, nigga.
Which kind of makes sense. I mean, that's like telling your ops in ISIS to pull up on the US Army base to come and catch a fade. I mean, arguably that would have led to a much more prompt resolution to the conflict in Syria, but we all know that the UN are some mark-ass bitches out here giving sanctions for clout. Anyway, Alshon Martin clapped back to Slim 400's claims, questioning why Slim isn't scared to schlep it all the way over to the Marcy projects, but he's scared to travel locally to Hoover Street to come and catch a fade.
What I look like pulling up to Hoover Street? But you'll fly all the way out to New York to go look for a nigga.
Anywho, a few weeks went by and apparently 6ix9ine had had a change of heart and was even seeking Snoop Dogg's help to try and squash his West Coast beefs. He'd allegedly gone to the One Oak nightclub in the hopes of meeting Snoop Dogg, who was playing a DJ set there, which is probably the only justifiable reason I can imagine why anybody would go and see one of Snoop Dogg's trash DJ sets. But it doesn't sound like 6ix9ine was truly earnest in his peacekeeping efforts, because when he popped up in an interview for Lyrical Lemonade, he spilled all of the tea on YG. And when asked where he saw himself in 10 years, he said washed up, like your boy YG.
Probably washed up somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Definitely washed up in Compton. Chilling on the block with YG in the game.
Then a couple of months later, YG went on This Is 50, shading 6ix9ine for being a fake-ass blurred.
If you a real member, you gonna wanna go by the real code. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So it's like, when all that shit ain't going on, it's like, all right, somebody gotta say something. So I said what I felt and what everybody else in LA felt, you know what I'm talking about?
Prompting a very direct response from 6ix9ine, telling YG to suck his blicky before singing along to Toot It and Boot It, which he said is YG's only song.
YG, suck my fucking dick, stupid. Your last single before your album came out had 4 major artists on it. You had 2 Chainz, you had Big Sean, and you had Nicki Minaj. And you supposed to blow me out of the water. How my record doing better than your shit? You a whole bum out here. Stop going on radio stations trying to promote your album mentioning my name. That shit is a fucking dub. I'ma toot it and boot it. This is your last hit. This shit was like in 2004, I think.
And then when YG rocked up to the Breakfast Club, whilst rocking the sunglasses from the Thug Life meme, a devious Charlemagne decided to pull up the clip and show it to YG on the spot.
Nicki Minaj and Big Sean on a record and Fifi, and then he put, you know what, never mind. The fuck that got to do with YG? Word up, right there.
Oh man, here we go.
Yeah, but he's somewhere hiding though.
Looks like the only thing he was having for breakfast that day was the smoke. And when he got out of the interview, he reposted 6ix9ine's video calling him out with the simple caption, "Can't wait till we meet." Fortunately for YG, a few months later, Slim 400 ran into him first, spotting him outside Complex Con on the way in and blocking the whole Treyway security team from getting into the venue. And honestly, look, I know that 6ix9ine is a troll, and everyone thinks that he's not really about it, but in this situation, from the footage, he kind of looked like he was ready for all the smoke. And sure, I know that his huge, hired security guards held him back and kept him out of trouble, but I truly believe that he wanted those hands, in exactly the same way that he was super eager to throw fists with those guys outside the airport in LAX. But hey, look, everyone knows that I'm just a 6ix9ine bitch boy, right? So the W here obviously goes to Slim 400. And you know, obviously, being a hardened treetop Pyru blood gangster, Slim 400 kept his mouth shut and didn't go to running his mouth on social media. Right, no. Yeah, no, of course, he was chatting shit on social media immediately afterwards.
Stop saying that part. Stop saying that part. We out here, nigga. Stop that nigga at the door. 6ix9ine couldn't get in. Ain't hit no stage. Ain't walking around this shit. Real talk. Hold up. G-Bossy. Ain't no colorful hair niggas pulling up. Ain't with that today. Hold up. Stop. Never heard of him.
Yes, that's what a real blood does. 6ix9ine, you a bitch. No complex con tote bag for you. 6ix9ine was obviously a little bit rattled by this and decided to just go off on one, basically just calling everyone out for being broke.
You know why they don't like me? They're like, yo, this kid got rainbow hair, right? This kid got rainbow hair, got 6ix9ine tattoos on his face looking stupid, right? Why is my music career not jumping? Why is he platinum records every week? Why are we not winning? Why is no one seeing our struggle? Because you're a dirty blood.
Continuing to call Slim 400 and YG dirty bloods and asking anybody to name a Slim 400 song, and suggesting that the reason he didn't throw hands was because of his probation.
What happened last night?
There's some dirty ass blood members that don't have no money to feed their daughters. Yeah. Yo, he's dirty. Like, you know he has no money, right? Get some money. You broke. Like, yo, bro, if YG really had love for you, you wouldn't be in her right now.
You decided to leave last night rather than let things escalate? Like, what was your thought process when you showed up?
Probation. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to go back to jail.
And then 6ix9ine did one of the most gangster things you could possibly do, posting a picture on the gram saying who's really street. Like for 6ix9ine or comment for YG. And you know what this straight gangster did? He turned off the comments. Damn, that's some gangster shit, blood. So what? He then popped up again in a street interview asking anybody to name a YG or Slim 400 song whilst wearing a designer tinfoil jacket, which I assume that he copped from the InfoWars store to stop the government scanning his organs.
That's YG right there.
What is it? What is it? Name one Slim 400 record. Name one.
I can't.
No, you can't? You
never heard of the guy.
Never heard of him? Name one Slim 400 record right now. Name one.
I can't.
You can't name one Slim 400 record?
At this point, YG told 6ix9ine to stop playing with him and direct his anger towards Slim 400.
Hey, Bitch 9, why is you posting me on your Instagram? You supposed to be posting Slim 400. He the one that stopped your bitch ass from performing yesterday, punk nigga. You mad, nigga? Punk ass nigga. You ain't no street nigga. You ain't never been, nigga.
But that was ultimately the end of 6ix9ine's involvement in this beef. But a month later, Adam22 braved it and headed on over to Inglewood to speak to Slim 400 about his side of the story. I personally would have been a little bit frightened to go to Inglewood, but Adam22 is not fazed. Perhaps because on the drive over there, it looked like he'd already been shot in the chest in a drive-by. God damn, Adam just shrugged it off and went on with the interview, didn't you? You're like the no-jumper Terminator out here. Nothing will stop me from uncovering the clout. Anyway, while he was there, Slim recounted the incident, following some slightly too intense eye contact with Adam.
And I ain't gonna play with you, I'm looking you dead in your eye. Right. You gonna live, survive, or go to jail? Which one you wanna take? I'm doing everything right, how these niggas telling me what the fuck to do.
Right.
But at the end of the day, nigga, I'm real about it. In my mind, you know what, when we see these niggas, we gonna blast from these niggas, period, point blank. When I say blast, sock a nigga too. Blood pop out of nowhere. Oh, what? Oh, I'm in your city. I'm in your city. Come around here, though. Come right here, though. These doors you need to get in. Come right here. You ain't nobody. For sure. I'm somebody today.
Oops, I also forgot to mention that YG also laughed when some goons shot up 6ix9ine's music video set in LA, a shooting that some people had theorised may have either had something to do with this beef or the internal Treyway beef that we're going to find out about in the final video. And of course the irony is that the next banging record to come out of YG's camp was the delightful banger Stop Snitchin' in April 2019, most notable for its excellent beat and unsingable hook. Now, running parallel to the YG beef was an ongoing feud with one of the original Blood Trolls, and the second rapper after 50 Cent to lose all of his money after getting sued by Authority, The Game. Now, I've got a lot of respect for The Game. After all, he is the one that taught me how to do gang signs.
You can take the B and the P and you can like make Batman, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, it's the Pyru Pilots, blood! Now, 6ix9ine ruffled a lot of red feathers around the 14th of March, when he previewed a banging remix of Rich the Kid's song Plug Walk entitled Blood Walk. Now, not only did this song feature some egregious gangbanging talk that seemed to make a complete mockery of the blood way of life depending on how you felt about 6ix9ine's gang status. But it also featured an interlude where a screaming Shotty described Treyway as the Black Wall Street, which is also the name of Game's record label that he's been repping since 2002. Now, a lot of people think that the Game's beef with 6ix9ine started when he came out to a show in Slovenia and led the crowd in a chant of "Fuck 6ix9ine."
Fuck 6ix9ine! Fuck 6ix9ine! Fuck 6ix9ine! Fake ass blood!
However, shout out to Diverse Mentality, aka Quake GW, who spotted in one of his earlier videos on the beef between 6ix9ine and the Game that Game had dissed 6ix9ine in an interview in Germany only a few days before this.
LA is tricky. You can't really disrespect Los Angeles or the West Coast or, you know, California or anything, you know, like that without somebody, you know, taking offense to it or doing something about it. So, I mean, I never really considered it wise to do so.
But regardless of what it started over, never one to turn down an opportunity to clout grab. 6ix9ine immediately took to Instagram in an umbrella post that was actually meant for several different people, saying that he had turned true gangsters into clout chasers on the internet and inviting them to come and have a taste of his rainbow-flavored manhood. Following that up with something a little bit more pointed, a vintage clip of the Game on the TV show Change of Heart, saying that when you was 21, you was crying over chicks, and me, I've been gangbanging since I was young.
We had a date. I mean, I had the most fun that I've ever had in my life. She's beautiful, everything that you can want in a woman, but my heart is with Sadida, so that's...
So you say, stay together. Ironic, seeing as the Game still has females to cry over to this day. Now, the Game is a master of beef. Perhaps you might remember this OG piece of trap lore when the Game was skulking in the woods around 50 Cent's house that he dubbed the Blair Snitch Project.
This is secret passageway to Yayo's room, man. That's where Yayo hide, man. Yayo!
That's what you're up against, Tekashi, and oh boy did the Game clap back with some fire jokes. First off, mocking 6ix9ine with a childhood picture of him wearing a Carlton sweater. Now, the Game's got a pretty bad habit of writing long-ass essay posts on IG, so I'm not going to read the whole thing to you. But I've got to give him 10 out of 10 for his line, "You used to suck wee-wee while getting your pussy licked at private school." And the Game kept the savagery going by reposting that old image of 6ix9ine with a Crip bedspread. And I've got to give him 11 out of 10 for this one, purely off the strength of the hashtag, the diaper sniper. I don't think that was the same kind of sniper gang that Kodak was talking about, was it? But the beef was far from over at this point, because the Game's manager and J-Rock punching bag Whack 100 decided to weigh in, posting some videos of miscellaneous goons saying that they were going to beat up 6ix9ine.
That nigga 6ix9ine, he's a pussy nigga. This is what it is though. It ain't even about when he gangbanging. Don't know nobody doing that rainbow shit where we from, you feel me? We from the dub.
Sorry, but are these the same goons that Chris Brown keeps in his wardrobe? At this point, Shotty decided to weigh in, telling everybody to suck a big Louis Vuitton hold-all full of dicks.
Good morning, the Game. You can suck a dick. The Game. I remember the first time I saw the Game, he was on Love Connection. I'm older than 6ix9ine. I saw you crying on Love Connection. Suck a dick. You ain't no gangster. Fuck out of here. Whack 100, you old pimple. Look at your face, you fat ass niggas. Y'all niggas come to New York. All y'all niggas is running around the whole West Coast. Ain't none of y'all niggas come to New York.
At some point, getting so riled up on his stream that he forgot to say any word other than Treyway.
Treyway, nigga.
Treyway. Sorry, that happens sometimes. Now, this reply prompted Whack 100 to drop gallons of disrespect on Shotty and 6ix9ine's mamas, their grandmamas, their great-grandmamas, their great-great-grandmamas. Hell, Shotty is going to need a subscription to Ancestry.com just to work out how many of his family members Whack 100 told to suck dicks.
I'ma tell your mama and your dead-ass cum-guzzling grandmama. Yeah, tell them to suck on a motherfucking dick. Now, look, nigga, I bet he won't come back to LA, and I'm in New York. So nigga, just know that.
As well as posting on IG that previous Whack 100 punching bag and human cocaine testing kit Stitches was going to deal with it while suggesting 6ix9ine stole his style. And this was later corroborated by a bizarre rant where Stitches went off at 6ix9ine for several minutes about stealing his style and for some reason spat on his own Rolls Royce.
6ix9ine? Man, fuck 6ix9ine, nigga. I'm his daddy. You know who the fuck I am. You know who he stole his fucking screaming shit from. You know when I got my son tatted here, he got that gay face. Fuck 6ix9ine, nigga. This car, none of this shit means shit. Spit on this car. I pressed the button. I pressed the button.
Yeah, that'll show him. You got to clean that up now. In response, 6ix9ine dared the Game to come to New York while seemingly not trying to wake his mother sleeping in the next room.
Anybody who dissed me never ever came to New York City, ever. I leave home, I leave New York City, I leave New York all the time. When y'all say, yo, Tekashi, you can't come to LA, I'm here, nigga, I came to LA. When y'all say you can't come to Texas, nigga, I come. I'm always on the West Coast, nigga, I come to Texas.
The Game continued to clap back at 6ix9ine, posting another picture of him throwing up a Crip C. But then again, it was an early picture, maybe the C just stood for child abuse. lyrics, along with yet another lengthy caption. Seriously game, give it a rest. 6ix9ine hasn't even got his GED yet, he ain't gonna be getting through all of that reading material. In that post, the game described 6ix9ine's career timeline as being a rapist in 2016, a crip in 2017, and running the New York Bloods in 2018. Which is kind of funny game, but you gotta get your facts right. He was diddling kids in 2015, running with the Crips in 2016, and running the Bloods by the end of 2017. All very funny stuff. I'm not sure if these were the career-ending pictures that Wack 100 said that he had on 6ix9ine, but I think it's safe to say that everybody had a laugh. But as usual, Danny Boy is straight up rainbow Teflon, because nothing ever sticks to him, because once he got onto the Breakfast Club, he brushed the game aside as simply washed up.
Yo, his career like is like he trying to spark it, like, you know, like a old marriage. He trying to spark it up, like it's over, blood, like hang it up.
Then in response to a picture of 6ix9ine waving a large red rag on the Gotti shoot, Game commented saying that he looked like a single mother on a girls trip, which is pretty funny and a lot more generous than my description of 6ix9ine in this picture, as looking like the last item in the clearance aisle of a Puerto Rican whorehouse. To which 6ix9ine replied, dropping disrespect on the game, suggesting that he should be spending time with his kids.
Same thing with the game.
I don't know who that guy is, to be honest. Shotty had to tell me, like, that's a dude from my day. Like, you got kids older than me, blood. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, the nigga has a family to take care of. Like, what is he doing? Like,
but from there, things quietened down with 6ix9ine, and the game didn't beef with him again until he was in cuffs, by which time it was kick him while he's down season for all of Tekashi's ops. Now, one of the more explosive beefs of 6ix9ine's career was his back and forth with the last person you would want to find out is your cellmate, Casanova, a hardened blood who had spent 8 whole years tearing it up on Rikers Island, even at one point sharing a cell with ASAP Rocky, who described him as some kind of modern day Adebisi.
Bro, niggas was shook at that nigga. I swear to God, bro. Wow. That ass, like, I'm not even trying to be, niggas was wild shook at this nigga. I don't even gotta suck dick and gas shit, like, that ass. Niggas was like, he valid, bro.
So, Cass was 30 in these streets and behind the wall. And when he spotted 6ix9ine doing all of this rainbow-haired, red rag shit, like every other blood, he had some issues. So in December 2018, he dropped the song Set Trippin', yet another anthem calling out fake gangsters. In response to this, 6ix9ine later hit Club Freak in New York, dropping the line, then in New Year, unverified footage dropped that apparently showed Nuke and Billy Ardo from the 9 Trey crew unsuccessfully attempting to press Casanova. An incident that was actually discussed by the godfather of the 9 Trey Bloods, Mel Murder, in a wiretapped call that emerged later during the trial. The day after that, Cass actually dropped the music video for Set Trippin'.
I kind of felt like everybody was want to be in gangs. Even with gangs, it's like, who turned you blood? Like, who?
Now, it's worth remembering that Set Trippin' didn't have any specific lines calling out 6ix9ine, but some smart soul decided that adding the caption 6ix9ine diss, to the title might just get it some extra traction on WorldStar. And it absolutely did. And funnily enough, this was actually something that 6ix9ine later said that he even admired.
With the record that he put out?
Set Trippin'.
You know what he did for a marketing scheme? He put my name in the title of the song. I don't know if this shit still happens. Yo, if you type in 6ix9ine on YouTube, his video pops up. That was the smartest thing he could have ever did for his career.
But in spite of his quiet admiration of somebody else's smart clout chasery, moving forward, Casanova continued to drop sly sneak disses about 6ix9ine without strictly going at his neck, saying that the song isn't about him, but if the shoe fits, he gon' wear it.
I guess they feel he's not who he say he is.
Okay.
I never told him personally it was for him. I think he took that upon himself to go onto my page and say, who is this for? So everybody ran with it, but you know, like I said the other day, thank you, thank him.
Problem was, at this point, when Cass started going at 6ix9ine, he says that a lot of people in the industry started turning their back on him, which is pretty wild and probably hurt his feelings 2 times, considering how tough and how many years in the industries Cass has spent compared to this little rainbow-haired upstart 6ix9ine. Cass said that around this time in New York, he stopped getting invited to things in favor of 6ix9ine attending.
If they had to pick who to sneakily invite, because they had to sneakily invite both of us at that time, they was picking him.
And apparently he went around 4 to 6 months without a single show booking.
6 months without a booking?
It was like 4 to 6 months.
That's crazy.
They would not allow me to get booked. They was like, no.
Apparently people were trying to pattern this up behind the scenes and squash the beef between these two in the hopes of avoiding any more escalation into violence. Now that was unsuccessful, but it did take a little bit more time for things to truly escalate between these two. So for a couple of months, Cass ran around doing interviews saying that 6ix9ine was fake, and 6ix9ine ran around playing Clout Catch Me If You Can with the gangbangers in LA. At one point during this time, Cass even linked up with Slim 400 for a radio interview, looking like the Avengers of getting played by a teenage idiot.
In New York, period, there's no big homies, because even big homies getting shot. You know what I'm saying? West Coast, they follow more of a protocol. You know what I'm saying? It's more structure, it's more respect.
And for a moment, it looked like Cass might be de-escalating things when he said that 6ix9ine was just trolling and he really didn't want to go back to jail over this kind of beef.
He's doing what every other young nigga is doing. You know what I'm saying? And when you look at it like that, you look at it like, damn, what the fuck? Nigga might as well, everybody gotta get shot then.
Now, things went quiet for a few weeks until April when shit got crazy. It all begun when the boxer, definitely not armed robber, and definitely not underage thought pursuer, Adrian Broner, posted a pic with Charlemagne, to which 6ix9ine responded with a clown emoji. How well did that go down? Well, it was a great success because Adrian Broner immediately took the bait and started beefing with 6ix9ine.
Hey 6ix9ine, don't be commenting no fuck shit under my pictures, boy. Talking about clown, nigga. The only thing got a red nose where I'm from is a pit bull, bitch ass nigga. Fuck wrong with you, nigga. And I get to New York, New York this week, nigga. Motherfucker pull up on you, nigga. I ain't one of these rap niggas you be trolling with, nigga. Quit playing with me, nigga. Fuck wrong with you?
Jesus, they all fall for the bait, don't they? If 6ix9ine had been free in 2019, I bet you he would have been beefing with Donald Trump directly. Anyway, 6ix9ine clapped back at Broner, saying that he has $300,000, that Broner's gonna lose his fight, and also telling him that he needs to check in if he comes to New York.
Yo, so Gotti just hit 5 million in one day, 6 for 6 on fucking Billboard, and for these pussy ass niggas, what's his name?
Adrian fucking Broner.
Yo, bro, I got 100K Saturday, you lose the fight. 100 fucking K, man.
Fuck it, man. Fuck you talking. Matter of fact, bet that 200. Make it 200,
Make it
blood.
200K?
Make it 200, blood.
You fucking clown, nigga. And you better check in when you come to Brooklyn, nigga. Matter of fact, match my 3, nigga. Match my fucking 3, nigga. King of New York shit, blood.
In response, Broner filled out a $300,000 check for 6ix9ine, saying, "See you soon, I'm pulling up to New York." Then, all of a sudden, rumors began to emerge that 6ix9ine was planning to do the ring walk with Adrian Broner's opponent, Jesse Vargas, sparking further rumors that Casanova would be walking out with Broner. And this was clearly getting in Broner's head, as it seemed like he couldn't stop thinking about 6ix9ine even when he was smashing his wife.
Ain't nobody worrying about no 6ix9ine. Ain't nobody worrying about no 69. Shit. Only time I'm thinking about a 69 is with my wife.
But when that day came, 6ix9ine and Cass were nowhere to be seen. And in the end, Adrian Broner ended up walking out to 6ix9ine's song Gummo as a sign of disrespect and a moment that seemed to even catch 6ix9ine himself off guard.
You hear this?
Since Ohio, Adrian, the pro. Broner.
Come on, AB.
And even after the fight ended in an embarrassing majority draw, Broner even dissed Vargas in the ring, saying that his bloodied face looked like 6ix9ine.
Boy, your face on 6ix9ine right now. You a blood?
All right, good to know he's got his priorities straight. But we all know that the real story was going on outside of the ring, because in the span of only a few days around the fight, 6ix9ine and his Treyway goons were linked to 3 shootings. Yes, 1, 2, 3 goddamn shootings. Now, first off, some footage emerged that appeared to show Casanova on a music video shoot being interrupted by gunshots. Now, in this incident, 10 shots were supposedly fired and 2 bystanders were hit. Now, 6ix9ine reposted a video of the shooting with a caption that seemed to suggest that 9Trey were responsible and telling his fans to go and hand some L's to Cass. It's quite funny. It is quite funny. Go and send that man some L's. God. Now, that comment seemed to suggest that this shooting was some sort of retaliation for comments that Cass had made as part of the Pull Up Season podcast alongside Charlemagne and Joe Budden, where Cass, funnily enough, said that 6ix9ine and his boys aren't really shooters, because they were different from appearances and getting blocked out of clubs.
Let me tell you, with the shooters, with the gangsters, that nigga I be with killers, I'm a killer too! Go in there and clear that shit out. Go in there and clear that shit out. If you play with me, go in there, all my niggas, go in there and shoot. I don't give a fuck, shoot in the air.
You right.
Clear that shit out, nigga.
You right.
Niggas violating me, what the fuck, you crazy?
No,
I'm
really.
gangster. That's what you supposed to do, not to go get my, I don't feel protected. You can't protect my safety, right. Then you're not no gangster.
From there, 6ix9ine continued to gloat on social media about the shooting.
Yo, what happened in Brooklyn yesterday? Or 2 days ago?
But to his credit, Cass did make the suggestion that this shooting had absolutely nothing to do with 9Trey and that 6ix9ine was potentially just claiming this drilling for clout. Then, on the day of the Broner fight, Shotty supposedly jumped out of a car that he was riding in with 6ix9ine and firing shots at another vehicle that he thought was following him. Now, that was on the day of the Broner fight, but it's unclear whether or not that was related to Casanova. Now, for the record, it did emerge in the court trial that this incident wasn't related to Casanova, but was actually retaliation when some random dude shouted "fuck 6ix9ine" from a passing car. He needs to chill, man. Your nickname is already Shotty. But regardless of whether or not that was related, whilst backstage waiting for the fight to start, Casanova responded to 6ix9ine's gloating about the shooting on Instagram, saying that it's all chill and reminding him that he's on probation, stop making him hot.
Bitch, I'm on parole. Don't make me hot. Why you doing that, huh, champ? You know damn well nobody ain't shoot at me, man. Everybody in the motherfucking video shoot was my motherfucking sons, nigga.
As well as sharing some images of a sizzling DM that 6ix9ine had sent him. Now, unfortunately for Cass, 6ix9ine and his Treyway goons were in the building at the Barclays Arena for that fight too. And as we later found out famously in the trial of 6ix9ine and 9Trey, Casanova and 6ix9ine's crew eventually faced off in a hallway, with all this leading up to that crazy moment where on the orders of Shotty, one of the Treyway entourage, Fu Banger, pulled out a gun and let one off inside the Barclays Arena. It's not something you do. When that shot went off in the arena, Casanova's screws hit the deck and scattered. And even before getting out of the goddamn venue, Shotty was already live streaming himself and 6ix9ine talking to the NYPD.
He was there? The other 3 left. He showed up. He ran. Let's not even argue this. Let's go, brothers. Yo, listen. Thank you so much. Yo, listen. We good to go.
And goddamn, once they got outside, it was really snitching season. Because for 6ix9ine and his boys, after they were done clapping, they immediately got to yapping, cribbing lines from Casanova songs to diss him on social media, seeming to claim direct responsibility for that shooting.
Yo, this how the fuck we mob, man. Treyway shit, man. Jack Boy shit, man. In the fucking Barclays. Stupid. Fuck boy, don't run. Where you going? Where you going? Boom, boom, boom. Niggas hit that.
Yo, we gotta go this way, bro. We gotta go this way.
Niggas started running this shit. His whole squad hit the floor. His whole squad hit the floor, you heard?
What? Everybody?
Everybody getting shot. Boom, boom, boom.
Now, all this shit is frankly wild. And don't worry, we're going to find out in the next and final episode, covering the fall and trial of 6ix9ine and the 9Trey gangsters, exactly how all of this was resolved. But in the immediate aftermath, we saw a real no-fly zone, as 6ix9ine and Casanova were both banned from entering the Barclays Center.
You currently cannot go to the Barclays.
Currently cannot go. I didn't even do shit.
Initially, Shotty was arrested for this shooting, but he was subsequently released once the cops were able to place Fu Banger as the shooter, which led to a dramatic and frankly romantic reunion between Shotty and 6ix9ine.
What's poppin', blood? Us, nigga. What the fuck is up? Yeah. What's up? Treyway. Yo, what's up with you, nigga?
Yo, blood, why the fuck you don't call my phone, blood?
Hey, I don't want to talk. I want to be on live. I'm home. What's up?
Alright guys, get a room, or a cell. Now this Barclays incident was a pretty big clash between two particularly hardened gangsters. And many people thought that following this incident there would surely be more bloodshed. Get it? Bloodshed? Shed, because they're bloods. Alright, fuck off, I had a week to write this. But from here, a lot of people were very surprised when pretty much out of nowhere, a month after this incident, 6ix9ine and Casanova bumped into each other in New York's Club Lust. And they decided on the spot to publicly squash the beef on social media.
Treyway shit, man. Look who I run into outside of Lust, man. You already know that at 8.
We outside.
Into the Billy, man. You already know that shit. Treyway shit, man.
We outside.
There was never no beef, man. Just a misunderstanding, man. We here, we strong.
We outside.
New York strong, and we on top, man. You
Leave us alone.
And song coming soon, man.
Leave us alone. Leave us alone.
Treyway shit, man.
No police contact. We good.
Casanova said that looking back at this incident, the moment where he decided to squash the beef was a life-changing moment where he had to make the decision between either doing something to 6ix9ine and potentially going back to jail forever, or letting him slide and ultimately keeping his freedom. Honestly, this was a very smart move by Cass. And the fact that he said to the police at the end of this clip, "Please leave us alone," shows that this was very much a man who was truly a gangster, but was thinking smart and thinking about his future, unlike 6ix9ine and his camp. And one man who was overjoyed by the reunion and spotted an opportunity to make a bag, / make some extra money to pay back Rick Ross's baby mama, 50 Cent. He spotted an opportunity to reunite these former enemies on the iconic track Get the Strap, along with Uncle Murder in August. However, that music video was unfortunately interrupted by gunfire, reports of which 6ix9ine shared on his own social media with the caption F Sosa, referring of course to Chief Keef. Guess that's one person who don't love Sosa. Now, the Chief Keef 6ix9ine beef happened after a lot of these other beefs. It kicked off in May when Cuban Doll and 6ix9ine jumped on an IG Live, accompanied by that all too familiar sound of an unplayed PS4 menu in the background.
What up, Q? Yeah, you saw all this shit going on, Q?
I'm about to give you an interview.
Alright, interview me.
Now, these two had already had a connection, with Cuban Doll appearing in 6ix9ine's Billy music video in February already. They partied together in New York along with Asian Doll, and rumours had swirled in April that they had even briefly dated. Though it is possible, like many of these other appearances, that this was simple clout chasing. And look, even if it's all straight cap, with all that history, it didn't take long for 6ix9ine's heartbroken ops to start feeling some type of way. In response to that, Cuban Doll's ex-boyfriend / current boyfriend / not entirely sure what's going on, Tado, told 6ix9ine to lose her number and in an iconic moment of beef, said that he kill people.
You hear me?
Shut
Nigga, you do not kill nobody, blood.
Now, in my opinion, that move by Tado was dumb, because 6ix9ine is a master troll and he ain't gonna let that slide, is he? But this beef immediately took a slightly more tragic turn when a day later, Cuban Doll emerged publicly posting pictures of herself with a bruised face, suggesting that Tado had flown off the handle and assaulted her. She went off at him in a live video where she said that apparently it's okay for him to be talking to all kind of girls, but if she speaks to 6ix9ine, he flew off the handle and put the beats on her. Now, this provoked a reaction from Treyway Goon and regular in the economy section on aeroplanes, Billy Ardo, who dissed Tado on an Instagram live for his abuse.
What your name is, Tato? You a bitch, Tato. You got the nerve to put your hands on Cuban Savage, son. You pussy, my nigga.
Now from here, 6ix9ine seemingly retaliated like a true player that he is by taking Cuban Doll on vacation with him for his birthday, where she proved just how much fun she is to be around by ruining his cake. So that's birthdays and marriages that Cuban Doll is good at ruining. Okay, good to know. Meanwhile, Tado pulls in the help of his own cousin, Chief Keef, who hasn't really had anything to do with this beef until now. They link up with fellow 6ix9ine op Trippie Redd to capitalize on that viral catchphrase from Tado's embarrassing Instagram live with 6ix9ine, making a song titled I Kill People. That song drops, and I'm not gonna lie, it's actually a pretty good tune. But there was one issue with the mere existence of this song, which 6ix9ine duly pointed out in an Instagram video, masterfully identifying the fact that Trippie Redd contradicted himself, originally calling out 6ix9ine for his own abuse allegations, meanwhile seemingly having no problem with collaborating with Tado, a man who has literally just himself been implicated in a serious domestic violence accusation.
Yeah, I remember when Trippie fucking made that lie up in that room up. Now he over here making a song with somebody that beat a girl, and you care about your image? He dead beat her in her face, and you dead surrounding yourself about that. That's how you know he a fucking liar.
Now from here, it looked for a moment like Tado was trying to flex his Brooklyn muscle, which many thought was going to lead to him turning up in front of 6ix9ine offering him a fade.
My niggas in Brooklyn, man. You hear me, man? We well connected, well respected any state, anywhere we go. I'm saying. We don't entertain a clown. Circle.
But 6ix9ine clapped back, saying that Tado is not in BK on phone him.
All these niggas claiming they in Brooklyn. Y'all niggas not in fucking Brooklyn. Nigga on phone him, nigga. Y'all niggas not on Brooklyn, nigga. Where he at? If he in Brooklyn, where he at? Tell him to join my live. I want to see Brooklyn. I know Brooklyn like the back of my hand. Where he at? Tell him to join my live. On phone him, that nigga not in Brooklyn. Stop jacking niggas in Brooklyn. Niggas not in Brooklyn. Niggas not stupid.
Tado replied saying that yes, he wasn't actually in Brooklyn at the time of posting that video, but he is ready to go one-on-one with 6ix9ine on BD.
I never said I was in Brooklyn on BD. Tell Kiki. We can go to Brooklyn. We can go to Brooklyn though. I just saw my boy GS now. You know how they coming on BD. Stop it. You know how they coming on folks them gray. Treyway, all these goofies. Fuck all that shit. Tashiki. Me and you can go one-on-one, gunplay, fighting, boxing, whatever you want to do. Link up with me, let's get it. Me and you, one-on-one.
Now, a couple of weeks passed before things popped off again as 6ix9ine took a 2-week hiatus from beefing with rappers. But right at the end of May, he came back in a blaze of sizzling, beefy glory, talking reckless on GBE and downplaying their gangster.
GBE, yo, you know. And I grew up listening to people, I don't give a fuck about these niggas, blood. Like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, shit, I'll give him a week, he'll be dead. I'll give him 6 months, he'll be dead. Nigga, suck my dick, stupid.
Now this prompted fellow Chirac savage Lil Reese to jump on him with a laughing face. And from there, 6ix9ine followed the video up, officially telling GBE and the Glow Boys to pull up in a hilariously iconic video where Shotty seemed to have a Treyway spasm mid-recording.
Nobody give a fuck about what y'all niggas did 3 years ago. I don't think y'all niggas understand what I was talking about in my last video. What y'all did 4 years ago, 3 years ago, and living y'all raps, y'all don't do. I know that personally. What y'all gonna give me 48 hours? Yo, wait 2 months. Yo, this thing gonna die? Where I'ma die? Fuck Chief Keef, fuck Lil Reese, fuck all them niggas. Fuck y'all niggas talking about, nigga. This fucking Treyway, nigga. Treyway!
And mere moments after posting that was the iconic moment where 6ix9ine was caught on video by TMZ declaring that he had 30 racks on Tado's head just after FaceTiming him.
You gonna be in your crib or you gonna be with Sosa Hotel or something? Where you gonna be at? I got a 30 pack right now, bro. 30 pack. Swear to God, I got a 30 pack, bro. What's up, family? What's up, family? Cash. What's going on, family?
I mean, sorry, but that's as incriminating as it can possibly get, right? Not only did he say that he had 30 racks on Tado's head, but he had literally just asked if he was going to be at Sosa's hotel. I mean, I'm honestly not sure how 6ix9ine could have possibly snitched on himself any more than this. Anyway, the following day, a shot is fired on Chief Keef. But where of all places? Outside his hotel, the W, right in crowded Times Square in New York. I mean, that's one way to get a whole bunch of extra police attention on your criminal enterprise, but that's none of my business. business. Now, thankfully everyone was okay and that shot was a complete airball, hitting the wall next to the building's W sign, and later in court it was said that this shot was only intended as a warning shot. That's what I call a big fat W for 6ix9ine right there. Hey, W, you know? Okay. Now, as we all know, one of the Treyway goons, Kuda B, eventually pled guilty to being responsible for the shooting. However, he claimed as part of his plea that it was another individual that had actually fired the shot and he had arranged it. But regardless of who it actually was that fired that shot, Self-Snitch9 immediately took to social media to gloat publicly about the very criminal actions of his very criminal organization. Initially showing himself and Shotty singing along to Love Sosa, immediately after the shooting took place, taunting Keith.
A whole fucking year gonna pass and nothing's gonna happen to me from this situation at all. Because these niggas is not like that. Remember, save this fucking video.
I mean, I did save it and you're in jail now, chum, but anyway. Tado responded from the scene immediately, clowning 6ix9ine's terrible aim.
You niggas lame as hell, man. I swear to God. This your shooter? He shooting the app? Just before this nigga shot past the W sign, man. Come on, man. Stop it. We laying shit up, man. Chirac, get your ass whacked on Folsom his own, nigga.
No wonder Kuda B never got that 30-pack. That's some proper dodgy, no-scope work there. But after that, 6ix9ine clapped back at Tado, incriminating himself even further, saying that Tado was crawling on the floor after the shooting, as if just saying the word allegedly in front of everything somehow gives you diplomatic immunity.
Tado was on the floor crawling.
Allegedly.
While Keith was on the floor running.
He left his cousin.
He left his cousin, y'all.
He left his cousin.
That's the word we heard.
That's what we heard.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Allegedly, they was writing statements. Allegedly.
I think that was you, pal. A day later, 6ix9ine is back on live with Lil Durk, seeming to cop to the shooting once again.
When niggas beef with Keith, blood, like, a lot of niggas know my body, a lot of niggas know my temperature, and a lot of niggas know how I give it up. I can't go out there prove myself like, yo, I did this to this person, I did that to that person. Believe me, I'm gangster. Like, you know, I'm not doing that, blood. Like, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody gonna get away disrespecting me. Name one nigga that got away disrespecting me, bro. I take it to this whole industry.
And in yet another monumental act of self-snitching, seemingly says in a live video that he knows people that are selling guns.
Congratulations on your baby,
Oh, yeah, congratulations.
Appreciate it,
on your
gang.
life. Much more life, baby. More life, baby. Congratulations.
I gotta grab more guns. It's a girl.
Oh, man. Beautiful girl, look.
I know a couple people now. Let me stop. Let me fuck with you, man. You know what I'm saying?
And then teasing everybody, saying that if 6ix9ine and Alshon Martin's new songs do well, he's gonna pull up in Chicago on O Block.
If y'all get Tati to 20 million, I'll fly right now to O Block.
O Block, gang. If y'all get Alshon Martin to 1 million today, we leave, nigga, I'm driving him to the airport, nigga, right now. And y'all can kill him.
I'm ready to go.
And not content with just incriminating himself, he continued to do a sterling Chief Keef impression.
Oh, bang! Bang, bang! Bang, bang! Bang, bang!
Oh, blah.
Yo.
Oh, blah. Bang, bang. What's that other shit? On phone on grade. On phone on grade. On phone on grade. Boy.
Mocking them for having not retaliated to, you know, the crime that he did to them, officer.
Yo, 48 hours is passing by.
All right.
Like, there's supposed to be like some bullet holes in me or some shit. God forbid, but you know what I'm saying? Like, time is TikTok, right?
Time is up already. It's been 48 hours.
It's been 48 hours. Y'all niggas supposed to catch me a day ago.
And if that wasn't enough self-snitching for one day, all of this took place while Shotty was riding around with the 9 Trey godfather Mel Murder, aka Mel Matrix.
Shit a big fool.
Matrix!
You know what I'm saying? Yo, listen.
I swear, around this time, 6ix9ine was just on a straight-up suicide mission for prison, constantly popping up on numerous Chirac villains, claiming to be responsible for the shooting and then quickly backtracking.
I ain't capping. Yo, you didn't see what just happened to your man's blood? I mean, I don't know.
What happened? What happened for them? Hey, what happened for them?
I don't know. I just know, I just watch news like every other regular person.
Now you would think that after all this drama and all the seriousness of the crimes involved, I mean, after all, this was a goddamn shooting on Times Square on some terrorist shit, that 6ix9ine would keep a low profile, right? Wrong, because a month later, he was out in Chicago playing Chirac Catch Me If You Can.
Chicago was popping, man. It's Treyway, man. You already know that shit, man.
Treyway?
Nah, we out here, man. No security. Show around me, no security.
Treyway.
But there was a twist. Instead of immediately calling out his ops, he decided to pull up and feed the homeless?
Saying we're gonna feed the homeless or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I got 15 burgers here, giving back to community, because you know these other rappers, other Chicago rappers don't give back.
Apparently he was out here trying to bring some positivity to the situation whilst also trolling.
Yo, let me do something in this community.
if they hate me so much, let me at least troll and help. Like, you know what I'm saying?
And that trolling started off with a bang because fellow Chirac rapper FBG Duck spotted 6ix9ine in his live and got to chatting.
You hit me? Nah, for real. Really finna fuck the streets up, bitch. New. Ooh. Why this goofy ass nigga on my live, folks? 6ix9ine goofy ass. Hey, get your clown ass off my live, you fucking goofy.
Now, Duck and Keith had both pointed out that 6ix9ine was rolling around Chicago with private security and what looked like police.
You hear me? Your ass got all the police in Chicago. Our hood ain't even hot today. Cause your ass got all the police.
Now eventually Duck invited 6ix9ine onto his live, which for the record led to a pretty sharp spike in viewership, which just goes to show you that beef in 6ix9ine does work. But once 6ix9ine got onto that live, he pretty much fessed once again to being responsible for the Times Square shooting and inviting Duck to meet him in O Block in 30 minutes to come and catch a fade.
Niggas try to come to my city and try to play my city like it's all good in games. This nigga was in with a ball drop on New Year's.
Hey, look, that don't got shit to do with us.
Meet me at O Block in 30 minutes.
Look, our hood
Meet me at O Block in 30 minutes.
Because you got all the police with you.
Meanwhile, Chief Keef and Lil Reese are running around saying 6ix9ine shenanigans are that shit that they don't like.
That nigga lame as hell, bro. He lame as hell, bro.
Keith went on to say that when he got shot at in Times Square, that he was so far away from the shooters, he might as well have been playing a game of the wholesome yard activity cornhole.
How? We was across the street. That bitch gonna pay. That bitch gonna pay still. On BD, we could have played on BD. We could have played what that bean bag shit. That we throw the bean bag across the thing, try to get in this. We could have played that game with this goofy.
Ironic when you consider the fact that 6ix9ine's involvement in this incident likely led to his cornhole being violated in prison. Anywho, 6ix9ine dragged his colourful corn piece over to O Block, where he spent the grand total of 15 seconds posing on the block and then scurrying off like the colourful little rat he is.
O Block right here. This what y'all wanted me in Chicago. O Block right here. I should call this shit No Block. It's 10 o'clock. Where the fuck y'all niggas at? Niggas ain't outside. It's only 10 p.m. Where the fuck y'all niggas at, blood?
Again, this moment drew a lot of criticism, with people suggesting that 6ix9ine wasn't actually where he said he was at the time he said he was, especially considering the fact that the chirping birds in the background seemed to suggest that it was much more the early hours of the morning rather than the 10 p.m. that 6ix9ine suggested it was. But none of this actually matters because we know that he's only really trolling, as he himself said later.
I was there, I was chilling. You know what's so crazy? That's just gated.
You was there for like 30 seconds.
Nah, it was actually like 15. I was gone. I'm like, I'm gonna sit there and entertain y'all, but I'm not gonna sit there and die for y'all. That's not
Now, in my opinion, that was a really important tidbit of information in this beef, because it proved that 6ix9ine was only trying to be a showman, even in the most dangerous of situations. And at this point, he kept the showmanship going, channeling his inner 50 Cent and continuing to troll Chief Keef back in New York, taking his baby mama out for a shopping trip in Gucci. But anyway, this is exactly the same technique that 50 Cent had used on Rick Ross's baby mama around a decade ago. But Chief Keef was unfazed by this, and he continued to clown 6ix9ine for having private security in the midst of all of this beefing. And this beef did finally die down a few days later, when 6ix9ine decided to keep a low profile after it emerged that he was under investigation for the Times Square shooting. Well, what could have possibly given them that idea? Oh yeah, but like elephants, 6ix9ine's ops never seemed to forget, because months later, when he'd moved on and was filming the music video for Get the Strap with Casanova, 50 Cent and Uncle Murder, someone decided to actually get the fucking strap and fire 11 shots from a Porsche, completely shutting down the music video. Now 6ix9ine immediately responded to this situation saying fuck Sosa, and suggesting that he felt that Chief Keef had something to do with this. But from here, this situation was promptly swept under the rug and no further details were ever released.
But for the record, when the trial begun, there were some wiretaps in the case that seemed to suggest that disgruntled 9 Trey members may have been the ones responsible.
And after this, the beef was essentially over, aside from a few shots that were fired back and forth, thankfully on records. On Fifi, he refers to that song saying they say they kill people, but I really do. And on Stupid, 6ix9ine dissed Chief Keef saying that he was rolling up his cousin in a blunt, as well as 6ix9ine mocking Keef when his house got robbed, with a caption that appeared to refer to that same music video that got shot up, Get the Strap. And look, the Chief Keef beef was probably one of the biggest fuckeries of 6ix9ine's career, because that Times Square shooting was a bad idea, and it came back to haunt him and his Treyway gangsters big time, providing another giant nail in their red flag covered coffins. But that is only one of a handful of other beefs and public falling outs that would give prosecutors all the ammo they could ever possibly need to put 6ix9ine and the 9 Trey gangsters behind bars for good. Now, for some reason, everybody in hip-hop is scared of the Rap-A-Lot CEO Jay Prince. He's incredibly secretive about his past, and everyone seems absolutely adamant that he is a dangerous gangster figure that needs his ass kissed at every turn. Now, I actually made fun of Jay Prince in a video once, and everybody jumped right in the comments telling me that I had a death wish. So for the purposes of this video and my own personal safety going forward, let's just say that Jay Prince is a well-respected OG both in the streets and in the boardroom, and we can leave it at that. Though I hope he wouldn't have me killed for saying that he looks like a very huggable little teddy bear in that bow tie. I'm guessing this photo was taken at some sort of award ceremony for whichever rap CEOs had the most people whacked. Anyway, the beef here is between 6ix9ine and Jay Prince's creatively named son, Jay Prince Jr. Because what better way to have your son make a name for themselves than giving them literally the same name as you? Okay, sorry, I remember. We're scared of Jay Prince. We're scared of Jay Prince. But how can I be scared of him when he looks so cuddly in this little pink shirt? No, got it. Scared of Jay Prince. Now, apparently it all begun when 6ix9ine bumped into Lil Jay Prince on his native turf of Houston, Texas, in a sneaker store.
And the dude comes up to me, the dude with the sneakers, and is just like, yo, like, do you know who's Jay Prince? And I'm like, I heard the name, like, you know what I'm saying? He was like, yeah, well, he's coming up. And my thing is, I address him, I'll get up, I'll say, yo, what's poppin'? So the dude's like, yo, what's up? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't feel no static between us. I didn't feel no type of, yeah, it wasn't nothing. He was there for 30 minutes. Any problem thing he had, he could have addressed.
And apparently 6ix9ine felt like there wasn't really an issue at this point. And according to 6ix9ine, Jay Prince Jr. actually hit up his manager Shotty, saying come through to my birthday party before 12:15, something to which Shotty's credit, he immediately said that he didn't think that they could do, but they would try.
He texts my man Shotty and he's like, yo, come to my birthday party 12:15, no later. So I guess Shotty texts him back like, we can't make it at 12:15. We definitely come through and show some love.
So they turned up late around 1:30 a.m. hoping to still get in and show some love. But at that point, they were filmed by Jay Prince Jr. Jay Prince Jr. Baby Jay Prince Jr.? Mate, come up with some more creative names for your kids. But anyway, Jay Prince Jr.'s little brother didn't let them in, ended up getting the footage, and Jay Prince Jr. decided to use that as an opportunity to beg for some clout on Instagram. Very gangster indeed. And really though, I mean, shout out to my little brother, I'm proud of the way that you delivered my message. That's really how a gangster is going to address this on Instagram. This is looking more like Mean Girls high school drama than Mob Ties, but okay. Wait, no, remember, I'm scared of these guys, Okay, 6ix9ine clapped back, writing off the whole incident as simple clout chasing.
Yo, I'm starting to think that clout chasing is cool. Like, that's a sport now. Like, being gangster is not cool no more. I think clout chasing is. Mentioning Tekashi 6ix9ine's name, you lit, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna continue not to check in, you know what I'm saying? It's something I don't do.
But the whole reason that 6ix9ine was in Houston to begin with was that he was meant to be performing on the World Star stage at South by Southwest Festival. However, when the time came around to perform, story goes that Jay Prince Jr. had been running through the streets all day with goons looking for 6ix9ine.
Yeah, man, we had it, man. Hey, man. What's up, Mom? Hey, man. Yeah, a whole bunch of Mom shit, man. Austin, what's happening, man? I'ma drop my location.
And when that time came to perform, 6ix9ine was nowhere to be seen because Jay Prince Jr. had been lurking on stage the entire evening.
Hey, what's 6ix9ine at? Hey, what's 6ix9ine at? Y'all came to see 6ix9ine, huh? Where you at?
And because 6ix9ine and his team felt that the security at the venue were too shook to tell them to leave, they obviously couldn't guarantee his safety if his most feared ops were literally on the stage he was supposed to be touching, so he left the venue.
At the World Star Show in Austin, I'm the headliner. I'm the main event. I show up, you know what I'm saying? I show up. So World Star's like, yo, we make sure we got you security, cause I'm like, yo, listen, this is me, like, you know what I'm saying? He said, yo, but take a look on the internet. Everyone's tagging me. So I go on the internet. The Jay Prince dude, right, is on the stage. I call Jay back. I'm like, yo, blood, like you got these dudes that's ready to, you know what I'm saying, play with me and play with my money on the stage. He's like, nah, but I'ma clear him. I said, yo, so I'm your main event, right? Aren't you gonna guarantee my safety? You know what I'm saying, in the venue? It just started looking like a setup to me.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a setup to me, to be honest. Now, Jay Prince Jr. took to Instagram to gloat about pressing 6ix9ine on stage. You know, how real gangsters do.
Niggas talk a lot of shit, huh? But won't even show up to their own show. Goddamn, you don't want your back end, nigga? You don't want your back end, nigga?
I'm sorry, but just look how many disgruntled goons 6ix9ine has out marching in his name. You can't deny the power of this rainbow-headed to get people out of their houses marching. I mean, I swear, the 6ix9ine biopic is going to end up looking like the Beatles movie. Only replace the screaming teenage girls with goons. I guess they'll probably be teenage girls too. 6ix9ine replied by sharing a location-tagged IG post of him walking through the South by Southwest site and a caption dissing Jay Prince for living off his father's name. And and aiming some of those sentiments about gangsters turned clout chasers that we'd seen earlier in reference to the LA goons towards J Prince Jr. So the J Prince Jr. beef went quiet for a few weeks until April, where it kicked off again in explosive fashion. Apparently 6ix9ine and the 9 Trey goons discovered that some affiliates of the Rap-A-Lot crew would be in New York doing interviews. They apparently got word from an insider that these Rap-A-Lot associates would be in the building at the This Is 50 studio. So 6ix9ine, Shotty, 9 Trey members Ro Murder and Drama, as well as 6ix9ine's Crip security guard Crippy, headed over to the This Is 50 offices once they got the drop. Once they got word that these Rap-A-Lot affiliates were coming down to the lobby, 6ix9ine waited in the car, actually filming these events on his iPhone as they unfolded, as the 9 Trey goons headed into the lobby with a gun, sticking them up at gunpoint, bait face. No ballies. Now the intended target was supposedly a Rap-A-Lot affiliate called Junior Boy, and one of the supposed people in the entourage was Junior Boy's publicist, a woman named Sky Life, who described the 9 Trey goons rushing in, shouting "Fuck Rap-A-Lot" and "Where's Junior?"
They screamed, "Bitch, get on the ground, fuck Rap-A-Lot." This is what they were screaming. Where is Junior? Fuck Rap-A-Lot. This is what these maniacs were screaming.
Now at this point comes a humongous plot twist, because it turns out that another member of this entourage that was getting stuck up was Scum Lord Dizzy, the same Scum Lord Dizzy who founded the Scum Gang and was mentoring 6ix9ine back in 2014 when he first started rapping.
Scum, society can't understand me.
Now it's unclear exactly how Scum Lord Dizzy was affiliated with Rap-A-Lot, or whether this was a complete misunderstanding or coincidence, or targeted lick in addition to the Rap-A-Lot crew guys getting robbed. In fact, some people have actually suggested that the unaired interview that was captured in the This Is 50 offices featured Junior Boy, who was there to talk about how 6ix9ine had dubbed J Prince, with Scumlord Dizzy apparently there to shed some light on 6ix9ine's fraudulent past in the Scum Gang.
We about to go to This Is 50 right now. We about to shake shit up in the city. The King of New York, Scum Gang in, and Rap-A-Lot. We just bodied the shit. I just got a call from Rap-A-Lot. Like, where you at, God? I'm on my way now.
But all we know for sure is that they were there trying to send a message to the Rap-A-Lot crew, based on the fact that you can even hear in the footage people shouting Rap-A-Lot. And so the 9 Trey goons walked away from that situation technically with a W, having duly sent their message to the Rap-A-Lot crew that had wronged them in Houston, and also walking away with a very personal trophy, a Scum Gang backpack from Dizzy that contained God knows what, and probably had a lot of personal value to 6ix9ine.
Hey yo, my bag is waterproof. Scum bag waterproof. The money don't get wet. You heard? I'm too wet already, big drip.
But in an even more crazy turn of events, it turned out that after the robbery, getting caught in traffic, Shotty got very nervous about riding around New York with the gun and hearing sirens nearby. At this point, he kicked 6ix9ine out of the car in a hoodie and the pistol, forcing him to get the subway all the way back to Brooklyn, where he met with Crippy, who took the gun from him in an exceptionally gangster act of kindness.
Tekashi had to get on the train with a weapon. You went and took the weapon from Tekashi so he didn't have to carry it around and then took him home. That was just some of the most real nigga shit I've ever heard.
You know, that's just how real niggas is, you know what I'm saying?
By the way, shout out to BBN on YouTube for the exceptional reporting on the 6ix9ine case. Now, J Prince Sr. later on sounded off on Instagram during the trial, saying that this robbery had absolutely nothing to do with Rap-A-Lot or their affiliates, adding the threat that if they had, it would have been bad news for 6ix9ine. Because there's nothing more gangster than saying what you would have done to your ops. No, I'm scared of him. I'm scared of J Prince, sorry. Now, it would turn out to be that Scum Gang backpack that would end up coming back to bite 6ix9ine and the 9 Trey gangsters in the arse when 6ix9ine's home was raided, and that backpack along with Shotty's assault rifle was found in 6ix9ine's apartment. Combine that with the fact that none of the 9 Trey members wore masks during this robbery because they wanted to send a message to the Rap-A-Lot crew, there wouldn't be much of an opportunity for a defense, would there? But another significant element of this beef that we haven't touched on so far is how much infighting amongst the 9 Trey members that it caused, as one of the senior members of the 9 Trey, Harv, was still feeling some type of way about not feeling like he had truly got one back on Rap-A-Lot after being violated in Houston. Because all of these dramatic beefs, as much as they were good for business as far as 6ix9ine getting streams, selling records and getting attention online, they were not good for business as far as keeping the 9 Trey members happy and not at each other's throats. Ultimately, many of these beefs led to disastrous internal fights, culminating in the dramatic kidnapping of 6ix9ine, and subsequently the ultimate downfall of the 9 Trey gangster bloods. So next time in the final episode of the Clout Chronicles, we're going to be looking at the fall of 6ix9ine and the 9 Trey gangster bloods, how these beefs ended up tearing everybody apart and landing them all in the slammer, and how 6ix9ine ultimately ended up turning on everybody to save his own hideously disfigured skin. But I'd like to add one final thought on the topic of the beefs of 6ix9ine. Everybody hates him for being a fake blood. Everybody hates him for beefing. Everybody hates him for being disrespectful. And there were several other slightly more light-hearted, slightly more fun beefs that didn't really make their way into this video. He had it out with Ludacris for shading him on Nick Cannon's show.
As
that's an easy one for me. I'd sign Nick Cannon because Tekashi, I don't know how much longer he gonna be around.
Luda, you bum ass, pussy ass, Fast and the Furious geek playing, role playing ass.
He threatened to pipe down the girl that had broken Juice WRLD's heart on Lucid Dreams.
Just go find the fucking shadows in your room, bro. Go find, because you do not want to be for me, trust me. I will find the girl that broke your heart, and instead of fucking shadows in my room, I will have her pussy juice all over my shit.
He'd gotten in a huge brawl at Yams Day. He told Ebro to suck his dick. He turned on Adam 22. Hell, he even said he was going to pull up on Domi's life. It's very, very important to remember that 6ix9ine is a true genius of marketing. He got in way over his head. He disrespected a lot of people, but he was single-minded and he had one goal: clout, baby. And by God, he got it. But set all that aside for a minute, because the single thing that is the most impressive about all of this is the fact that 6ix9ine had all of these beefs with every single person you can possibly imagine, from the East Coast to the West Coast. That's a lot of beef. That's a lot of time. It's a lot of mental energy, but he still managed to find time to study and complete his GED.
For all the haters that think that I was going to go to jail and I can suck my dick because I passed my GED, so say congratulations. Yo, you...
And for that fact alone, I gotta give 6ix9ine props for being a true master of time management.
Only two things I'm scared of in life. God first, and the FBI.
So far on the Clout Chronicles, we've covered everything there is to know about 6ix9ine. The humble career birth, the development of his persona, the explosive misconduct charges, the meteoric rise to fame, the wild ride joining the 9 Trey Bloods, and of course the many, many beefs that he got himself involved in. Nah, you know what, Camille, just cut it there. Like, I don't really think I'm feeling this. Like, I don't want to just keep making jokes about 6ix9ine, you know? I've spent all of this time researching him. I don't know, I've started to feel like I relate to him, you know? He spent all of his time starting beefs on the internet and making fun of rappers. Like, that's what I do, you know? I feel a close connection to the guy, you know? And I just doesn't feel right just constantly making fun of him and hating on him, you know? It feels like I'm hating on myself. I don't know, I need a break. I need to work on this script. We'll come back to this later. I don't know.
You can't touch me. Treyway, I created it. That's my shit. I'm the hottest. This kid got rainbow hair. This kid got 6ix9ine on his face.
Treyway.
Why is he jacking my shit? He not gangster.
Treyway. Ah! At the height of his fame, the relationship between 6ix9ine and the 9 Trey Bloods was simple. Keep making hits and sending money up the chain, and the 9 Trey gang would protect 6ix9ine from his ops, turning his brains into rainbow soup. It's an arrangement as old as time. Pay your protection money, and no beatdowns for you. However, paying Bloods to protect you ain't as easy as buying hair dye from Amazon Prime. You can't just get a refund when it doesn't work out and you end up looking like a total clown. And the moment 6ix9ine got embarrassingly dropped to the curb outside LAX airport like some kind of annoying mother-in-law, it didn't exactly look good for the 9 Trey Bloods that were supposed to be protecting him. And so the embarrassment of taking a violation so publicly led to a lot of infighting amongst the group. Now, when 6ix9ine first got acquainted with the 9 Trey Bloods, Shotty was the second in command underneath the Godfather Mel Murder. And at the time, Seiko Billy was a 5-star general under Shotty until he started to feel things were too hot and he took a step back from the group. Other crew members around this time included Fu Banger, Billiardo, Drama, Kuda B, Aljamaia, Nuke Mac, Anthony Harv Ellison, and Aaron Bat Young. Now, for a period of time, the group were also involved with a man named CEO Chris Cruz, who, as well as supplying drugs to the group, also had his own record label, AP, aka Always Paid, a label that he'd actually tried to sign 6ix9ine to in the early days. However, when Shotty realized the potential money-making opportunity that 6ix9ine represented, he strong-armed Chris out of the picture and fluffed up 6ix9ine until he believed that he was the big homie. Now, apparently, at a certain point, Harv and Nuke weren't too happy with this situation and begun to get disgruntled. Harv was actually the one who had done the punching and escalated things into a fight in that same incident outside LAX airport. So he was in no position to talk about people's embarrassing behavior leading to the crew taking public L's. But then, not too long after that, the crew took another embarrassing L in Houston, where they got pressed by the son of this handsome little ragamuffin, Jay Prince Jr., aka the most disorganized concert host in America.
Y'all came to see 6ix9ine, huh? Where you at?
As soon as 6ix9ine and his crew arrived in Houston, they were immediately turned away from a party by J Prince Jr.'s little brother, J Prince Jr., aka Baby J Prince, aka lowercase J Prince, aka J Princess. And once again, after taking another embarrassing public L, members of the 9 Trey crew were pissed that this violation had been allowed to slide. Now apparently things kicked off in a 9 Trey group chat that they had going. I know, seriously, these guys had a group chat going for their goddamn criminal enterprise. I bet the judge pissed his pants when he saw that. I doubt he left those messages on scene and shit. But anyway, following the news of that J Prince incident reaching the group chat, it was actually Harv who'd expressed his disappointment at the group for not handling this violation in a way truer to the 9 Trey Blood's gangster way of life. Well, at least after mocking Shotty's habit of shaking barricades outside of nightclubs and screaming, "We the mob," because there's nothing more gangster than sarcasm, right? But from there, Harv began to rip into 6ix9ine himself for not really being gangster. Harv was essentially taking aim at 6ix9ine and using this situation as an opportunity to undermine Shotty's leadership of the crew. And it seemed to become clear from this chat that that small rift in the group would soon expand to a gaping chasm on the verge of prolapse. Off the back of this chat, Harv and Billy Ardo actually flew out to Houston the next day to provide additional muscle for the crew. But once Harv arrived, he immediately started wiling out and made a phone call threatening 6ix9ine's videographer Trife True and his friend Justin. This led to 6ix9ine completely avoiding Harv whilst in Houston, and ultimately after J Prince Jr. had stormed the World Star stage at South by Southwest where 6ix9ine was supposed to be recording, he didn't even end up performing that night. The fact that 6ix9ine had been publicly pressed once again after Harv had flown out to provide some muscle only pissed him off more. And at this point it seemed like Harv and 6ix9ine had become fully certified ops. So from this moment on, it was clear that Harv and Billy Ardo were not Team Rainbow, but at the same time they were still members of the 9 Trey Bloods, and so Harv was taken off of the 6ix9ine crew and Shotty and 6ix9ine hired outside help to come and assist in security matters. One example of this outside help was the likes of Fahim Crippy Walter, a beefy security guard who was actually drafted in from the Crips, not a member of the 9 Trey Bloods, for the specific purpose of adding additional muscle to protect the rainbow-headed package. However, in addition to new muscle, new leadership was about to come to the group, and this came in the form of freshly released 9 Trey OG Ro Murder, who unfortunately, as we would find out later on, would ultimately get rown all the way down Schitt's Creek. In April, Roland Martin, aka Ro Murder, was released from jail after serving around 10 years. A fact that 6ix9ine was all too eager to show off on Instagram.
My brother just came home, you know what I'm saying? Did 10, now he free.
Ro was a respected member of the 9 Trey Bloods behind the wall, and upon his release, the Godfather Mel Murder put him in charge of Shotty and 6ix9ine's crew, affectionately known as Murderville. Ro was actually the head honcho of the group at the time of the robbery of Junior Boy, the Rap-A-Lot affiliate that Treyway had robbed at gunpoint at the lobby of the This Is 50 offices in New York, ultimately as revenge for the violation that they took in Houston at the hands of J Prince Jr.'s Rap-A-Lot crew. And apparently for a period, everything was running smoothly for the 9 Trey Bloods operation. Tekashi's shit talking had the streams coming in as the 9 Trey goons continued to flex their muscles and keep him out of harm's way. And of course, with 6ix9ine's humongous injection of cash, the Murderville crew had more guns on deck than T.I.'s trunk. And most importantly of all, CEO Chris's low-quality fentanyl was running freely through the streets of New York and betwixt the toes of Bushwick's most distinguished tweakers. But it wasn't all good amongst some members of the 9 Trey Bloods. And apparently, tensions begun to emerge later on that month when members of the crew were together in a strip club and it looked for a moment like Harv and Nuke were about to make a move against the Murderville crew. And then bizarrely, not long after this, 6ix9ine and Shotty caught a real curveball whilst they were at the Met Stadium seemingly throwing up gang signs with a giant baseball. But hey, don't get it twisted, that baseball is a double OG Blood. But no really, whilst chilling out with that giant baseball, Shotty had learned that Nuke had actually made a move against the Murderville set and robbed Ro Murder. Apparently Nuke had asked Ro to set 6ix9ine up for him. Well, Ro turned around and said no, and a confrontation ensued where shots were fired. And so not long after this, while 6ix9ine was in LA, he found out that an all-out gang war had erupted in the 9 Trey Bloods.
Now nothing brings down real estate prices quicker than a good old-fashioned gang war.
One side being Ro Murder and Shotty's crew, the Murderville set that controlled the Sterling territory, and on the other side, a disgruntled Nuke who had been running the Smurf Village territory in alliance with Harv, the 6ix9ine entourage reject. So these two crews became certified ops and were immediately out for each other's bloods, because they're bloods. Now, I'm sure a lot of street shit went down behind the scenes in the months that followed these incidents, but I'm only working with what information is publicly available online. But from what we know publicly, this beef truly got sizzling like a BYO blood BBQ in July, because when Nuke, Harv, and Billy Billy Ardo went live from a barbecue on their block in Smurf Village, Shotty and the Sterling set had finally got the drop on their ops. Apparently, Shotty went on a ride out and pulled up on the Smurf Village block letting off shots. But now we know why they call him Shotty instead of Amy, because rather than getting his ops, he ended up hitting an innocent bystander in the foot. A serious criminal mistake that would end up coming back to haunt him when he would finally get his day in front of a judge. And it turns out that Smurf Village were not about to sleep on that violation, because around a week later, we would see the infamous kidnapping of our boy Big Spine.
The chains don't actually mean nothing. I just wanted to get my chain snatched one day. Like, I always thought, like, when I saw rappers get their chain snatched, that was always like mad funny, so I wanted to see if someone was actually willing to snatch my shit.
On July 22nd, 2018, Harv and his buddy Shah decide to get some get back on 6ix9ine. As 6ix9ine was leaving a club appearance in New York, he was picked up by his driver Jorge, who had recently started wearing suspiciously large hats. I think it might have had something to do with that meeting that he had with Ice earlier in the year. Anywho, Jorge plans to drive him to Trife Drew's house to make changes to the Fifi video. I'm not sure you're going to be able to fix that dodgy focus in post-Trife. Okay, sorry, moving on. As Jorge and 6ix9ine are driving through New York, out of nowhere, a car slams them from behind. An experience that 6ix9ine's probably a lot more used to after spending 2 years in jail. After Jorge steps out of the car to have a word with the shunting driver, at this point Harv and Shah jump out of their car, run up to the truck with guns and snatch a shaken 6ix9ine out of the whip.
No, run it, nigga. Give me everything, nigga. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get in the car. Get in the car. Get in the car, nigga.
6ix9ine pleaded with Harv not to hurt him and tried to remind him that he'd done right by him and even given him $25K.
Oh, you know I gave you $25K. I've always been right by you. Yeah, but why you do me like that, bro? I've always been put money in your pocket, bro. I'm scared, bro. I don't know. Things feel like yo, extortionist.
From there, 6ix9ine was kidnapped and taken in the car with Harv and Shah. He was pistol whipped and even recorded saying 3 times, "I'm not Billy," essentially denouncing his relationship with the 9 Trey Bloods. Eventually, they drove 6ix9ine to his house where his baby mama Sarah Molina was staying, and she came down and gave over all of his jewelry in exchange for his life.
He was like, "I want you to take the jewelry that I have downstairs on the table and wrap it the way I wrap it and put it in the bag and bring it down to me." I'm like, what's going on? So at this point, I'm not thinking that he's in any danger. I'm thinking that he did something.
Amongst the jewels taken was a blooded out presidential Rolex with Roman numeral dials that he'd worn in several videos, a fairly new $95,000 My Little Pony chain that had his own rainbow pubes attached to it, a $300,000 jigsaw chain with real gurning action, as well as his signature $150K spinning 6ix9ine chain.
Anyway, man. Anywhere it goes, still 6ix9ine, man. Still 6ix9ine, anywhere it go.
Now, after getting 6ix9ine's jewelry, they drove around with him a little longer before eventually letting him out of the car, right in the enemy turf of Smurf Village, where he took off running. Tell you what, I wouldn't want to be a blood in Smurf Village. I hear that shit's full of blue rag rockin' Crips. But after taking off running, 6ix9ine actually jumped in a random passerby's car and got them to drop him off at the precinct where he requested medical attention. He was eventually taken to hospital where, of course, this iconic photo was taken, and the doctors initially incorrectly diagnosed him with a Skittles overdose before looking closer and realizing he'd been pistol whipped. When 6ix9ine got out of the hospital, he told Shotty and Mel Murder what happened. So, Shotty turned up with a big assault rifle and spent the evening spinning the block, riding around in his black Benz looking for Harv. And 6ix9ine himself had said in court that he had even put out a $50,000 bounty for anyone that could rob Harv in retaliation for this incident. Now, after the kidnapping, 6ix9ine tried to clean up his image, which is always going to be tough when you've got an image that seems to have been modelled on the wall of a crack den men's room. But he began trying to behave professionally. He finally got himself real security, hiring several different private security groups, including the Shadow Group, who offered the help of their signature man tank, Biggs. Jesus, look at the size of this guy. He'd crush my head like a melon. So with the help of his security, 6ix9ine would start moving like a boss, surrounded by giant goons like the president of some sort of disco island.
Look at you all out here, shit scaring the shit out of motherfuckers.
And saying that he felt like Ariana Grande when he moved with his security.
I feel like Ariana Grande when I'm with my security.
Yeah,
hey, yo, bro, I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Now remember, Harv did say to 6ix9ine while they were beefing that he should stop gangbanging and get real security. And it kind of turned out that this underhandedly menacing pointer was actually pretty damn good advice, because the beef between the two warring factions of 9 Trey was just heating up. In fact, later when things went to trial, rumors emerged that that shooting on the Get the Strap video in August may have been carried out by disgruntled 9 Trey members rather than the original culprit, Chief Keef. And then, famously, whilst trying to film a music video in a rented mansion with Kanye West and Nicki Minaj, someone fired off some shots at the building and caused the entire shoot to be shut down. And once again, this was rumored to maybe have something to do with the 9 Trey gang war, or potentially having something to do with 6ix9ine's earlier skirmishes with YG and Slim 400. But regardless of who was responsible, the trouble was not over for 6ix9ine. And only a few days later in September, Nuke ended up committing Grand Theft Auto Row by stealing Roe Murder's car. Apparently yet another massive point of embarrassment to the Roe Murder-led Sterling set of the gang. And apparently this incident was the final straw, leading to senior members of the 9 Trey organization behind the wall, Goo and Frank White, to officially cast Nuke out of the gang. But the internal squabbles of the 9 Trey gang are absolutely nothing compared to the trouble that was on the horizon coming from the biggest ops of all, the goddamn FBI. And as the 9 Trey war waged on, and while 6ix9ine was in Dubai banging Movlog's sister,
I'm here with the Queen of Dubai. Treyway, you know that shit.
the feds raided his home in Brooklyn and found that assault rifle that Shotty had bought round after the kidnapping, along with that Scum Gang backpack that was stolen in the April Rap-A-Lot robbery, which contained personal items belonging to Scumlord Dizzy that tied 6ix9ine to that robbery. Now, I'm no big city gangbanger, but if members of my team were getting raided by the FBI, I'd probably keep a low profile. But you know, apparently they the mob, so instead of toning it down and trying not to go to jail, on October 24th, Shotty sent one of his goons, a guy named Guns and his boy Pablo, in Shotty's Benz over to Smurf Village to shoot Harv. And I get it, you know, send a guy called Guns, that's who you want shooting really, isn't it? However, once again, this escalation was unsuccessful. And whilst they did get to shooting, they didn't get Harv. They tragically ended up hitting one of his friends and paralyzing him. Immediately after this, in a revenge attack, Harv found one of Guns' friends, a guy named Mark, and brutally slashed his face. Yeah, there's not really much funny about that, to be honest. And I'd say it's around this point that this story frankly starts to get very, very bleak indeed. Because this is the turning point where the story goes from a wild ride in the world of gangbanging for clout to the genuine reality of getting involved in a dangerous gang war, and showing the real cost of pushing these beefs to their natural real-world conclusions. And as 6ix9ine would very soon work out, once you're in, it is very hard to get out. Now, 6ix9ine's sexual misconduct trial had been whirring on in the background for many years. Now, he'd actually pled guilty to the use of a child in a sexual performance charge that occurred way back in 2015, and the terms of his plea were generous, giving him ample time to meet several conditions, including completing his GED and being told to stay out of trouble. However, as we know, as the years went by, the trouble continued to roll in, particularly that incident where he choked a teenager in Texas that was trying to take a picture of him, and another incident where he'd driven without a license. So in late 2018, the court were hauling him back in to finally decide his fate. But instead of throwing on a neck brace and doing the Weinstein shuffle, he stood tall, tucked in his shirt and tied up his... oh, okay, maybe not. I swear he must have borrowed that shirt from Biggs. Anyway, eventually his fate was finally decided in an explosive court date that went down only 2 days after that latest Smurf Village shootout. And luckily for 6ix9ine, he escaped jail time and was given 4 years probation. Now at the time, during this period, it seemed like 6ix9ine was just getting lucky break after lucky break when it came to his legal issues. But in hindsight, you can certainly see why the feds would have rather had him running around with 9 Trey, helping them incriminate themselves further every single day than sitting in the slammer on 3-year-old charges. So following 6ix9ine getting that spectacular news that justice had finally not been served, he headed to that exclusive New York dinner spot in favour of Yo Gotti's, Philippe Chow's. There he'd be having a celebratory dinner with his label boss and the son of Universal Music Group CEO, Elliot Grange. Now you can't be the son of the literal head honcho of UMG, probably the most powerful music organisation in the world, and not be moving correctly in these streets. So we know that Elliot was there with some serious ex-cop, gun-packing, Navy SEAL moving motherfuckers. And so when Shotty and other members of the 9 Trey crew arrived without invitations to that dinner party, Elliot's security told this bunch of troublemaking gang members to scram. Scared of getting in any more trouble, having just gotten 4 years probation on that case, story goes 6ix9ine immediately left the venue at the sight of trouble. However, Shotty, Crippy, and other members of 9 Trey went back to the restaurant to have words with security. Well, these words very quickly evolved into fists. Those fists evolved into chairs being thrown at Grange's private security, one of which whipped out a pistol and ended up shooting Crippy in the stomach, leaving him with life-changing injuries. And to add insult to injury, after the fights, the feds ended up finding Crippy's phone at the scene, unlocking yet more inside info on the kinds of crimes that the 9 Trey crew had been up to. Now at this point, 6ix9ine is keeping pretty tight-lipped about these incidents, but we can assume that he's not loving the behaviour of his former crew. I mean, imagine the day that you get a massive W and avoid jail time on this case that's been following you around for years, these guys rock up and get to clapping. Not a good look. But at a certain point following the Philippe Chow incident, 6ix9ine makes yet another dramatic discovery about his former crew. Turns out his team had shorted him of show money to the tune of millions of dollars. And he discovered through conversations with a show booker that rather than the $60K a show that he'd been receiving from his crew, concert arrangers had been paying someone in his team around $300,000 a show without his knowledge, and pocketing the difference without his knowledge. That ain't skimming off the top. That's gulping down the whole gallon of milk and only letting you have the leftover burp gas at the bottom of the jug. At this point, a livid 6ix9ine immediately takes to Instagram, announcing the cancellation of his booked American tour and firing his whole team publicly.
What's up, everybody? So I'm letting everybody know that I canceled my whole tour. The American dates is not happening. I fired everybody in my team. I got no manager, I got no booking agent, no PR, no public. I don't got nobody on my team. It's just me. Whoever is booking shows for Tekashi 6ix9ine is stealing your fucking money. I fired everybody. I don't give a fuck who you used to see me with. They no longer around. It's a fucking dub.
He then followed that up with an explosive Breakfast Club interview where he denounced Treyway and his former team as a bunch of thieving dirty bloods and outlined how he'd been ripped off.
I said, I'm not going to the show. Why are you not going to the show? It's 60,000. Like, my rate, everybody know my rate is 100K and over. Are you crazy? We just put the 80,000 front end in. How many shows you got? He said, y'all got most of the shows on this thing. I said, all right. How much? He said, we got you for like a couple dates. You just signed to 3.6 million. So it's not 300,000?
Wow, what the hell? Get
Listen to me. Everybody is gone. Get out of my life. Get out of here. Everybody.
Wow. I thought you were signed to them through whatever, so you're not at all.
Nah.
Well, as you can imagine, this didn't go down too well with the Treyway, and the feds at this point intercepted a wiretapped call of 9 godfather Mel Murder saying that they needed to super violate 6ix9ine for his public disrespect.
You trying to suck me yourself?
That's cool, but now you gotta get violated.
Yeah, super violated. Super duper. So ain't too much he can really do unless he gonna run around with 100 armed securities all day. You know what I'm saying? He gonna get shot at penny.
And according to court documents, this is when 6ix9ine was approached by the FBI directly, informing him of the threat on his life and offering him protection, which he duly denied. And the next day, he was arrested because apparently the FBI feared that Shotty would attack 6ix9ine in public and cause a danger to civilians. And after all, it was also said on wiretap that apparently at this point, Shotty had pretty much nothing left to lose.
You don't got nothing to lose no more. This is all you have.
Well, he better get to violating. He better stalk Shorty every move. One of them security better get hit. Something better happen.
So at this point, the entire 9 house of cards begins to fall. Everyone gets locked up on a humongous RICO charge. And to make matters worse, as soon as 6ix9ine got to jail, he immediately got pressed by some Crips and had to be moved. Let's keep it real. It's absolutely no surprise that this Skittle-scalped scurry bandit decided to cooperate with the feds within days of getting arrested. Bloods in the street wanted him dead, Bloods and Crips in jail wanted him dead, and he'd likely be facing a sentence of around 47 years if convicted on this RICO charge. And it's important to remember that RICO charges are based on the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. These are far-reaching federal laws designed to pin the overall illegal criminal acts of an entire criminal organization onto all of the members that are involved, even those that didn't personally commit offenses. As DJ Drama would say, these are the big boy boss crime laws, and the government boasts an impeccable 93% conviction rate for this kind of crime. Long story short, you catch a RICO, you are certified fucked. Now, the original indictment named 6 people: Daniel 6ix9ine Hernandez, Kifano Shotty Jordan, Jamel Mel Murder or Mel Matrix Jones, Jensel Ish Butler, Fugan Fu Banger Lovick, and Fahim Crippy Walter. And being a RICO charge, it was mainly concerned with pinning the whole violent criminal 9 enterprise onto all of these named members. But particularly, it identified the following acts of violence having been committed in aid of the 9 criminal enterprise: the April 3rd robbery of Scumlord Dizzy and Junior Boy, the April 21st shooting incident that occurred in the streets before the Barclays Center shooting, the Barclays Center shooting that occurred that evening, the July 2nd Chief Keef shooting in Times Square, and the July 16th Smurf Village shootout where a bystander was hit. It also pinned on the whole organization the general illegal carrying of firearms, and whilst all of these crimes were covered under the RICO, I just want to add for the record, the court observed that as far as they knew, at no point had the gang actually committed any murders in furtherance of their enterprise. Essentially discrediting that famous lyric that was even played in court during this trial, where 6ix9ine says his whole squad's full of killers and he's a killer too. Incidentally, the initial indictment was just for acts of violence, but as the case progressed, narcotics counts were added to a superseding indictment along with several other co-defendants. So added to the mix were Kintea Kuda B. McKenzie for his and Shotty's involvement in arranging the Times Square shooting, Anthony Harv Ellison for the Smurf Village shootouts as well as the kidnapping of 6ix9ine, Denard Drama Butler for just being a member of the racket, and Aaron Bat Young for using a firearm to protect a drug dealing operation, and specifically the shooting of Snow Billy. And then finally, Aljamiah Nuke Mack for his involvement in the kidnapping and pistol whipping of 6ix9ine. Now let's be real, the prosecution had a lot of evidence way beyond simple surveillance footage of the many acts of violence that 9TRE members committed. That raid on 6IX9's house brought up the assault rifle, the stolen Scum backpack that had several of Scum Lord Dizzy's identifiable items in it, including his passport. The cops had discovered a gun in Ro Murder's car after that was repoed by the feds. They had social media posts and physical search and seizure of around 20 phones belonging to 9TRE members. Well, it looks like FBI really did enter the chat in this case, and I doubt they left any of those messages on scene and shit. Oh no, they got messages, call logs, GPS data, and even in some cases, full iCloud account access. So we can assume they got a full selection of Shotty's nudes, as well as exclusive access to the Treyway iCalendar account. In fact, they said that there was so much evidence contained in 6IX9's Instagram account that it was hard for the court to even comb it. They had recordings of prison calls between 9TRE members that were apparently incriminating in nature. And in addition to all of that, before 6IX9 even turned snitch, they had 2 other confidential informants. 6IX9's driver Jorge, who had flipped ages ago after having been picked up by ICE for an immigration violation, and that's actually why footage of the kidnapping later emerged, because Jorge's truck had been wired by the feds for video and sound. In addition to that, 6IX9's old manager and the 9TRE fentanyl plug CEO Christian Cruz had also turned confidential informant, recording several incriminating conversations with numerous 9TRE members, including Mel Murder. And following his decision to turn state witness a day after getting arrested, 6IX9 provided the feds with a lot of info. Apparently, over the course of his cooperation, 6IX9 met with the feds 26 times to provide information. And the info he provided is actually what allowed the government to add 4 additional charges to the superseding indictment. In particular, he pointed out Anthony Harv Ellison's involvement in the racket, in the July kidnapping, and in the October face slashing. Denard Drama Butler's involvement in the RICO for being muscle during the Rap-A-Lot robbery, Kintea Kuda B. Butler's involvement in the Times Square shooting that he had ordered, and Aljamaiyah Nuke Mac's involvement in the overall criminal enterprise. And it's important to point out at this point, 9TRE was fucked regardless of whether 6IX9 snitched or not. These guys had already been caught slipping in a big way. The feds already had 2 insiders flipped and wearing wires. So 6IX9 really just took this deal to save his own bacon, because there was ain't no other way that he was walking out on that 93% conviction rate. But regardless, he had so much information that once his involvement became public around February 2019, this triggered several 9TRE co-defendants in the case to throw in the towel and cop plea bargains. Jamel Mel Murder, or Mel Matrix Jones, the godfather of the 9TRE street lineup, pled guilty to racketeering conspiracy and narcotics distribution conspiracy. After all, he was already certifiably fucked after having been caught selling a kilo of fentanyl to an undercover cop, and he was duly given a sentence of around 11 years. Then the only recently implemented head honcho of the Sterling lineup of the crew, Ro Murder, who'd initially been on the run from these charges before getting caught in a dramatic capture, also pled guilty to racketeering, landing himself in jail for another 66 months. And in one of the sadder aspects of this case, apparently after all of this was resolved, he publicly resigned from the 9TRE Bloods in front of fellow inmates in jail. And apparently this led to a vicious retaliation where he was stabbed 9 times and left fighting for his life. Mr. Treyway himself, Shotty, pled guilty to 2 firearms charges and ended up catching a 15-year sentence. Well, after all, I'm pretty sure shouting Treyway in court wasn't such a good idea. Fubanger pled guilty for his role in the Barclay shooting, as well as having been generally identified as a shooter for the crew, with the judge initially rejecting 2 guilty pleas after he kept trying to word them in a way that claimed self-defense, but eventually a guilty plea for that Barclay shooting was accepted. Kinte Kuda B. McKenzie pled guilty to arranging the Times Square shooting on Chief Keef, whilst avoiding being identified as the actual shooter in that incident. Aaron Bat Young pled guilty to racketeering and ended up getting 20 years. His plea interestingly didn't name Snow Billy by name, but simply pointed out acts of violence as part of his role in the 9TRE enterprise, though he did specifically admit his role in shooting Snow Billy in the head at a hearing. It's also worth saying that at this hearing, the judge pointed out that Aaron Young had played a role in selling 9 kilos of fentanyl for 9TRE. Now that's what I call drug dealing. Denard Drama Butler pled guilty to taking part in a criminal enterprise and ended up getting 60 months. Jenzel Ish Butler pled guilty for the same thing, also getting 60 months. And yet another sad outcome of this case was Fahim Crippy Walter, a Crip who wasn't even 9TRE to begin with, but was only drafted in as private security after the LAX incident, was still unfortunately on the hook for his involvement in the Rap-A-Lot robbery and for taking the gun that was used in that robbery from 6IX9 after he was kicked out of the car by a nervous Shotty. Crippy also nearly got in trouble for apparently live streaming whilst in jail, but thankfully the judge actually ended up letting this slide, saying that this was a mere statement of "I'm still standing," and weirdly kind of commending him for even being able to get a phone in the MCC facility, the same jail that Jeffrey Epstein was being held in around the same time. But then again, the guards in that jail do seem to be napping an awful lot. And the judge did credit him for not actually using the gun that had been handed to him, and also expressing some sympathy at the fact that when he'd been shot outside Philippe Chow, house, he was left having to use a colostomy bag for life. And as a result, the judge gave him a below guideline sentence of 68 months with a 5-year minimum, apparently prompting applause in the courtroom. That's some quality judging right there. However, after all of those guilty pleas, it was 6IXNINE's wildest ops, Aljamaiyah Nuke Mack and Anthony Harv Ellison, who decided not to plead guilty. Instead, they attempted to stand up for themselves and style out the kidnapping of 6IX9 as some kind of publicity stunt that was prearranged to promote his career. Now, I'm not sure what law school their lawyers went to, but I'm guessing that their law degrees were printed on a goddamn napkin because that shit went south real quick. 6IXNINE famously took the stand and testified for 3 days straight, with recordings of some of his testimony even secretly getting recorded and leaked online, with the judge openly admonishing the court for this embarrassing security breach. 6IXNINE's testimony was devastating at sealing the fate of Nuke and Harv, but the majority of media attention seemed to focus on throwaway comments that he made tying Jim Jones, Cardi B and Trippie Redd to the Bloods. Hell, even at times he was cracking jokes on the stand. When asked if Treyway was a legit business, he said that Shotty had tried to make it legit, in the same way that he might try and shoot a 3-pointer but not make it, as well as saying to the court that he'd driven a handful of times, and then when pressed on how many times he said 6, updating his estimation to 2 handfuls. After all, I'm sure he got his fair share of handfuls in jail. But what was more interesting than what little info he actually gave on the stand was the admissions contained in his own guilty plea agreement. As part of his participation as state's witness, 6IXNINE had pled guilty to 9 federal charges of racketeering, firearms, and drug trafficking offenses. And as part of his plea agreement, 6IXNINE admitted to several crimes and even gave the government information on crimes that he committed that weren't even pertinent to the case. This included the assault of Trippie Redd by Shotty and Harv outside Trippie's hotel, another Times Square shooting that hadn't even received much coverage at this point. This was the shooting of Frenchie BSM, a Pyru Blood who the 9 Trey wanted to violate because he was in New York providing protection for Trippie Redd without checking in with 9 Trey. And it turns out that Shotty had waited for him outside Quad Studios in Manhattan, eventually shooting 5 times at his Sprinter van in an incident where no one was injured. He of course copped to being outside during the Rap-A-Lot robbery, filming the whole damn thing. He admitted that in that day that the Barclay shooting took place, Shotty had assaulted someone who shouted "fuck 6IXNINE" from a passing car, and when they'd realised that car had followed them, Shotty jumped out of the whip and fired shots. And this was actually that famous clip that you might have seen on TMZ. Of course, he admitted to his role in the Casanova shooting that had taken place backstage at the Barclays, as well as admitting that he knew Fubanger to be the shooter of the crew under Roe Murder's orders, as well as saying that on that night in question, it was Shotty that had told Fubanger to let off shots in the Barclays. He copped to ordering the Times Square shooting of Chief Keef. He elaborated on that first Smurf Village shootout where Shotty had shot a bystander, saying the whole thing had come about when they'd spotted Billy Ado on a live, suggesting that Shotty had wanted to make the block hot. He admitted that Shotty rode around with an assault rifle after the kidnapping, as well as putting a $50,000 bounty on Ellison's head, being aware of another attempt on Ellison's life by another member. He admitted to paying a man $200 to $300 to bring guns from Atlanta to New York on the bus for the 9 Trey. He admitted to getting $2,000 for helping middleman, a 1 kilo heroin deal between a 9 Trey member and another individual, and probably most importantly of all, over the course of his 26 meetings with federal officials during this case, apparently he had helped the government make sense of the huge cachet of media from seized phones, social media, and wiretapped calls. And so, with all of that in mind, Nuke and Harv were duly fucked. They both ended up getting guilty verdicts on their RICO charges, the kidnapping and the slashing in Smurf Village. In fact, the only things that they managed to slide and get a not guilty verdict on was Ellison's use of a weapon during the kidnapping and a separate firearm count for Mack. And with that, pretty much the entire senior management of the 9 Trey Bloods, an organisation rich in criminal history, having started in 1993 on Rikers Island, crumbled at the hands of one rainbow-headed goon. But one question remains. What did the court have to say about our chum, 6IXNINE? In exchange for his testimony, 6IXNINE was given a 5K1 cooperation letter. This got him off the hook for that 47-year minimum sentence that he was initially facing for those RICO charges. And in the end, he was sentenced to 24 months in federal prison, with credit for his 13 months already served in the lead up to the trial, followed by 5 years of supervised probation. And interestingly, while 6IXNINE was waiting around for sentencing, numerous letters of good character were sent in to the judge. His older brother Oscar, who you might recognize from this dreadful face tattoo, well, this one I guess, he said that his brother had been exploited by the venomous 9 Trey group. His mother had commended him for all the support that he'd given with her ongoing health conditions. His girlfriend Jade wrote a seemingly unhelpful letter, pointlessly pointing out that they'd only known each other for a few weeks in the lead up to his arrest, but urging the judge to release him sooner so he could buy her more G-Wagons. 6IXNINE's head of security wrote a long letter outlining how well he'd gotten to know him during the protection assignment, detailing having watched him give handfuls of money to homeless people in the streets of foreign countries, in the scenes that we saw at the end of the Gotti video, and how he'd comforted numerous terminally ill child fans at the height of his fame, famously giving a sick 5-year-old boy named Franklin his first ever diamond ring, and then going on to surprise the family of that boy by paying their rent for an entire year so that they could spend more time with their dying son. That same security guard pointed out that he felt that this gang had saw an opportunity in 6ix9ine and were only seeking to exploit his success for their own gain, saying that he felt that Danny is a kid from the street but not a street kid. The Union City cop who had actually arranged 6ix9ine's visit to the dying child wrote a statement commending him for the help that he'd given to that child's family, as well as testifying to having seen him provide food and clothes, as well as sitting in prayer for homeless citizens within his community. There was a letter from the son of legendary Latin musician Johnny Pacheco, Ellis Pacheco, who discussed meeting 6ix9ine way back in 2016 and his ongoing patronage of their charitable foundation. Elliot Grange, the head of 10,000 Projects, 6ix9ine's label, detailed an incident in March 2018 where 6ix9ine gave an inspirational speech and a $10,000 donation to his old high school. The founder of Thrive Global, the domestic violence charity, discussed his involvement in the organization following his conviction in his 2015 case, and the founder of America's most influential children's brain cancer nonprofit discussed a significant financial contribution 6ix9ine had made to the organization. Look, we all know that 6ix9ine did a lot of bad, but less people want to talk about all the good that he did. And with mountains of good character evidence like this, it's hard to believe that he was doing all of this good just for clout or to try and get time off potential future jail sentences. He's discussed in numerous interviews his passion for doing good in the community, even in addition to his relentless trolling.
The kid that I was back in the day, I didn't have a person coming to school and giving 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. I'll make sure I do that in my community, and that's why I'm the king of my city. But let's start this prayer.
Let's say a prayer, my brother. Let's say it.
And sure, we can't gloss over the violence that he was involved in, the relentless trolling, and the dangerous beefs that often spilled into the streets. But it's very important to remember, 6ix9ine was a young kid who was brought into a well-established criminal gang organization that had been going since 1993. The 9 Trey Bloods were older than 6ix9ine, and the men around him who were egging him on, extorting him, and getting rich off the back of his shenanigans should have known better, because they were all leading him down a rainbow-paved pathway to hell. I personally remember in that first Breakfast Club interview, when Charlemagne asked 6ix9ine if he could speak to one of his OGs, you could immediately tell that Shorty didn't have his best interests in heart.
I want to talk to one of your OGs.
So whether he's on the internet saying, I'm gangster, come touch me, come take my chain, that's how he feels and what he wants to promote. We don't check in nowhere with anybody. Having relationships with somebody is something totally different than checking in.
Because in all this mess, everyone was so quick to judge 6ix9ine as a rat or a scumbag, but you need to remember one thing. He didn't convince the 9 Trey Bloods to bring him into the fold because they liked rainbow hair or scream rap. They brought him into the gang because he had a lot of money, was easily manipulated, and ripe for their extortion. But rather than extort him by simply pressing him, they extorted him by fluffing up his egos, convincing him he was one of the boys, and putting him in some very dangerous situations. And by the time that he'd gotten wise to the fact that he was being taken advantage of and getting sent down the wrong path, it was too late, and their only option was to end his life. So having spent all of this time getting inside the mind of 6ix9ine, I can only draw one conclusion, which I know is controversial, but to me it's absolutely true. 6ix9ine wasn't a gangster who snitched. He was a good kid who was ultimately willing to do literally anything to improve the circumstances for himself and his family, and got in way too deep. And ultimately, snitching wasn't him turning on his gang buddies, but it was actually him doing the right thing, coming clean about all of the wrong that he'd done up until that point, and taking one last opportunity to use the gifts that he'd been given to do good in the world.
I proved to you I did it. I don't care. If my song charts number 99 or 100, I don't care. I got number 1. You can't do nothing to me. You can't take that away. I did it. I did it when they say I couldn't. I could fall off today and be like, I got number 1. I'm gonna go do this. I do that. I did it. 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 When you say I couldn't, I did it. I did it. I had it. You can't take that from me. I did it. Oh my God.
Yes, he's back, and you're understandably mad. It seems like it was a lifetime ago that everybody's favorite Spanish-speaking, sentient skittle 6ix9ine was facing 47 years in prison for racketeering. Anywho, 6ix9ine generally kept a low profile whilst he was in jail, opting to do his time in silence, unlike our old chum Kodak Black, who when he's not tugging on the guard's testicles, he's speaking out against the injustice that he's endured. But even being behind bars, this didn't stop 6ix9ine from scoring big W's. In October 2019, prior to his sentencing, he signed a $10 million contract extension with his label 10K Projects, gearing up to release 2 projects upon his release. Anyway, apparently this contract saw 6ix9ine securing the bag with an obligation to deliver 1 album in English and 1 in Spanish, pretty much setting the scene for him to pick up his musical career right where he left it upon his release. And some Twitter-fingered haters were skeptical, whilst the 6ix9ine fanatics like me were positively jazzed to think that there would be new 6ix9ine music on the horizon. The only question that remained was when, and those answers would initially come when 6IX9's sentencing was revealed. Considering the extent to which he was willing to take the stand and spill all of the beans to the feds, there was wild speculation that the judge might even give him time served and let him out immediately once his sentencing took place in December 2019. As the date of his sentencing approached, many speculative articles began to appear online suggesting that maybe 6IX9 might be released from jail within 72 hours. But this turned out not to be the case. While 6IX9's cooperation did get him the coveted 5K1 letter, a document stating that he formally helped the prosecution, typically leading to judges delivering a lighter sentence. Now, during 6IX9's sentencing, the court looked over various aspects of the investigation that he particularly helped uncover. And I'll tell you what, he was doing the most. He described his participation in robberies, helped the cops identify the gang's lineup, he identified details of shootings that the police were not even aware of, and he helped provide context for private text messages between the gang members involved, which specifically allowed them to bring the kidnapping charges against Mac and Ellison, the disgruntled Treyway members that for a brief period had held 6IX9 for ransom. The timeliness of 6IX9's cooperation was considered by the court to have directly led to guilty pleas of parties that were involved, and 6IX9's own lawyer described his participation in Treyway as the worst decision he had ever made, suggesting that 6IX9's cooperation was complete and that from the moment he appeared in court, he was a willing cooperator with the aim of taking down a major gang. Now, during sentencing, 6IX9's lawyer pushed for him to just get time served and immediate release, telling the judge that he would never see 6IX9 in that courtroom again. And 6IX9 even took the stand himself, telling the court that he was not a victim, taking responsibility for putting himself in the position of being in this gang, fully denouncing them and apologizing for the people that he had hurt. He offered to pay the medical bills for the only identifiable victim of his crimes, an innocent bystander shot in the leg during a shootout between warring factions of the Treyway crew, and 6IX9 even wrote a letter which he read out in court. I know there is no apology that can kill off the pain we have all been affected by. I'm not perfect. I made a lot of bad choices, but that does not make me a bad person. If you told me in January 2017 I'd be a global star, I'd call you crazy. If in January 2018 you'd tell me I'd be part of a federal indictment, I'd call you crazy. Since the age of 14 when I lost my father, at 15, 16, 17, I'd seen my mum wake up early. I wanted to prove something to the world. I wanted the world to see me as an example, that you're in control of where you go. I used my platform to push the message. If I did it, why can't you? I gave people hope. Your Honor, a 5-year-old boy named Franklin was dying of cancer. He wanted to meet me. I asked myself why, but I went. Cancer had disabled the right side of his body. I told him how strong he was. I realized I was not just a kid with rainbow hair and 6IX9 tats. Franklin told me I was hope. Then I met another girl named Tati. She broke out of her shell. It was September. The family was struggling. I took them school shopping for the year. Tati told me that if I can be strong, they can be strong. When people see me, they don't only see Tekashi 6IX9 the arrogant. I'm a human. I got organs just like everyone in this room. They see Daniel Hernandez, not Tekashi 6IX9. I failed these kids, the millions of kids, my own kids I haven't spoke to, the whole time incarcerated. It will be a priority of mine to visit more low-income families. I failed these people. They believed in Daniel Hernandez. I was too busy making the negative image in my 6IX9 persona. I know God has a bigger plan for me. I want to inspire the youth that it is never too late to change. If I can change for the better, so can they. I was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York. I lost my father to violence. I grew up with no guidance. It was me. I live it, so I know. Your Honor, allow me to inspire people. Not only the young people here, but the millions around the world listening and watching. And it was a moving speech, but the judge essentially slapped down any suggestion that 6IX9 was going to get let off with a slap on the wrist and only time served. With the judge essentially saying that while he deserves a lot of credit for his cooperation, his crimes were far too violent and selfish to make 13 months a reasonable punishment. Pointing out various violent crimes that he had personally instigated, like having Trippie Redd beaten up, Shotty shooting up Frenchie BSM's Sprinter van, arranging for the robbery of Scum Lord Dizzy and other Rap-A-Lot record affiliates at gunpoint, Shotty pistol whipping people who said fuck 6IX9 on the street, the shooting at the Barclays Center during the Casanova beef, the shooting of Chief Keef outside the W Hotel at Times Square, the shootout in Smurf Village where the bystander was hit apparently greenlit by 6IX9. I mean, that's a hell of a lot of violence. And the judge pointed out that until 6IX9 had gotten involved with the gang, they had never gotten involved with music industry beefs. And the judge said that 6IX9 had used the gang to get even with his industry rivals, but that they remained armed and around 6IX9 for this specific purpose. In fact, the judge went as far as to accuse 6IX9 of using the same excuse as he did when he copped to the use of a child in a sexual performance charge in 2015, suggesting that just saying the bigger boys made me do it was not going to fly this time. But on the other hand, let's not forget that the judge gave 6IX9 a lot of credit, pointing out that he had met the government a whopping 26 times to help them decode social media messages between the gang. This kid met the government 26 times. I haven't met my mum 26 times since lockdown began. And funnily Funnily enough, the judge even said that he had appreciated the memes that had been circulating throughout the trial. Geez, you think that's funny, Your Honor? Wait till you get the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. That's going to be a hoot. Anywho, the judge clearly had the last laugh on 6IX9, telling him directly at his sentencing, "You will not be released today," slapping him with 24 months in prison total, subtracting the 13 he had already served, leaving him with 11 months left to serve on his sentence. And this came along with 300 hours of community service and a $35,000 fine. And to his credit, the judge ended by saying that there was a lot to admire about 6IX9, wishing him well and saying that he had indeed learned a hard lesson. Oh, come on, Judge Gramps, all I did was facilitate murder for hire and facilitate the sale of 2 kilos of fentanyl. Lighten up! But after all of that, it looked like luck was on 6IX9's side, because he would end up getting out sooner than anybody could have imagined, with a little help from the entire world's newest op, coronavirus. On the 2nd of April 2020, 6IX9 gets released early on house arrest due to fears around the coronavirus. It's ironic that he's scared of dying in a pandemic when he looks like the 1% of germs that your hand sanitizer can't kill. But to be fair to him, this wasn't BS. 6IX9 has talked about suffering from asthma in the past, even getting a bust-down inhaler from his former father, 50 Cent.
Gym is pretty, I got asthma and shit, so like, it's hard for me. I'm the fastest kid in the world, but the asthma is kicking in.
I got you. That sounds pretty.
What you got me? Oh.
So don't come here talking about your failed gym, motherfucker.
Yo. This is an actual asthma pump?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Try it.
Oh.
See, now ain't no reason for you to fail gym.
Shit then, if 6IX9 gets the Rona, I'm hoping 50's gonna come through with that bust-down ventilator quick time. Anyway, whether it's a finesse or a genuine risk, 6IX9 was granted permission by the judge to serve out the remaining 4 months of his sentence on home confinement. He was originally set for release at the end of July, but would instead be forced to stay at home and wear a GPS ankle monitor, which would force him to stay at his home, only being allowed to leave for medical treatment or to meet his attorney. But more importantly, he did not face any other restrictions on what he could do, which meant that he could speak to whoever he wanted, go on social media, and most importantly, record and release music videos. And so with this new freedom came speculation as to what his first moves would be. Fortunately, he hadn't lost his sense of humor while he was in jail, because the first thing that he did was joke publicly about being a snitch, responding to a news article about the LA mayor offering rewards for citizens who snitch on those that are violating the COVID-19 stay-at-home orders, with 6IX9 saying in response to this, "Coming to the rescue." And a few days after that, he doubled down on his newfound identity as Super Snitch, changing his IG profile picture to an animated pic of him sitting in a rat trap eating cheese, along with a new bio that said, "Why is everybody calling me a snitch? I'm missing something?" But aside from this light-hearted trolling, generally for the first few weeks of being free, 6IX9 kept a pretty low profile. Although he did pop up in the comments of Tory Lanez's Quarantine Radio, something which for the record I did predict the night before.
6IX9 says, "Let me play this new shit. Wait, or I'ma snitch on you."
But beyond that, behind the scenes, 6IX9 was going on a spending spree, buying luxury cars including a rare Lamborghini Aventador SVJ and an even rarer 1 of 10 McLaren MSOX, which I made an entire video about. And beyond the new wheels, he was reportedly spending big bags on jewelry, copping numerous Richard Mille watches, putting millions on his wrist, as well as copping a now iconic shark chain that's been reported to have cost anywhere from $300,000 to $600,000. But it wasn't just splurging going on behind the scenes. 6IX9 was apparently ready to start putting in work soon, as we soon found out that he had asked the judge for permission to spend 2 hours a week in his backyard to film music videos whilst on house arrest, a request which was granted, with many seeing that these little tidbits of information were hints that he was gearing up, putting everything into place to launch his explosive comeback. And by the end of April, he finally announced that that big comeback would be coming on May the 8th. And as the day approached, 6IX9 clarified that he would be going live on Instagram, urging his fans and ops alike, don't get scared now. Oh, but make no mistake, 6IX9's ops were very scared indeed. And ever since he got locked up, countless ops crawled out the woodwork to take a dump on him from a great height. Whether it was Snoop Dogg saying that he never ratted and he never will, remember that for later, or Future misspelling his name and calling him a rat too. But then again, you gotta cut Future some slack for getting 6ix9ine's name wrong. After all, he struggles enough to remember all of his kids' names. We had Lil Durk saying fuck 6ix9ine, Snitch K, or Meek Mill 64, telling the world the 6ix9ine story was a cautionary tale and that clout is not the route to get money. Well, I beg to differ, Meek, and we're gonna remember that comment for later on in this video too. Now, of course, once 6ix9ine was released, all of those same people that had hated on him while he was inside were lining up to drop shade and celebrate the inevitable flop that they thought this rap would be facing. But perhaps these condescending rappers didn't quite realize what they were getting themselves into. And as 6ix9ine's return descended on the rap game like a Skittle-stained tidal wave, Tekashi would make sure that no clean-shirted rapper in the industry would remain unstained. It's 6ix9ine's 24th birthday, May the 8th. After 14 months of dropping nothing but soap, he finally dropped his new single. Fans have waited ages for 6ix9ine to make a comeback, and not the kind of comeback he used to get from his cellmate. 6ix9ine would finally have a release to be proud of, unlike the one his cellmate made on his face. Okay, I'll stop. He even bought the billboard in Times Square to promote his comeback, even though no one was going to see it because of coronavirus. It was clear at this point that 6ix9ine was truly pulling out all the stops with his marketing, which is funny because only 1 month before this, the only person pulling out was his cellmate. Okay, I'll stop. I will stop. Anywho, 6ix9ine would truly shock the world when he finally dropped his comeback single and music video, Goober. And we learned a lot from this video. He used it to debut his new signature rainbow-toothed shark logo that's appeared in all of his videos since. And after that, from the word go, the very first frame where we see 6ix9ine on screen was a picture worth 1,000 words. Because 6ix9ine picked up exactly where he left off. Tongue out, flipping a middle finger to all of his ops and haters, and surrounded by luscious rainbow beauties, and rocking that hideously large bust-down shark chain. I mean, with this one still image, you've pretty much seen the entire video. But that's not to say the video isn't still worth a watch. But anyway, the actual song Goober itself was interesting too. The simple lyrics and shouted delivery were textbook Zilla 6ix9ine, and the song was filled with the usual 6ix9ine references to haters, clout chasers, interpolating his beloved line, "Are you dumb, stupid, or dumb?" Huh? And of course, in slightly more suspect terms, dropping a few lines about busting choppers at the chicken shop, something which I'm pretty sure is now against his probation. But then again, we can't really hate on him for this, can we? Because after all, he has never claimed to be anything more than a troll. And if street dudes don't want him talking about upping choppers, then that is exactly what you should expect him to do. Sorry, Meek Mill, but that is not a hot take. That's just foreshadowing for you looking like a right plum later on. And if you think that somehow 6ix9ine giving his fans exactly what they're expecting is a bad move, I got some news for you. Goober was a smash hit, breaking the record for the biggest 24-hour debut for a hip-hop song previously held by Eminem's Machine Gun Kelly diss. But 6ix9ine wasn't content with just breaking records on YouTube either. Following the debut of the Goober music video on YouTube, he then went live on Instagram to speak directly to the people and give his explanation of what had gone down for the last 14 months, walking out to the theme song from Cops and holding handcuffs in his usual trolling fashion. He then proceeded to flex his 4 brand new Richard Mille watches, and he also addressed Lil TJ's earlier claims of being king of New York, where he said that snitch rainbow hair shit is a dub. Hey, don't worry guys, I didn't know who Lil TJ was before all this either, so. But aside from stoking more beef from all of the unprovoked pot shots that he had been subjected to, as he always does, 6ix9ine also laid the seeds for future beefs by going extra hard at all of the people who said that he could never rap, then come back and take over the game. The real value of this live was 6ix9ine finally giving us some honest perspectives on how he sees himself after having turned snitch on his former crew. Position, completely letting himself off the hook on the basis that he only betrayed his former gang because they betrayed him first. Now, I personally never cared too much about 6ix9ine snitching. I ain't really about that life, and I don't think he was ever really about that life either. And perhaps his big tough gang homies should have known better than trusting this rainbow-haired clout clown to begin with. Because there was always a possibility the likes of Meek Mill and Snoop Dogg were completely right, and that after snitching, the entire industry and all the fans were truly going to turn their back on 6ix9ine for ratting so hard. And it was clear for both 6ix9ine and the fans at this moment, just going on the numbers alone, that 6ix9ine had truly pulled it off, and he was back. This Instagram Live attracted 2 million viewers at the same time, breaking the Instagram record for concurrent viewers by an enormous margin, though for the record it was broken by a Turkish TV star a few weeks later, but anyway. That doesn't matter, because Goober's release went off without a hitch. 6ix9ine had really played the 14-month long con, finessing every single person in Treyway that had got indicted with him, saving himself, coming out and getting right back to the top. But let's not forget, being a master troll reaching unprecedented heights of success tends to attract unprecedented beefs too, because now 6ix9ine would graduate from entry-level hip-hop beefing and begin to go back and forth with the A-list, the likes of Justin Bieber, Ariana Grande, and of course his newest corporate industry op, the Billboard charts themselves. You would have thought 6ix9ine would have been delighted to see his track Goober sliding into number 3 on the Billboard charts. But then again, he had had a number 3 before with Fifi. In fact, no, he was not happy with number 3 at all. And before Billboard announced the chart positions that week, 6ix9ine posted an epic rant to Instagram calling them out for manipulating the chart positions.
I'm gonna make this real quick because I'll be real disappointed if Billboard gets paid for number ones, somehow manipulate the charts.
He went on to show sales forecasts for that week.
Number 1, Doja Cat, Say So. Number 2, 6ix9ine, Goober. Number 3, The Weeknd, Blinding Lights. 4, Megan Thee Stallion. Number 5, Ariana Grande Was Stuck With You.
And then he claims in the last hour of last night, Ariana Grande submitted 60,000 last-minute sales, jumping her and Bieber's track up to number 1.
Last night, last second, like last hour, Stuck With You by Ariana Grande submits 60,000 units out of nowhere, completely out of nowhere. This is the forecast they sent every label. It puts Ariana Grande Was Stuck With You at 43.7, which jumps 12 points. They went from being 5th place to 1st place out of nowhere, right?
But this wasn't all. He also showed a last-minute bundling that Ariana Grande and Justin Bieber had done, which was also announced at the very last minute.
And then they post, for a very limited time, so Billboard, if you manipulate the charts, right, and you create bundles.
6ix9ine claims that the actual streaming numbers for Goober blew both Ariana Grande and Doja Cat songs out of the water.
Goober streamed over 200 million streams, more than Stuck With You, Doja Cat.
Now, unfortunately for 6ix9ine, what ended up happening was Ariana Grande and Bieber ended up coming in at number 1, Doja Cat at number 2, and 6ix9ine's Goober at number 3. 6ix9ine, naturally displeased with this, took to Instagram once again to call out Billboard for rigging the charts in favor of the highest bidder.
So listen, I want the world to know that Billboard is a lie. You can buy number ones on Billboard. I want that to register in your head.
He went on to accuse Grande and Bieber of buying 30,000 copies of their own record with 6 credit cards and calling out Billboard for allowing them to rig the charts.
Last Thursday, Ariana Was Stuck With You submitted 60,000 units last second. With the investigation, we found this. They purchased half of those things with 6 credit cards. When we asked where was those 6 credit cards linked to, Billboard said we can't disclose that information.
Now, this sounds pretty salty, especially when he repeats it over and over.
30,000 and so units with 6 credit cards. 6 credit cards. Now,
to be honest, this really isn't that much of a big deal. You see, the thing about focusing on just one aspect of the data, in this case, only half of the 60,000 units that were submitted last minute that 6ix9ine claims were bought on 6 credit cards, is kind of an attempt to distract you from the fact that the other 30,000 sales were indeed kosher. And those 30,000 unquestionable sales are enough for Grande and Bieber to beat Goober. After all, Goober only sold 24,000 physical units. Compare this to 108,000 with Bieber and Grande's track Stuck With You, as Billboard explained in their response. And they also explained why they failed to disclose information about where those additional sales had come from.
When we asked where was those 6 credit cards linked to, Billboard said we can't disclose that information.
Well, yeah, they don't just disclose credit card information on all the customers that bought Ariana Grande's single because that would be a ridiculous privacy violation. In fact, another critique of 6ix9ine's that didn't really hold any water was his claim that his streams weren't being counted.
Goober streamed 50 million streams. And this is what they're counting only, 50 million streams, right? They only counted, look what Billboard counts. They only counted 31 million.
Wow, those are some big numbers you're showing us on screen without any context there, buddy. Hey, mind if I have a closer look? Well, we can see here that 6ix9ine's actual sales were 17.9 thousand. That's pretty low. It'd be funny if other rappers made fun of him for this, wouldn't it? And while you're here, we also see that of the streams he did get, he claims that his 31 million ad-supported streams were counted, with this amounting to 43% of his total sales. But if you look closer at the figure above it, which is the one that he says that Billboard did not want to count, we actually see that a whopping number of his streams came from paid sources. And you can see why not counting streams from paid sources like YouTube pre-roll ads definitely shouldn't influence the chart positions. Because, you know, that would be buying your way up the charts. Pretty sure that's the thing you hate, isn't it, 6ix9ine?
You can buy number ones on Billboard.
I mean, it's baffling, because at the same time, 6ix9ine is mad that Billboard illegally won't count the views he bought, which ironically doesn't even amount to enough points to put him at number 1. A fact that he even seems to realise on camera, then quickly tries to conceal before he just goes back to shouting 6 credit cards over and over again.
31 million, which places us at 38 points. When in 5th place, you were stuck at 32 points. 6 credit cards buys you 36 credit.
Also, for the record, I've got to hand it to this guy. It looks like he's been out of jail for a month and a half, still hasn't changed his clothes. Anyway, Ariana Grande and Justin Bieber both responded with salty posts on social media, debunking what 6ix9ine was saying. And while the less keen-eyed observers were all lining up to call this a big fat L for 6ix9ine, a lot of people didn't seem to realize that the simple fact that Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande were in the media promoting him for free is an enormous W. I mean, the fact that Billboard had to reply to 6ix9ine and explain how they calculate the charts, and have to release a popular article all about 6ix9ine's claims, is more free promotion than any artist could even hope to buy. And I'll be honest with you, having watched this video of 6ix9ine roasting Billboard numerous times, I kind of get the impression that he doesn't even fully believe this himself. He's just doing what he does best, trolling Billboard, Justin Bieber, and Ariana Grande into responding to him and promoting his ongoing drama for free. I mean, think about it, 6ix9ine graduated from beefing with Chief Keef and sending goons to go and shoot at him, to getting under Justin Bieber and Ariana Grande's skin from the comfort of his own living room. I mean, do you need any more of a sign that he was absolutely right when he said on his Instagram live that he never needed the gang affiliations to be the master troll pop star he wanted to be? Anyway, so by June, Goober is platinum. In fact, Goober even charted in over 20 international countries outside of the US. Hell, it even went number 1 in the Czech Republic, Finland, Greece, and Hungary. In fact, just like before he went to jail, everyone in the industry had clearly overlooked and underestimated the international appeal of 6ix9ine. I mean, let's not forget, building his international fan base was something that he was very focused on right at the start of his career, a move that was massively facilitated by the Slovakian rap label Fuck Them, headed up by Yaksha, shout out him. So no matter how you look at it, Goober was a big comeback for 6ix9ine, and it was the moment that he proved everything he needed to himself. And in light of everyone in the rap game sniggering at his return, he would soon return to IG Live ready to bring the smoke to every single op that had had something to say about him since he got out. Following the successful placement of Goober into the top 3, 6ix9ine was in prime trash talking mode. But of course, being the most hated man in the music industry leaves you with limited outlets for you to distribute your message. But luckily, there's always been one brave and bold name in the rap game, willing to put his rep on the line to give this skittle-headed fool a voice. He's the Joe Budden debater, 6ix9ine congratulator, and Meek Mill agitator, the true pioneer of everything I hold dear, DJ Academics, who actually made a rare trip out of his mum's basement / new mansion that he just bought cash, congrats Academics, to get on a wild Henny sipping IG live session with 6ix9ine at his mansion. And also, let's not forget, Academics and 6ix9ine's professional relationship runs deep, and over the past year we've seen Act flexing numerous plaques for having ghostwritten iconic lines for 6ix9ine's music over the years. But on this IG live, Academics and 6ix9ine took a slightly different approach to their hit making, instead choosing to crowdsource 6ix9ine's bars, and offering fans an opportunity to help write 6ix9ine's next hit like some sort of Treyway's Got Talent.
We gonna let the fans write the song, and I swear I'm gonna put it on the album. Write the verse for us.
Hey, I mean, at least he's honest about needing a ghostwriter unlike Drake.
So let me put it like this. I need help writing this verse. Like, I can't write music to save my life. Help me.
And to be fair to him, after dishing out a couple of L's, he got some good contestants.
If you're a washed up rapper, if you're washed up, this is your chance to get your career back.
Honestly, having watched a bunch of these to research this video, I wouldn't be surprised if Spotify cut DJ Academics and 6ix9ine one of those Joe Rogan checks to just troll other rappers for an hour a week in podcast format. In fact, speaking of trolls, 6ix9ine actually went on from this live to take a short hiatus from social media in the run-up to his next release, taking a break from trash talking on live, instead choosing to lean closer towards his audience that had supported him up until this point, giving his fans the opportunity to choose the name of the next song. He later confirmed the name of that song would indeed be Trolls with a Z, announcing that it would be out that Friday alongside a heavy dosage of shade for his haters.
How a nigga on house arrest? How a nigga on house arrest get more money than y'all? Explain that to me. Y'all ever seen $1 million in cash? Cause I made this on house arrest, nigga. I made this on house arrest, nigga. And I know y'all thought this was over.
It's never over. May 29th, another single.
Now, after several short delays, out of respect for the tragic events that had occurred in the US around this period, by the time the release was approaching, rumors were swirling that the track would feature a Nicki Minaj verse. Reports had surfaced suggesting that she had been to his house to film a music video. Bear in mind, ever since he got out, people had had a close eye on where he was, and he'd already had to move house due to his address leaking. And well, it turned out that the neighborhood watch was absolutely right, as Nicki Minaj's feature on Trolls was confirmed when they both announced a promotional merch bundle ahead of the song's release. Merchandise bundling, eh? Sounds familiar. Anyway, once the cat was out of the bag, there was no point waiting any longer. So 6ix9ine did what he does best, announced that he was about to go on another epic Instagram live rant alongside the impending link up with Nicki Minaj.
So look, I'm gonna make this very clear. Tonight, I'm going on Instagram Live at 11 p.m. New York Eastern Time. It's a lot of shit I want to get off my chest. The music video to Trolls when Nicki Minaj comes out tonight at 12 a.m. I need all my fans to stay up. Listen, I'm calling Nicki phone like, yo, Nicki, we gotta go on Instagram Live. The queen still sleep. So I need all my bobs, all my trolls to go tell Nicki, yo, wake up, go on Tekashi's Instagram tonight, 1 hour before the video. They know what happened when the king and queen link up. And there's a lot of people out there like, damn, why the fuck she had to get on that song? Listen, can't stop this.
And when he did finally hop on live, he came through looking like the Santa Claus of clout with a naughty list of all of the rappers that he was gearing up to unload on for being a bunch of snakes and rats too.
I got a list right here, right? I'm gonna go down the list. But listen, I'm gonna show you how this rap game, right? I'm gonna show you how this rap game is full of liars, right? I'm gonna show you how this rap game is full of rats, right? I'm gonna show you how this rap game really works, right?
In fact, 6ix9ine had been teasing for nearly a month on his Instagram that he had a bunch of info on famous rappers who had turned out to be snitches. The first target was Meek Mill, who had of course been clowning 6ix9ine as not being accepted by the streets ever since he snitched. And 6ix9ine came locked and loaded with an explosive Uno reverse card that would have Meek Millie looking pretty silly.
I'm gonna start off with Meek Mill. Desiree Perez is a Roc Nation executive that works with Meek Mill. Matter of fact, let me show you. Desiree Perez works with Meek Mill. She's right here, look. This is Desiree Perez. This is Meek Mill. This is Desiree Perez. This is Meek Mill. Let's go to the Daily News. The story that spooked Dash revealed how Perez, the wife of longtime Jay-Z wingman Juan Perez, became a cooperating witness for the DEA in the 1990s. Again, her undercover informant work won her courtroom praise for federal prosecutors, as does mine, after she helped them break up major drug dealers in Puerto Rico and Colombia.
Yeah, not looking good, Meek, but that wasn't all.
This is on public information. This was on the New York, on the New York Times. What are you gonna say? No, I didn't know. You know, sir. You know, you just can't chart. Ever since Nicki left you, you are a nobody.
Yeesh. Next up on the chopping block was Future.
Now, who's next on the list? Listen, Future, you don't take care of your kids, right? You can't compare me to you because I can't have no communication with my baby mom was having sexual relations with my co-defendants. I'm gonna stay away till I'm off house arrest, right? Something you don't know about. You rap about all his drugs, never got arrested for drug offense. It's facts. Hear what I just said. You rap about Molly, perks, and all this shit, never got locked up for no drug offense. If you hang out with a rat, it makes you a rat, right? You just posted that. So what does that make you? Because you hang around Meek, you hang around these niggas. What does that make you? Is there levels to this snitching? Oh, that's snitching level 3. Oh, that's snitching level 6. No, Tekashi snitch on level 10, but level snitching 6 could do.
Actually, there are levels to snitching, Tekashi. In fact, allow me to refer you to my handy snitchometer. As you can see, you, sir, are a level 9 snitch. Not quite a full-blown rat, you've got an excuse, but I can definitely smell cheese on your breath. Now, Meek Mill, you're caught red-handed having hung out with a snitch, that's about a level 5. You know, that's more of a passive-aggressive anonymous call to Crime Stoppers. But let's never forget, guys, who is the biggest snitch of them all? Me! Because that goes all the way up to 11, baby. Anywho, 6ix9ine had one final hot volcano bag filled with smoke for his final green-fingered op, as he'd been going pretty hard on Snoop Dogg earlier on his Instagram, exposing him for cheating on his wife and accusing him of being a fellow snitch by making what I would describe as a pretty liberal use of an old clip of Suge Knight, questioning why Snoop always manages to stay out of jail even though he gets arrested.
Getting caught with drugs, getting caught with a gun, stab somebody, do those type of crimes, they're not gonna come to prison. One of the reasons that nigga come to Snoop, Snoop would never come. I mean, Snoop was on, we beat a murder trial for him, but then he was on probation. Then he got caught with 2 ounces of marijuana. Then he got caught with guns. And each time it's nothing. They're not gonna violate him. Because for the street guys know what I'm talking about. This is no puzzle. I mean, if you get a guy that constantly getting in trouble and never gonna come to prison, that's because he's an informant, he's a rat, a snitch.
Now, Snoop had initially responded to this saying it was all cap, and 6ix9ine said in his live that Snoop Dogg had actually DM'd him after posting that clip, throwing in the white flag.
For Snoop Dogg, I'm on you now. You want to talk all this rat shit. I exposed you already. You hit me up in the DM talking about throwing the white flag, please, just something. You took some straight old head shit.
Hell, he even pulled up Snoop Dogg's paperwork like some sort of trap lord Danny.
Right? Snoop Dogg's paperwork. Let me go on Google for this. There's Snoop Dogg paperwork all over the internet. Snoop Dogg's paperwork right here.
Anyway, after nearly an hour of high-level trolling, it was time for him to drop trolls. And so 6ix9ine jumped on Nicki Minaj's IG Live to check in with the Queen and goad her into supporting his petty beefs to stoke up excitement for their song.
First of all, why are you going crazy?
I'm not going crazy. Let me know if I'm spitting, if I'm saying something wrong. Look, let me just show you. And fuck this nigga, because after you left this nigga's career been gone. Like, this nigga Alright, let me chill. You right, let me chill.
But in the end, we saw what Nicki Minaj was really there for. To give 6ix9ine a much needed industry cosign, as she would essentially become, in this video, the first mainstream music industry personality to publicly endorse 6ix9ine and essentially absolve him of all of his snitching sins.
My take on it is, I feel street niggas have every right to feel how they want to feel about snitching because they live that life.
That's a fact.
I feel rappers need to play it easy because everybody mingles and integrates with everybody. And if a top executive rat call one of y'all unsigned rappers right now, sign y'all signing. Because I feel street niggas have a right to feel how they want to motherfucking feel because they in the field. Mm-hmm. And I'm not on the block with 6ix9ine. Mm-hmm. Me and 6ix9ine is not on the block. We in the music business.
And of course, this is where she dropped that absolute clanger of a soundbite about her gangster-ass husband.
My husband doesn't fuck with the snitch culture.
Hey, it's good to know that if the music career fails, all 6ix9ine's got to do is shave his hair off and he's got a show on Revolt. Anyway, they spoke a little bit longer, but we didn't really learn anything new from their discussion. Oh, except that 6ix9ine is a time traveler.
Niggas been ratting since the 1800s.
So, damage control had been officially administered courtesy of Nicki Minaj. In fact, following the live with Nicki, we saw another live between 6ix9ine and Latin rapper Anuel AA that went down completely in Spanish and over a lot of English speakers' heads. But in this video, Anuel and 6ix9ine essentially agreed that Nicki Minaj speaking out on his behalf had essentially hushed down the industry's hate for 6ix9ine and paved the way for a street artist like Anuel to work with 6ix9ine on that basis going forward.
There's a lot of people talking about the situation. And the one that put it clear towards the industry was a girl, and that was Nicki Minaj.
Una mujer tuvo que ponerse el pantalón de hombre.
Like 6ix9ine says, yeah, una mujer, a woman had to open up, her mouth and put her man pants. To talk to all these rappers that are chotas, that means snitch. If you got a nigga that snitch, you call him chota in Spanish, you feel me?
Pero, sabe, no vamos a hablar de eso.
He says, sabe, no vamos a hablar de eso, and Anuel laughs and he moves away. Hold on, papi.
Oh, I also want to say shout out to Pancho's Place for the translation on this video. You should go and subscribe to him for some good Latin rap content. And he also just did a translation of 6ix9ine's new single, Ya Ya, that is in Spanish. So anyway, from here on, Anuel basically takes the same tone with 6ix9ine as Nicki Minaj did. Telling him straight up that he doesn't mess with snitching, but accepting that they're in the music industry together, not the streets.
He just had to say it. Hey, I just want to say something clear, and I don't applaud snitching.
¿Sabes qué es lo que pasa? Que los que están hablando mierda en realidad son los cantantes.
And then he said, "Oh, you want to know something? Well, the people who are really talking shit are the artists, the rappers, the singers. The people in the streets, you gotta give it to them, because in the streets, snitching don't go nowhere."
And it was just like that that we witnessed the snitch laundering of 6ix9ine happen before our very eyes. Sure, his ops will never love him again, but from here on out the industry would be forced to accept him, because to not do so would have been hypocritical. None of these rappers still bust guns or up their chops at the chicken shop. You're all rich. This is the music industry, we're all here to make money. And so once Trolls finally dropped and 6ix9ine had all of his rats in a row, so to speak, he would finally get his revenge on the Billboard chart once and for all. Now, after Goober's #3 Billboard debacle, 6ix9ine vowed to go #1 on Billboard next time, goading Billboard with an Instagram post of himself holding 6 credit cards, saying, "Don't worry, #1 next time," an obvious hint to his plans going forward. Obviously, after that enormous snitchathon with Nicki Minaj, excitement was at fever pitch. And when the music video for Trolls dropped, it is no disappointment. We saw 6ix9ine and Nicki having good times like old pals, in scenes very reminiscent of their previous hit song Fifi. Of course, Trolls was the 3rd track in a trilogy of Nicki Minaj collaborations, but of course let's not forget that the 2nd track that they did together, Mama, which also featured Kanye West, ended up getting canned after somebody shot up the music video. Now, the Trolls music video also had a wood-inducing setup with a topless Nicki Minaj, with her titties bouncing harder than a check from Birdman. We also saw Nicki pour a gallon of sticky white liquid all over 6ix9ine's face, just like his cellmate used to do. Got ya. In fact, it was this powerful shot where 6ix9ine delivered a strong message to his ops: "I eat pieces of tits like you for breakfast." 6ix9ine also seemed to add a kitten to his previously seen puppy collection, just in case those Skittles weren't enough to lure children into his house. But to be fair, this music video had some pretty awesome and wild effects. Cool light tunnels, a sexy hot tub setup. I mean, it's honestly incredible to think he did all of this in his goddamn house. I personally like Trolls, but I know a lot of people don't like it. But as 6ix9ine has said on numerous occasions, men lie, women lie, numbers don't. And Trolls indeed went #1 on Billboard, just like he said. And to celebrate this monumental achievement, 6ix9ine goes bananas on his IG page.
Oh, fuck yeah! Didn't I tell you? Didn't I tell you, nigga? Fuck you, I can't be stopped, nigga! Didn't I tell you? Stop everything. Every got blackball. You can't blackball me! Y'all try to blackball me on radio. Y'all try to blackball me on radio. Apple Music, Spotify didn't give us no playlisting. What they talk about? I can't be stopped, nigga! I can't be stopped! #1, nigga! That nigga's bugging. Listen, and this for the fans. This shit can't be possible without y'all. We beat the industry. I literally told y'all I'm gonna get the #1. We beat the industry.
He's right. He got a #1, the first #1 of both his and Nicki Minaj's careers. I mean, think about it. Nicki Minaj had taken 109 swings at a #1, missed every single time. Who would have thought it was this rainbow-haired clown that would get her the glory she had waited her whole life for? Sure, the #1 was the result of a lot of finessing. Merch bundles, tapes, vinyls. A short bundle. Hell, I'm surprised they weren't sending Trolls branded ventilators to the healthcare system. They had numerous versions of the song available on iTunes, original and alternate versions with both a clean and dirty version of each. He did a different YouTube upload for each version of the song, the original music video, the lyric video for the alternative version, and him and Nicki Minaj plugged these different versions of the song back to back to get waves of people to listen and buy again.
To all my fans, this is very important. If you can, go purchase Trolls on iTunes up to 4 times. You can purchase legally up to 4 times. If you can, there's also on the 6ix9ine store, you have merchandise. You have, but most importantly, you have CDs, vinyls, cassettes, tapes, etc. You can buy up to 4 times. That's the legal amount, up to 4 times.
But you can't blame them though. Everybody's finessing Billboard, and he did exactly what had been done to him before. So Trolls landed at #1 on Billboard, and it moved 116,000 units. This was the highest one-week sales sum in a year since Taylor Swift dropped the song Me in 2019, but to be fair, it also did break the record for the biggest drop on the charts for a #1 debut, becoming the only record in Billboard history to only remain in the top 30 for 1 week. In fact, another mini L that 6ix9ine endured during the promotion of Trolls was the fact that for a moment moment, it looked like it had indeed broken the record for biggest 24-hour debut for a hip-hop song on YouTube, supposedly beating the record that Goober had set previously before YouTube came out and dashed these hopes, disputing the originally cited view count figure that was supposedly in excess of 40 million, saying that the actual views were only 32.5 million, 6.4 million less than Goober's 24-hour debut, once again discounting the paid-for pre-roll ad views, which confirms something which not a lot of people had noticed until this point, that a large proportion of 6ix9ine's total YouTube views were coming from paid advertising like YouTube pre-roll ads. Geez, I mean 6ix9ine, if you're gonna spend money on YouTube advertising, send some of those pre-roll ads my way. In fact, throw me a couple of racks, sponsor one of my videos, I'll say whatever you want. Thanks 6ix9ine for sponsoring this video, and don't forget to use my promo code SNITCH69 at checkout to get 45 years off. Anyway, many ops pointed to these exposés as proof that 6ix9ine was a certified fraud, while others, myself included, considered the ease with which he finessed the Billboard out of a #1, just like he said he would, as definitive proof that Billboard is indeed just as corrupt as he said they were. But regardless of what you think about how or what he did, he got a #1, and you can't take that from him. And for his victory lap, of course, he goes on another epic rant.
Yo, listen, I'm #1 in the world right now. When y'all said I couldn't do it, I did it. If I wasn't getting #1, if I didn't get the #1, you know all of these comments will be like, you didn't get it, bitch, fuck you, rat.
It would definitely be your fault off.
They were like, I got #1. You have to sit, you have to sit there right now and literally just go along with it. There's niggas right now going like this with their phone. I don't care, I don't give a fuck, nigga. I don't give a fuck. But you can't do that because I got the #1. Perfect example. Mayweather could knock out 42 and be 42-0. You know what they're gonna say? But you always running. The moment he gets knocked out, what happens? You got knocked out. What happened? I thought you was a legend. I thought you was this.
You can't win.
You can't win, so you gotta get made fun of. I'm gonna make fun of you, because if I lost, you would have been making fun of me. Fuck out of here. I'm #1. You can't make fun of me.
Oh. Trey, weigh it, don't spray it, chum. Anyway, to me, the most interesting thing about this live stream was just how willing he was to speak openly about exactly how he'd finessed that #1 from Billboard.
If I didn't get the #1, I would have the biggest L in the world. Cause I said, yo, y'all use 6 credit cards? Y'all use 6 credit cards? I watch next time. I literally did the bundle shit. I literally, whatever Ariana and Justin Bieber did, you know what I said? Oh, that's the formula? Oh, that's how y'all get #1? Listen, okay.
That was a finesse. You finessed it too.
Listen, so if you, Billboard, you're allowed to do bundles, and when did this ever come out? I thought it was about the music, the streams. Who the fuck listens to radio in 2020?
Billboard's about selling clothes.
Okay, so I said, okay. Huh? Okay, I'm gonna do this thing. And guess what? I got the #1. I'm letting you know.
Are you saying basically the niggas could buy #1?
Yes, they know. I've been saying that. Listen, when you have a #1 record and you could put bundles together and all this shit, which if it's legal, we're gonna do it.
You know, I think this was something a lot of the 6ix9ine hate brigade completely missed. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Forbes, because it's not really hypocritical of him to lose out on a #1 because somebody else finessed merch bundles. When Goober dropped, 6ix9ine missed out on a #1 because somebody else had finessed the #1 by bundling merch. So he just did exactly what he saw someone else do to get the #1. If somebody finesses you out of a #1, the best thing you could possibly do is break down their strategy and do it yourself. And in the end, 6ix9ine proved that every accusation he made against Billboard held some weight, because he was able to test out whether or not these finesses worked on his next single, and they did. Boom, #1 record. And then he kind of did have a pretty convenient excuse as to why Trolls had fallen so far from the #1 position after it debuted.
When you get a #1, right, and it stays #1, it don't stay #1 because
it's popular.
It's popular, it's hot. There's something called radio. These people that you see consistently being beat into your head, they're beating them into your head.
The radio program.
The radio program. It's all about paying.
All right.
Keep this on the radio. Keep this. And this is a fact. Keep. Hold on.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how long it lasted or how badly he did it. At least that's what I told my ex-girlfriend. He finessed a #1 from Billboard, and they can never take that away from him. And in the end, he had the last laugh on Billboard. And I would personally wager that getting a #1 is no longer even a priority for 6ix9ine. And it seems like now he's focused on topping the charts internationally with his Latin records.
Definitely going #1.
Really?
How much you want to bet?
We bet 5,000 last time. That 5,000. This next song?
This next song go #1.
I bet it. 5,000.
All right, and it's a Latin record.
It's Latin. Wait, which number one we talking about?
Nah, that's it. You already did it.
No, we talking about Billboard.
Nah, yeah, Billboard.
Latin, nigga. Are you crazy?
It's Billboard, nigga. If I put Billboard Latin right now.
And he also has big plans on getting that international tour money once coronavirus is over.
I could sell out an arena in Germany. I could sell out an arena in Norway, which is happening. Like, I could do that.
How many people in Norway?
Norway, like 20,000. It holds an arena. 20,000.
20,000.
15,000. Netherlands, I'm doing an arena. 20,000. Germany, Italy, Russia, Moscow, St. Petersburg. I'm doing that. Dubai, million booking. You to book me is $1 million. Fact.
I mean, that kind of says it all, doesn't it? He's back. It's not a question of whether or not you can stop him or cancel him. He is back. And you're mad, but you can't change it. Academics actually asked 6ix9ine a great question later on in this live. He asks, number one aside, when is 6ix9ine's shtick gonna stop working and when is he gonna fall off?
Well, you do know, everybody's looking at it like this. Eventually, it's gonna stop working. You feel me?
No, they hope.
They're waiting it out. A lot of people are waiting it out.
Wait it out. And then when it's eventually over, I make fun of you for the half of the time. So I don't care. I done made millions of dollars.
I think the question's always been, what happens when you win? So for this week, you won. What happens when you win? Because I feel like you win off being the underdog. But you're not the underdog anymore. You're competing with Selena Gomez.
I'm the underdog. Who's bigger, me or Selena Gomez? Selena Gomez. I'm the underdog.
Yeah, but when it comes to rappers, like, you're not the underdog anymore.
The fucking underdog.
No, you're not.
I'm the fucking underdog itself.
Academics has a point here. The comeback of 6ix9ine worked so well because he is a master troll. It's fun to watch him win against the odds and then take a huge dump on all of his ops from a great high. But now the comeback's over and it's not clear what the narrative's going to be for 6ix9ine going forward. At the end of my last 6ix9ine video, I said that I hope he gets out and does good with this opportunity that he's been given. And now he's out, he's kind of back to where he was and doing the same shtick that he was doing before, admittedly at a much higher level. He beat the odds, he came out the other side with his life and his freedom, a #1 record, and $10 million in the bank. And he no longer needs the gang affiliations to get the attention that he needs to win. All big W's. In my opinion, from here on out, there are 3 possible endings for the 6ix9ine story. Option 1, the Treyway goons make a comeback and get him good, the Hollywood ending as I like to call it. 2, he falls off completely because the comeback is now over and who cares. But of course, as he says, if that's the case, he'll just kick back and laugh because he made millions and proved everyone wrong. Or there's option 3, he continues to keep everybody's attention through his devious trolling and somehow manages to remain at the top for the rest of his life, like some sort of fentanyl dealing Treyway screaming rainbow pubed Madonna, which to be honest I'm kind of up for. You know what, in many ways 6ix9ine is kind of like the coronavirus. No one asked for him to be released into society, but now he's everywhere and there seems to be no getting rid of it. Goober came out and everybody said it's no big deal, and then Trolls came out, the more lethal second wave. And from there, he's continued to spread all over America and through Europe too. Hell, now he's even mutating and spreading across Latin America. And the unfortunate truth is, no matter how much everybody wants him to go away, we're probably stuck with him for at least 2 more years. Holy smokes, people, after 6ix9ine's Tattletales album flopped, I thought it was truly over. Where can he go from here, I thought to myself. He's used up every move available to him. And I'm sure that you'd agree that the last thing I thought we'd see 6ix9ine doing is rolling around with Bloods and starting beefs with gangsters again. But let me tell you people, we must have gone back in a time machine because 6ix9ine has got things looking very 2018 indeed. Let me explain. It's not very long ago that 6ix9ine was on the debut episode of DJ Academics' new fire podcast, Off the Record. And 6ix9ine was there, all up in the Fresh and Fit studio with his little pot belly out, but unlike the usual guests to the Fresh and Fit studio, 6ix9ine wasn't there to bitch about how much money he thinks his fictional husband should make before being tossed a plan B for the Uber ride home. No, 6ix9ine was in the Fresh Fit studio, surprisingly, on gang business, meeting up with infamous LA Pyru Blood, manager of the game, and the only man to give stitches, Wack 100, who after calling out 6ix9ine in an amazing no-jumper interview with Adam 22, and so along with Academics, Wack 100 was able to get an incredible 3-hour interview with the Sultan of Snitching himself. And my god people, that interview did not disappoint. a point. As well as being intensely high energy, entertaining and hilarious at many times, there were also certain points in this video where we got spicy new details about the state of 6IXNINE's current life. And one of the most shocking revelations came when 6IX9INE told Wack 100 that for the last 7 months he has been rolling dolo with no security.
I'm outside all day with my jewelry, no security, no nothing. For the past 7 months, I haven't had no security.
Yes, 6IX9INE actually said that before the podcast was recorded, he walked into Starbucks all by himself and ordered a rat milk latte. Bold, brazen, or brain dead, whatever you want to call it. It seems that at this point, 2 years on from snitching, 6IX9INE is really not scared about anything happening to him. And he's not capping about rolling without security, because only a couple weeks after this interview aired, 6IX9INE was confronted solo outside of Benihana, and I tell you what, I didn't see any fear in his rat-like body.
But you see, I'm outside, no security, so you ain't getting no excuse, homie. That's a fact. But that's what I'm saying, like, ain't no security. Look, you just come on, man, you doing the most.
So look, 6IX9INE is a braver man than me, but even braver than simply rolling around with no security were the words that 6IX9INE had for his former gangster friends who he helped lock up with his loose tongue. 6IX9INE has no remorse or shame about his snitching and that he owes his former gang nothing. And hell, Wack 100 even agreed, saying that 6IX9INE had beaten his former gang at their own game.
You feel like he owes the families of the men that went to jail anything or even fuck no, your own shit. He beat them at their own game.
But the funniest thing is, even in spite of all the snitching, you can tell from his recent Clubhouse appearance that 6IX9INE is genuinely proud of everything that he achieved during his tenure as a 9 Trey Blood.
When I first came into this industry and I met 9 Trey gangsters and I was 9 Trey Blood, I was doing everything I was rapping about. I was calling hits. We was robbing niggas, we was shooting niggas, it was attempted murders, we was selling drugs, selling a kilo of heroin charge, to attempted murder on March 20th, to April 3rd robbery, to April 21st shooting, 2 shootings, one in the Barclay, one in Bushwood, Brooklyn. Everything I was rapping about, I was really doing.
But the thing is, with all of this talk, 6IX9INE's former gang are listening. They haven't forgotten about him, and some of them might be out soon. So today, we're gonna have a recap of all the folks that 6IX9INE locked up, and take a look how they really feel about it a few years on and a whole lot of trash talk later, so that we can hopefully decide once and for all, is 6IX9INE really gonna survive in these streets when the Treyway come looking for him? Now let's go back to better days. 2018, way before that deadly virus would bring the entire world to a halt and ruin my birthday. 6IX9INE was out here running in these streets, looking like the 1% of germs your hand sanitizer won't kill, jumping from rapper to rapper for clout like a talented Aiden Ross. Back in 2018, 6IX9INE had beefed every rapper you could possibly name, but regardless, 6IX9INE snitched on the gang, came out and got back to his career like nothing had ever happened. He was out here acting like the 9 Trey Bloods were an after-school club he just stopped going to one day, and like the guys he put behind bars for decades would just forget all about it and let him live happily ever after. Well, young blood, that ain't what's happening, because every one of those people that 6IX9INE put away has friends and family who are steaming mad right now, and a lot of those guys are sat behind bars watching this rainbow scalped clown sing and dance like nothing ever happened. And despite what 6IX9INE might say, some of them are speaking out and clapping back. But even more scary is the fact that several of the most dangerous bloods have kept it quiet and seem to be just waiting in the shadows, looking forward to the day when they can finally get revenge on the rat that put them there. So it's time for the main segment of this video, a segment I would like to call Treyway, where are they now? Yes, I know the answer to that question is in jail, but what we're really doing is checking in on those guys that 6IX9INE put away around 2 years ago to see how they're getting on, when they're getting out, and just what kind of grudge that they hold with Mr. Takeshi Snitch 9. 6IX9INE turned on Kuda B after enlisting him to pop shots at Chief Keef outside of the W Hotel in New York in an apparent $30,000 hit.
I got a 30 pack on him right now, bro. 30 pack.
Now, in the run-up to the trial, it seemed like Kuda B wasn't too bothered about his potential fate. He was one of the few members in the Treyway case that ended up getting bail.
I heard about that 6IX9INE issue. Is it true that he snitched on you and then bailed you out?
Man, I'm too blessed to be worried about any of that, you feel me? Like, I'm home, I'm good.
During which time he would go live on IG in a celebratory mood, sounding like a New York Lil Uzi Vert clone.
Y'all know I'm back full effect. Come on, man, now. I'm back. I got 3 bills right now. I'm back full effect. Yes, me. Cooter. Back!
And whilst on bail, Kuda B would eventually link up with 6IX9INE's old DJ Punch, doing an interview the day before he had to go back into the feds for sentencing after it was revealed that 6IX9INE would be snitching on him. With Kuda B saying in that interview that when the indictment dropped, it really took him a long time to realise this whole thing was even happening.
Day by day, I'm like, yeah, this shit getting realer and realer and realer.
Yeah.
I'm a government. That ass. It should not have been funny, but that ass, I swear to God, bro. I was just like, shit getting realer and realer.
Yeah. And despite being briefly let out on a $300,000 bond during his sentence, due to coronavirus only a few days before 6ix9ine himself was allowed home on house arrest, because apparently Kuda B suffers asthma too. Hell, the 9 Tray must have had one hell of an inhaler budget. Anywho, once again, Kuda B got out of jail and started wilding out on Instagram Live once again. But as a result of his actions whilst on bail, he found himself back in the joint by October 2020. This was apparently the result of Kuda B throwing himself a welcome home party, which isn't a good look during a global pandemic that you have been literally let out of jail to avoid. And apparently somebody close to Kuda B actually snitched on him, with a private video clip from that party being sent to the feds, seemingly depicting people around Kuda B smoking weed and referring to themselves on camera as Bloods. Kuda B, how you do that? As a result, Kuda B was banned from the internet and leaving his apartment until the full sentencing was dropped, and it's believed that this celebratory welcome home video actually may have contributed directly to Kuda B getting a longer sentence overall. Kuda returned to jail after that interview and was sentenced to a whopping 4.5 years in jail. Look, I'll be honest, it wouldn't surprise me if 6ix9ine himself was the guy that sent that clip of Kuda B hanging out with the Bloods into the judge. He's a snitch to the bone. Anyway, Kuda B was fully behind bars by October 2020. And while Kuda B was sitting in federal prison, stewing over all of the events and snitches that put him there, just to add insult to injury, the chief cheese gobbler himself, 6ix9ine, took to Clubhouse, referencing Kuda B's earlier testimony in the case, referencing statements in Kuda B's plea, where he suggested that he didn't shoot at Chief Keef personally, as well as pointing out that 6ix9ine was the one that had enlisted them to do the shooting, with 6ix9ine inferring that these statements mean Kuda B is a snitch in his own right.
If you read the article, Kuda B told on himself. Kuda B pointed out the shooter. I paid Kuda B to shoot the fucking gun at Chief Keef, and Kuda B told the feds who really shot the gun, nigga.
I mean, 6ix9ine is technically right. Kuda B did claim that he was not the shooter. But then again, it's also clear that Kuda B didn't point the finger specifically at anyone else as the shooter. And if you ask me, it's not unthinkable that he was trying to say this and word things this way to try and get off completely or with a lighter sentence. Your Honor, I didn't shoot. It was just someone else who I didn't know or see just shot at Chief Keef. Can I go home now? And even though Kuda B said that 6ix9ine had enlisted them to do this shooting, hell, 6ix9ine had already snitched on himself, so it shouldn't matter. That info's out there. Anyway, after this clip went live, Kuda B replied from jail in a phone call, rebuffing 6ix9ine's claims of snitching.
My paperwork is good. Kuda B did not cooperate. That's all he told on me, but I'm not doing the back and forth shit. That shit's about nothing.
So, Kuda B, that's the first person who's going to be looking for 6ix9ine when he gets out of jail, and he's set to remain there until around October 2023. Realistically, that ain't that long away. But the thing is, there's plenty of harder treyway banging dudes that are looking to cause harm to the super rat. And even more terrifyingly, a lot of these dudes haven't said a word about 6ix9ine since they got locked up. Alright, quick fire round now. Aaron Bat Young got 20 years for his role in the drug dealing conspiracy and apparent attempted murder of former Treyway affiliate Snow Billy. Now, he's apparently a bit slow, bless him, so it's not a surprise that he hasn't been heard from. And he's not set to be free until February 2036, so 6ix9ine has quite a lot of time to get his stamina up for this one. But I'll tell you what, this is not a guy I'd want looking for me. Next up is Denard Drama Butler, who was also indicted for taking part in the Treyway conspiracy, with court papers stating that he was involved in 3 incidents of violence where guns were either pulled or fired, including the robbery of a Rap-A-Lot affiliate in the lobby of the This Is 50 offices, the shooting at the Barclays Stadium, and an attempt to shoot a rival where an innocent bystander was hit. And so after pleading guilty to 1 count of racketeering, he was given 60 months and a violation from the court, who described him as a 9 Tray hanger-on. He's locked up until at least May 2023, once again not that long away. And once again, since getting sentenced, Drama has not spoken out against 6ix9ine. Maybe he's filing an appeal, or maybe he's filing an iron bar into a shank. All I know is that when he's out, I do not want to be involved in that kind of drama. Next up is Janelle Ish Butler. He was sentenced to 60 months, mainly based on his involvement in the Rap-A-Lot robbery. He's scheduled to be released very soon indeed, in February 2023. Once again, he has not said anything about 6ix9ine. Hell, maybe he's forgiven and forgotten. Unlikely though. Anthony Harv Ellison, now we get to the kidnap squad. Harv himself was indicted for personally kidnapping, robbing, and assaulting 6ix9ine at gunpoint on July the 22nd, 2018. While 6ix9ine fully snitched on his kidnappers, that would barely matter, because the entire kidnapping, including sniveling 6ix9ine, was recorded by another informant for the whole court to see. That's a snitch snitching on the snitch who was getting kidnapped. It's snitchception, people. The entire kidnapping being caught on video was obviously not a good look at Harv's trial. Therefore, it's no surprise that he got slapped with a hefty sentence 288 months, aka 24 years in prison, the longest sentence in the entire conspiracy, with Harv set to be locked up until May 2039. Next we've got Aljamain Nuke Mac, the Harv loyalist who played a role in the 6ix9ine kidnapping and took sides when the Treyway crew split into two over 6ix9ine's involvement in the gang. He kept his mouth shut during the trial and was handed a hefty 17-year sentence. He's also stayed solid since he was sentenced, and we haven't heard from him either. Not set to be released until November 2033, at least he has a lot of time to think up creative new ways that you can skin a rat. Next up is Fugwan Fu Banger Lovick, who was on the hook for Fu banging a pistol at New York's Barclays Center Stadium. This is a performance venue with a capacity of 17,000 people. You can't let off straps there, can you? This all went down when fellow rapper Casanova and 6ix9ine were both at the stadium, apparently set to walk out opposing boxers to the ring before a big fight, but unfortunately Cass and 6ix9ine had been beefing in the streets in the lead up to this event. This particularly wild and dangerous incident left Fu Banger banged up for 85 months after he pled guilty to discharging a firearm during and in relation to a crime of violence. Now, unlike some of the previous names that we've mentioned, Fu Banger would actually speak out from jail in a BBN interview telling the world that he is doing good behind bars. But Fu also used this interview as an opportunity to diss the snitches, but ironically pointing the finger not at 6ix9ine but at Shotty, suggesting that the former CEO of Treyway Entertainment had actually been the snitch in this case.
Shotty showed them information regarding you back in 2004?
Yeah, hell yeah. Me personally, 6ix9ine didn't snitch on me.
Copy.
He probably snitched on the rest of them, but he didn't snitch on me personally.
Funnily enough, this was a sentiment shared by the original Treyway founders, who had the good sense to dip when they realized that everything was going downhill, Billiardo and Seiko Billy, and Fu Banger also revealed in his jailhouse phone call that 6ix9ine kidnapper Harv actually knocked out Shotty in a jailhouse fight.
Yeah, Harv had knocked out Shotty and shit. Shotty was trying to get in the elevator, and the nigga Harv knocked him out his patakies and shit.
Wow.
Anywho, who'da thunk it? One of the Treyway members themselves saying that 6ix9ine ain't the snitch, with Fu also going on to say that 6ix9ine's undercover Fed driver was the one who implicated another Treyway member, Crippy, in the crime that Fu was accused of.
6ix9ine's chauffeur had told the police that it was Crippy that did the shooting.
So, Fu Banger is set to be locked up until May 2024. Who knows, maybe in jail he'll change his name to Fu Forgiver, but if I was 6ix9ine, I would personally make sure that I am far away from the state of New York when 2024 rolls around. Next up, we have Fahim Crippy Walter, former muscle in 6ix9ine's bodyguarding team. This extra large side of beef ended up getting deep into the Treyway machine at the worst possible time. As well as being unwittingly dragged from crime to crime as backup, Crippy frankly had some of the worst luck in the entire Treyway operation, because he ended up getting shot during an altercation between 6ix9ine's Treyway gangbangers and the legitimate private security team of ex-cops who were working for 6ix9ine's label boss Elliot Grange, with the two teams clashing at a private dinner that 6ix9ine's gang were not invited to. Now, 6ix9ine's baby mama Sarah Molina would later come out to tell DJ Vlad that she felt bad about 6ix9ine snitching on Crippy because he ended up getting shot 3 times over 6ix9ine's bullshit. But another detail that a lot of people seem to conveniently forget is that 6ix9ine didn't really need to snitch on Crippy, because after he got shot at the restaurant following that altercation with the private security team, during the chaos his phone was dropped on the floor, left at the scene and recovered by the NYPD, who cracked it, giving the feds a big break in the case and yet another route to uncovering all of the madness that the 9 Trey gangster bloods had been involved in. Combine this with strong evidence implicating Crippy in the Rap-A-Lot robbery and the Barclays shooting. At the end of the day, in the face of the evidence, Crippy had no choice but to plead guilty to 2 counts of racketeering, and he even got in trouble in the lead up to the sentencing for going live on Instagram whilst in jail. In the end, he was pretty lucky to escape with a 62-month sentence, despite being labelled by the court as Shotty's right-hand man. Now, Crippy eventually spoke out from jail, simply saying that he was surprised with just how much snitching 6ix9ine got up to.
Testimony was like off the wall crazy, man. Like that shit fucked a lot of people up here, man.
For everybody,
from me being around him.
So, as Crippy sees it, he was just fucked from even being around 6ix9ine. And in the end, really, it wasn't the snitching that sealed his fate. But regardless, he'll be out in July 2023, possibly looking to have words with the super snitch himself. Now, there's a lot of irony in the fact that 6ix9ine welcomed Roe Murder home from prison and then eventually would end up playing a role in sending him back to prison.
My brother just came home, you know what I'm saying? They're 10, now he free, but we gonna be in fucking LA, you hear me?
Roland Roe Murder Martin was a 9 Trey affiliate who had just touched down back from a long sentence in prison when Treyway was in the throes of rolling with 6ix9ine, backing his beefs from coast to coast. As soon as he got home, Ro Murder was instantly sucked into this beef and ended up being physically present for a number of crimes, all the while playing a senior structure in the 9 Trey Gangsta Bloods organizational structure. But eventually, all things would come crashing down for Ro Murder. Now, Ro even managed to escape the initial rounds of arrests that saw 6ix9ine, Shotty and them scooped up, with him going on the run eventually being captured by ATF agents on Thanksgiving Day as they announced with a celebratory post on Twitter. They did him dirty with that picture, they did him so dirty. Anyway, once in custody, Ro pled guilty to participating in a racketeering conspiracy. However, things were about to get much worse for Ro Murder, because once he got to prison, he completely denounced the 9 Trey Bloods, officially leaving the gang and telling his former comrades in prison that he no longer wants to be involved. And as a result, he was viciously stabbed by his former gang and nearly died. Now, to me, this is a really important detail, because not only is what happened to Ro Murder really terrible, but also it just goes to show you that 6ix9ine would have definitely been murdered in jail by his former gang, because only days before he was arrested, he was on the Breakfast Club basically doing the same thing as Ro Murder was doing in jail. Ro is genuinely lucky to be alive, and I'm not sure they would have let 6ix9ine slide, frankly, even if he'd have stayed solid. Ro stayed pretty solid, and look what happened to him. Now, when it came to the sentencing, even the judge apologized to Ro Murder, saying that the prison system had failed him, going on to cut him some slack, literally giving him a lighter sentence of 66 months down from 90 months, essentially citing the stabbing as part of the punishment, saying that he has now been through both sides of the violence. Ro Murder hasn't been heard from since the sentence, understandably, and he'll be out with a second chance by September 2023, and I hope for the love of God that this time, when he gets out of jail, he turns his life around, stays away from the street nonsense, and doesn't get sucked into some bullshit like this again. Next up, we got Shotty Mr. Treyway himself, probably one of the most famous and stupid people to have come into 6ix9ine's orbit. He was putting in streets for the 9 Trey Bloods long before 6ix9ine had picked up a bottle of hair dye, or a few bottles. In fact, in the trial, we even heard a taped conversation where Shotty himself revealed that back in the day, he had made a name for himself in the gang by shooting 5 people in one day for the 9 Trey godfather Mel Murder. So Shotty is a real ass street dude, and when he discovered 6ix9ine, he discovered the bag. Shotty can actually be seen in the background of 6ix9ine's Gummo video, stood next to another dude with a blood bandana on, pointing a revolver to a phone recording him in selfie mode. This is an ironic freeze frame, which is essentially a perfect metaphor for the entire Shotty rise and fall within the Treyway gang. Thugging out with a bunch of drugs, bloods, and guns, all while recording yourselves, isn't really a recipe for success in these streets, is it? Anyway, during Shotty's tenure as 6ix9ine's manager, as well as CEO of Treyway Entertainment, the label, things would eventually all come crashing down after the kidnapping of 6ix9ine split the gang into 2 factions. And the resulting shootouts between these 2 warring sides would end up hitting innocent bystanders, leaving the block far too hot for anyone to be out on the streets, and the feds all up in Treyway's business like a rat running up a drainpipe. Eventually, 6ix9ine went onto the Breakfast Club for his second interview, claiming that he had discovered that Shotty and the Treyway team had been robbing him and finessing him out of show money, with 6ix9ine saying that at this point he decided to fire his whole team, dissing everyone that he'd previously been rolling with as dirty bloods. At this point, the dream was over. Shotty had big dreams of taking his label to the top like Death Row, with him being the big blood running it like Suge Knight. But his label ended up losing its biggest artists and falling apart like Death Row, and Shotty, the big old blood, would end up locked in jail just like Suge Knight. It was all over, and it wasn't looking good for Shotty whilst he was in jail either. But even in the face of adversity, he kept his spirits high by regularly posting prison house photos to his IG page, with passionate and motivational captions like, "Different surroundings, but it's still Treyway. Pray for my enemies, my family better than yours. Trey World Order, we the mob. And it's still Treyway, we still back to back. It's still 9 shots. This is what it looks like when you're comfortable in your own skin. Be home sooner than you think. We don't bend, we don't fold. And lock my body, can't trap my mind. Easily explain why we adapt to crime. I'd rather die enormous than live dormant. That's how we on it. More life to me, Ski West Philly and Bo Mac, my PA hitters. And being yourself is the best feeling in the world. 100% uncut, raw, no additives, no subtractions, no cap, no bitter, real, yeah. Be home sooner than the world thinks. I mean, look at his little smile in that picture. You'd think they had a Disneyland in the feds. And even in jail, apparently Shotty was still on his mogul shit. At one point, even doing a jailhouse interview with Cigar Talk, a sequel to the one that he did before he got locked up. To be fair, they should have renamed this edition like Thin Cigarette or K2 Talk, you know what I mean? Anyway, Shotty did this interview back in September 2019 before 6ix9ine actually testified, but well after he pled guilty. And in the interview before his sentencing, Shotty said that he was still in good spirits.
I'm alright, in good spirits, physically, mentally. You know what I mean? I'm strong, can't break, I don't bend, I don't fall. I mean, thank the Lord, thank my family, I'm in.
Shotty actually responded to the cooperation rumors, saying that he was hurt over what happened and he never thought 6ix9ine would cooperate.
I'm hurt. I'm like, you know, I didn't think he would. I didn't think he would, for not 1 second he wouldn't cooperate. Secondly, I think he should have took responsibility for a lot of his actions, because a lot of the incidences in the indictment was because of his trolling on the internet, first and foremost. I just let him know I pity him, man. Like, I forgive him, I pity him, but like, oh, you ain't have to go that route. Like, you really ain't have to do this, man.
In the end, though, the betrayal can't have hurt as much as the sentence, and after pleading guilty to firearm possession and discharge charges, Shotty ended up getting sentenced to a whopping 15 years in the slammer, with an expected release date of August 2033. And out of everyone involved, Shotty probably had the most to be angry about, because not only was he the one that was closest to 6ix9ine, but he was the one that had brought this Skittles-scalped snitch around his gang buddies in the first place. And since getting snitched on, Shotty has by far been the most outspoken person about 6ix9ine taking the stand. In fact, at this point, Shotty's done numerous interviews calling out 6ix9ine snitching, and that's nothing new, but what is new is that when 6ix9ine pulled up to speak with DJ Academics on Off the Record, he revealed that only 5 hours before that interview, Shotty's son had DM'd him from his dad's Instagram page.
That's Shotty's Instagram.
Shotty's Instagram DM'd me 5 hours ago.
Wait, what?
Yo, what's up, Danny? This Kamani, that's his son. Let me holla at you.
Now, 6ix9ine was kind of making it seem like Shotty's son was sniffing around for money, but it's apparently much deeper than that, because after the interview, Academics revealed that Shotty had called him personally from jail to set the record straight.
Shotty called me. And Shotty, I remember Shotty said, ask me anything. And I asked him a bunch of stuff, and Shotty told me some stuff, and I said, damn.
And according to Academics, Shotty was saying secret stuff to him on the phone, inferring that 6ix9ine has committed crimes that nobody knows about that are apparently so bad that they would still harm his reputation to this day.
But told me some really serious shit about 6ix9ine. I'm hoping doesn't, isn't some full shit that comes out even in the media now. That nigga 6ix9ine was no civilian.
However, Shotty went on to say that he doesn't blame 6ix9ine for him being in jail.
He said, I was moving around that at any time, if a nigga played with me, I would have laid a nigga out, flat out, and I would have done 20 years.
So in Shotty's words, all of the 9 Trey members were ready to kill and do 20 years in jail as a result, regardless of 6ix9ine's involvement. And apparently, Shotty's son was DMing 6ix9ine, not for money, but actually to try and catch the fade.
He told me, he said, yo, you know why my son been messaging 6ix9ine? Cause he wanna fucking fade. He wanna beat that nigga's ass.
And in the end, we even saw Shotty phoning in to the most recent episode of DJ Academics' Off the Record podcast to once and for all denounce 6ix9ine's major claim against him, that he only snitched on his crew because they betrayed him, more specifically the allegation that Shotty had slept with the mother of 6ix9ine's child, Sarah Molina.
That's the truth of it. Nobody fucked your girl, nobody robbed you for money. Man, if I fucked her, I'll be like, yeah, I fucked her. But I didn't, and I'm not gonna take blame for nothing I didn't do. Like, it's just that simple.
But even more crazy than addressing that is the fact that Shotty even said that he forgives 6ix9ine on this call.
Would you ever forgive 6ix9ine? Ever?
Forgive him? Not like, he's forgiven. Like, he's a boy. Like, he gotta forgive himself at the end of the day.
But clearly Shotty's son isn't in as much of a forgiving mood. And Shotty even went on to say that he has $1.5 million on his son to beat 6ix9ine's ass.
You know what I mean? Tell a nigga I got $1.5 million. He's somebody gonna knock niggas out. I got $1.5 million and my son will knock him out. Clean.
I assume he means 1.5 million in loose cigarettes and ramen, but whatever. Anyway, we're at the top of the pyramid now. Surely, somebody that 6ix9ine has locked up has something worse to say than fight my son.
My name Mel Murder, a.k.a. Mel Matrix, man. Bird Gang first baby, babe. Talking about we all rep the red team, man. We ain't got to really go into all that. If you know about the red team, you know what we talking about. But
Yes, Mel Murder has truly been around the block when it comes to both the rap game and the streets of New York City. He's been banging blood from back in the day, apparently being muscle for New York rap legend Jim Jones whilst on tour, with them supposedly meeting after being in the same street gang.
how you hook up with somebody all the way from Harlem? Jimmy? Yeah. I already told you that go back to the red team situation. All right. I was running behind him on some bang bang, hit him up shit like we on the road. That's my scrap. Like, nigga couldn't breathe wrong around him.
However, elsewhere in that interview, Jim Jones claims to be blood brothers with Mel Murder, aka Mel Matrix. And this is kind of believable, because they do genuinely share the same government last name of Jones.
A lot of people don't know, like,
Jim, my family and all that. So that's my little brother right here.
That's my brother right here. You already know, man.
We brothers from the same mother, same father. Like it's all real. Like
man, the murder bros, man.
That's physical, what he's saying.
Yeah, not the Mario brothers, the murder bros. You dig?
Now, it's ironic that Mel Murder and Jim Jones would openly talk about gang business on camera on the very same block that 6ix9ine would pull up and shoot his Gummo music video surrounded by a bunch of bloods around a decade later. Anyway, irony aside, Mel Murder eventually begun rapping under the more marketable name Mel Matrix, and after Jim Jones heard some tracks, he thought his brother had some potential and tried to put him on in the music industry. With them collabing together on early Jim Jones tracks in the Bird Gang days, with Mel also appearing extensively on the M.O.B. Members of Bird Gang mixtape, as well as a rare 2011 feature where both Mel Matrix and Jim Jones appeared on a track with the late Nipsey Hussle. Anywho, Mel Matrix was one of the highest ranking 9 Trey Bloods in the streets of New York City, and at a certain point it was clear that he wasn't going straight in the music industry, and as a result, Mel Murder remained mainly behind the scenes and in the streets. Again, you want to talk about self-snitching? Here's Mel Murder on camera in 2010, openly saying he still has 1 foot in the music, 1 foot in the streets.
Industry nigga, you should have handled it like an industry nigga. There's no in between. So when you play with a nigga that's either or and you playing in between, know what go in between, you get fucked. I'm about to play with them cameras a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? A lot of people want to know, but you know how it be. I got like 1 foot in the game and 1 foot out the game. So it's like a lot of situations it be kind of sticky for me to play with them cameras. So
Right. Yeah.
Shouldn't play on those phones either, Melly. Anyway, when 6ix9ine came around Shotty and the 9 Trey Gangsters, and blowing up with his track Gummo filmed on their block in late 2017, Mel decided he wanted in on the action too. And so with Shotty being one of Mel Murder's underlings in the 9 Trey Bloods, Mel began to wet his beak on the 6ix9ine situation. In fact, when Treyway was going well, Shotty himself said in another symphony of self-snitching on IG Live that him and Mel Murder were as thick as thieves.
Mel Murder, that's my best friend. That's my baby boy. That's the other guy. Yeah, you can't say Shotty and don't say Matrix. And you can't say Matrix and don't say Shotty.
So, Mel Murder would occasionally begin to appear with 6ix9ine and Shotty, taking a nice little slice of the rainbow pie, popping up on music video sets and recording sessions with 6ix9ine, but generally not being too hands-on with 6ix9ine's career, and not being physically present for any of the violence that surrounded him. Thing is though, Shotty was also out on a limb publicly flouting his allegiance with 6ix9ine, and likely getting a tidy little bag off of it. Problem is, when you're a higher up in a big criminal enterprise, being hands-off isn't really enough. And that IG Live clip that we looked at a minute ago where Shotty basically says that he is fully sanctioned by Mel would later come back to haunt both of them, giving the feds direct evidence of Mel's involvement in the 6ix9ine situation. And then, when the kidnapping of 6ix9ine split the gang into 2 factions, Mel was fully involved. Then, once the relationship between the 9 Trey Bloods and 6ix9ine had fully deteriorated, 6ix9ine went on the Breakfast Club, fully denouncing the Bloods, telling the world he was no longer involved and they were all dirty. At this point, Mel Murder was caught on a wiretap seemingly discussing a hit on 6ix9ine. This went down in multiple calls, including one where Shotty and Mel jumped on the phone and reacted to 6ix9ine's Breakfast Club interview, dissing them.
I seen this nigga, I seen that interview this morning. That man is crazy, man. Those homie niggas said, fuck Treyway. He said, fuck Treyway, bum ass niggas, dirty ass niggas. Hear what he got to say, and then I'm gonna start firing on everything. Like, make sure you call me for activities infested. He better be able to handle all that drama you gonna cause too, cause we good out here in these streets, nigga. What about you?
Mel also went on to discuss violating 6ix9ine personally in a direct phone call with Jim Jones himself, going into excruciating detail about how they would get past 6ix9ine's private security.
When you go to YouTube and World Star, you got his picture next to this shit. And everything he say, you got a split screen with Shotty picture next to this shit.
That's cool, but now you gotta get violated.
Yeah, super violated. Super duper, so ain't too much he can really do unless he gonna go run around with 100 armed securities all day.
He ain't a gang member no more. That's what Shotty need to make sure he do.
Nah,
tell that nigga that he's not a gang member no more. He kicked out the whip. He was never a gang member. Then Shotty need to expose him. Like, they gonna have to violate Shorty, cause Shorty on some bullshit. Shotty better get on his head game.
Shotty, I already know Shotty. You know that nigga's a demon, homie. You know that nigga live for shit like this, homie. He gonna treat that nigga like how he was blowing Chinese shit up. He gonna be violating that nigga shit up.
He better get to violating. He better stalk Shorty every move. One of them security better get hit. Something better happen. He better start doing something. Once he start tearing the security down, ain't no security gonna want that job. He gonna have to stay in the house pretty soon. Because once security get injured, Them niggas like, nah, he's too much of a liability. Bro, we gonna tear the security up, bro. We not even worried about you, bro. You ain't even, we gonna tear the security up.
Jim Jones there on a wiretap, sounding like a bit of a shot caller telling Mel Murder to commit violence against 6ix9ine and his security. Sounds quite serious, but more on that later. Ironically, the dislike for 6ix9ine is what dragged Mel Murder into this case. But once again, it wasn't 6ix9ine snitching that got Mel Murder jammed up, but another informant on the case, CEO Chris. This was a dope plug turned state's witness who stitched Mel Murder up in a deal where Mel was tricked into selling a brick of heroin to an undercover cop and being subsequently arrested. As is the case with many people involved in this case, the 6ix9ine snitching might have been the icing on the cake, but that cake had already been baked with a laundry list of self-snitching ingredients, incriminating personal statements, and sloppy moves in the streets. As a result of his involvement in the entire conspiracy, Mel Murder ended up getting 11 years. He's set to be released in June 2028, and thus far, he's kept it pretty gangster in the pen, not speaking out against 6ix9ine at any point, which in many ways is more scary than him speaking. I mean, his last name is Murder. Who knows, come 2028 there could be a violation pending. So we've come this far, and it doesn't seem like anybody really outwardly has bad blood towards 6ix9ine. Is there still even a violation pending for this guy? Well, if there is, there's only one man who's going to administer it. Yes, it's not just the incarcerated 9 Treys who have had words for 6ix9ine. The big super violator himself, Jim Jones, recently caught some smoke from the super snitch, with 6ix9ine recently saying in his heated Clubhouse appearance that all the 9 Treys that 6ix9ine helped and snitched on were all rolling with Jim Jones on the block 10 years before, and that to this day Jim Jones never took care of his boys.
Jim Jones, right? He ran with the same niggas I ran with a decade before I met him. Jim Jones was running with Shotty, Cafano Jordan, right? Mel Matrix, Jamel Jones, Ro Murder, Roland Martin. He was running Fu Banger, Fuquan. I forgot his last name, Fuquan, some shit. He was running with all of the cats I ran with and got his daddy for. You know what Jim Jones did? That nigga did not take care of none of them niggas. Cause when I ran to them niggas, Shotty was sleeping on the rug. Mel Murder was on Gates and Marcus Garvey with his baby mother.
6ix9ine then went on to recount Jim Jones's supposed plans to kill him that were caught on wiretap, asking why he's not going to jail with the rest of the 9 Treys, basically snitching on Jim Jones live.
Jim Jones was caught on wiretap on my case. He was telling the big homie Mel Matrix, Jamel Jones, to go and get rid of my security. How you do it, how you shoot at them, they don't got no license to carry weapons, don't nothing in New York. How is that nigga free right now?
Meanwhile, Wack 100 pondered whether Jim Jones is some kind of snitch when he managed to completely dodge a gun charge and the entire 9 Trey Bloods conspiracy despite being caught on that wiretap.
And you gave an order, and that order was carried out. You know what I'm saying? You got gun cases in Virginia, don't nobody know where they went. Every nigga from your neighborhood that was tied to this kid is incarcerated but you. Fuck how you look at it. You need to answer for that, homie. And whatever this gun case niggas don't know you had.
Now, Wack 100 kind of has a point here. Jim Jones was indeed on that wiretapped phone call with Mel Murder saying that 6ix9ine needs to get super violated. Throughout that call, it does kind of seem like Jim Jones is senior to Mel Murder and basically giving direct orders to him and his underlings to violate 6ix9ine.
Nah, you don't say nothing. You let Shotty handle that shit, bro. You don't say nothing. Nah, Shotty gotta handle that shit. He get on TMZ, he need to talk his talk and he talk his shit. And he need to be very, very, very articulate about what he's saying, why he made people think that nigga was a gang member. He needs to let niggas know that he was never a gang member. He was always a money ploy for the gang members.
So with that in mind, a lot of people are naturally wondering, why was Jim Jones himself never indicted, when it seems from that phone call he was in some way involved in the supposed conspiracy? However, Jim Jones himself jumped on Clubhouse to defend himself and diss Wack 100, with Wack jumping on Clubhouse himself a week later to directly argue with Jimmy.
You a soft nigga. Nobody in LA respect you like that. Stop spreading false narratives. You not no OG out there. I've been doing this for 20 years and I make a lot of money. I put a whole coast on. I let a whole coast eat. Eat a dick to all rap rappers, period. They want people to get up on here and tell their history. Oh, I'm the biggest gang banger from this side.
Now, for the record, I want to put this out there. There is absolutely no evidence that Jim Jones is any kind of snitch, nor is there any actual evidence that Jim Jones had any direct involvement in the 9 Trey Gangsta Bloods operation. He wasn't involved with 6ix9ine or his career, he wasn't involved in the dope dealing or the block shooting, or any other shit that the 9 Trey was up to. He was just on one phone call. Now, Shotty actually said in his phone call with DJ Academics on Off the Record that Jim Jones has the freedom of speech to jump on the phone and say to anyone he likes that someone he doesn't like should get violated. And that doesn't mean he was in the gang, and that doesn't mean he should be in the indictment. And then if you add the fact there seems to be some sort of family relation between Mel and Jim, it is completely plausible that these two may have had that conversation on the phone without any implication that Jim Jones is involved in the gang or the conspiracy or the situation. This could just be two relatives jumping on the phone to vent about an annoying situation they're going through. Doesn't mean he's involved. And hell, playing devil's advocate for a second, even if Jim Jones was involved in the whole conspiracy and he's the triple-double godfather of the whole thing, it's not unthinkable that when Mel Murder got picked up and made a guilty plea, that he took the heat for everything and made sure to leave Jim out of it. That's just a theory. We don't know the truth. All we know is that Jim Jones is a free man. There really isn't any proof that he was involved in the 9 Trey like that. And if there's only one thing that we can take for a fact, it's that Jim Jones definitely hates 6ix9ine's guts. And more than likely, if he had it his way, he would super, duker, snooker, hookah, bazooka violate 6ix9ine. And hell, Jimmy, you're in luck, because we just found out that 6ix9ine doesn't even roll with security anymore. If I was 6ix9ine, I would probably be looking over my shoulder at every single turn and quarantining at home for the next 20 years. Because when Jim Jones catches up with him, I'm not sure even Steve will do it will be able to help him out of this jam.